you so much for having me and the wonderful introduction. I'm so thankful to be here. My name is Lousie Siwicki, and I am a holistic fertility specialist, a hypnotherapist, and a miracle mindset coach. So I really support women through the tumultuous journey that is infertility. I work with women to remove the psychological blocks that are preventing them from falling pregnant, and this allows space for true fertility mindset transformation. So today I'm really going to talk about the role that the mind or mindset plays in your fertility journey. Does it really have an effect on your fertility journey, and what can we do about it? So I'm going to give you some useful tools and strategies that I use with my clients to help them move forward towards their dreams of becoming a mum, and to really empower them to take control of their mindset and their nervous system, because their mindset and the nervous system are two very important players in the fertility journey, especially in terms of psychological. So I'm going to chat about that. I'm going to just give you a bit of a brief overview of me and my journey to birthing 3 children, I guess, in a business, and then I'm going to chat all about mindset. So as I said, my name is Louise, but most of my friends and everyone I talk to know me as Lou, so you can call me Lou. And I battled infertility for 6 long years. We reached rock bottom physically and emotionally, and I did it all. I did it all in that time. 5.5 years into my fertility journey, I walked into my fertility specialist office, and she delivered the news of yet another failed pregnancy test. And as you can imagine, I was completely devastated. 5.5 years, I'd hit rock bottom. I'd also been diagnosed with chronic fatigue, adrenal fatigue, celiac disease, and also depression. So I was a broken woman. And she said to me, Lou, I can't see you for 6 months because your mental health and your physical health is so bad that no matter what I do, I don't believe that you will fall pregnant. And that was potentially, at the time, one of the worst things that somebody could have said to me, because I was absolutely devastated. But in hindsight, it was a turning point and the best thing that anyone could have said to me, because it forced me to stop and look within and to really understand what was going on. So I spent the next 6 months concentrating and healing my mind and my body. I employed a team of people to really how to put myself back together, because I was broken. And during that time, my husband, or he was my partner then, and we'd been together for a number of years. So we decided that it was time to get married, and I planned a wedding. In the December, we got married. And in the January, which was 6 months to the day after I'd left the fertility specialist office that last time, so that was the 5th of January 2017, I walked into the office, and she started with a round of blood tests to take for the next round of IVF, as you do. And I left that office, and the next day I was on the way home from work, and she said, are you sitting down? And I said, yeah. And she said, you're pregnant. And I just couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. It was our miracle baby. 9 months to the day after our wedding, I gave birth to our first son. And it was then that the penny really started to drop. The mind and the body and the connection they have with the fertility journey. It's the mind and the body inextricably linked. One can't function without the other. And the influence the mind has on our fertility journey is unquestionable. So I guess that's when the penny dropped, and over the next few years, that's when I really started training, and my business was born. So I've birthed this business and 3 kids in 4.5 years. So that's been really exciting. So that's just a bit of a background on me and what I do and how I got here. But today, I really want to talk about your mindset and how this affects your body, your hormones, and your ability to conceive. So when you first start trying for a baby, you get some vitamins, you Google some fertility friendly foods, you go and see your GP, you get all the blood work done, your weight's in a reasonable range, you're doing the right amount of exercise, you're not drinking alcohol, you're ticking all the boxes. But generally, our mindset is not considered at this point in time and how it could be affecting our fertility journey then or later on the journey. And here's the thing, mindset is key. It's a key piece of the conception journey, but it's one that many ignore. And I know it sounds a little woo-woo, but there's science to back this up. And it's not as simple as thinking yourself pregnant, but our minds do affect our bodies and the choices we make. In fact, our mind, the mind-body connection, it is a two-way street. So our bodies definitely have an impact on our mental health. As new research suggests, gut health and mood indicates, and scientists are now calling our gut our second brain. Gut instinct, intuition, it's all linked. But the connection works the other way as well. And our mindsets have an impact on our bodies and our physical health. Studies have shown that more positive outlook actually improves physical health and boosts your immune system. Plus, it can lower stress, which definitely impacts hormone balance. So really understanding how the mindset can affect your mental health and understanding what to do about it is key. So the first thing really is to talk about stress and how stress impacts our nervous system and how that's affecting our mindset. So working 80-hour weeks in a really stressful position, you're a wife, a partner, you have a household to look after, and you're also somewhere in between trying to have some form of life outside of work. So no wonder your nervous system is constantly in stress response. Your cortisol levels are ridiculous levels and you can't quiet your mind. We live in a very fast-paced society that normalizes stress. It tells us to keep going, to not slow down. As a result, sleep is suffering, your emotions are put out of balance, and you have inflammation in your body. And over time, your body is constantly in fight-flight response. It's so busy trying to control this response that there's nothing left for reproduction. And of course, it's going to be difficult to fall pregnant. We forget that. The body needs to be in a state of homeostasis to easily fall pregnant. And over time, if we ignore these first warning signs, bigger signs can present themselves as major fertility, physical health issues. And the thing is, when we're in constant fight-flight, our stress levels are through the roof, cortisol levels are ridiculous, and we lose our ability to reason with ourselves and our ability to control our mindset. So that is why learning to control your nervous system, your stress levels is so important to then learning to control your mindset and empowering you to move forward on your fertility journey. So what do you do? So this is fine to say all this, but what do we do then to regulate our nervous system? So, I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do, but I'm going to talk about 3 today. I'm going to talk about your sleep habits, where your energy is going in your morning routine. So sleep is key. Learning to sleep is a very important skill for our health, not only just for our fertility journey, but for our overall physical health. And sleep is essential to regulate your nervous system and balance the cortisol levels. It's really very simple. This is a simple breathing technique that you can do before bed, but it will help calm your cortisol levels, your nervous system, and it will create a perfect environment for sleep. It's so simple. All you do is 4 breaths in, hold for 1, and out for 8. You just need to do this 10 times. And by doing this, you start to level out your body. You start to give your body a chance to start to reset, to rest, to bring everything down. Do it. You don't have to limit this to nighttime. I tell my clients, whenever you feel the need, do it 10 times a day if you have to. whenever you need to do this exercise, it is perfect, it's simple, and it's super easy. And the morning routine is another thing. Everything starts with the morning. So morning is the most important time of the day to help regulate your nervous system. And having a specific morning routine or ritual that happens every morning, it's going to set you up for a positive day, minus the stress, minus the overwhelm, minus the anxiety. So going outside first thing in the morning and letting some light into your eyes. Don't look up to straight to the sun, but look up to the sky and let some light into your eyes. And this really helps balance your cortisol levels and reset your circadian rhythm, calming your mind and holding space to be in stillness is very important when you're trying to conceive. It is, in fact, an essential skill to help you moving forward towards your dreams of becoming a mum. Other morning routine examples, a morning meditation, taking 5 minutes to journal, and the 5 minutes breathing practice that can be done in the mornings as well. And the thing is, there's so many different tools that you could use. You just have to give a few a go and work out what really works for you. And the last is energy. And you must start to consider where your energy is going. Do you have people, possessions, or interactions in your life that are creating stressful, negative energy? Something to start thinking about. And if so, it's time to clean any negative energy and make space for calming, positive energy. And think, if your whole entire day is taken up with bad energy, then there's no space for anything positive. This is spiking, when we're doing this is spiking our stress hormones, and your nervous system is on high alert the whole time. So it's not great, obviously, if you're trying to have a baby. And examples where you can start to clean up negative energy, you can create a calming, peaceful bedroom space. No work, no photos, but don't create a positive impact. If there's something in your bedroom that's not creating a positive impact, it needs to go, because we spend 50% of our time in our bedroom. So this is a really important place to start. And limit time spent with people who don't contribute to positivity to your life. Like, have a think, are there people that are really sucking your energy? And if so, it's time to think about maybe how you manage your interactions with them. And positive thoughts create positive energy. We all know that. So starting a gratitude ritual each night, and we'll see an instant shift in your thought patterns. But like I said, whatever works for you is fine. These are just suggestions that I give my clients, and then we always work out what works best for them. But by consciously creating time to be still, tune into your body and what it needs, you will notice the signs your body is giving you. This is crucial to moving you forward on your fertility journey. And when you start to tune in and hold space, you notice the signs earlier, don't you? And what you need to do within to keep you moving forward. It's really important to stop and hold space for your body and really tune in, start to listen to what it needs. So now we're understanding how to regulate our nervous system. We can look at the tools to transform our mindset. Thoughts become feelings, feelings become our beliefs, and our beliefs become our reality. And that's a fact. So everything starts off in the mind as a little thought, and over time magnifies to our feelings, and our feelings become our belief system, and our belief system over time becomes our reality. It becomes part of who we are, it becomes part of our gut and our nervous system. So when you really understand that, you can understand it's an empowering situation to be in, because you know that you do have control over your thoughts, and your thoughts are creating your reality. So this empowers you to be able to take control of your life and your fertility journey. Now, I give my clients, there's 3 tools to transform our mindset that I use. There's obviously many more, but I'm going to talk about these 3 today. And really, number 1 is understanding our thoughts so we can start to reframe them. And so with this in mind, we need to be consciously become aware of our thoughts. Are they negative or are they positive? For an example of someone who has been on their fertility journey for a long time, my body is broken. I'm never going to become a mum. I won't be able to carry a baby to full term. I failed my body. My body's failed me. I failed my partner. So these are common thoughts that pretty much every woman who's on her fertility journey will feel. So if you start to say this over and over to yourself, incantate this into your brain, your nervous system, and your gut. And over time, your brain has no other option to believe you. That's how we're wired. Number 2, now it's time to really think about a moment in your life when you were truly happy. Because we're unable to think a negative and a positive at the same time. We get to make the choice. So with that in mind, why would you think negative when you can start to really understand that you make the positive choice? So that obviously takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of persistence, but really thinking about a time in your life when you were truly happy, really embody those feelings, feel those feelings inside your body, really embody that. And then when you start to go down a really negative trail, starts to think something, you get on that negative tangent, you can feel yourself spiraling out of control in the negative space. It's time to come back to that thought process. And you come back to that thought process and you come back to it until you have reframed and you have broken that cycle. And it takes a lot of practice, of course, but over time it becomes second nature and it becomes super easy. So that's what I practice with a lot of my clients, and it's really, really helpful, and they can use this tool at home. And it really starts to, once you understand that you have the choice, and that's so empowering because you are in the driver's seat there. And number 3 is being grateful for the life as it is right now. So practicing gratitude is one of the key ways I dig myself out of doom and gloom when the going gets tough. Not only does being grateful encourage us to focus on good things, but it also invites more positivity in our lives. And that's what I found. Focusing energy into really thinking or writing down what you're grateful for will stir up some really warm, fuzzy feelings. When you're feeling really low, it changes your state in an instant. So it's easy to give huge amounts of focus to what we don't have. We don't have that little bundle of joy. And of course, it's hard not to focus on that hole in our lives. That's why I make a conscious effort to throw tons of energy into really positive things in my life and give that direction to my clients as well. What are you grateful for? And what do you feel so thankful for in your life? Concentrating on all the good and not focusing on what you don't have is so important. And all of these tools will empower you to gain control of your mindset. And over time, it's not an extensive list by any means, but it's just a couple of examples which can be done. And over time, it's amazing how quickly you can start to see progress. You can start to see yourself moving forward towards your dreams of becoming a mum. So in conclusion, your mindset can affect your body, your hormones, and your ability to conceive. I think we all know that. And today I chatted about how your mind is affecting your fertility journey and gave you some really helpful tools and strategies to learn to start to control your nervous system, which will allow space for fertility mindset transformation, true mind, body, soul healing. By holding space to stop, to look within, to listen to the signs your body is telling you, you will gain a true understanding of what steps you personally need to take to heal your mind and your body. Once you start to tune into that gut feeling or your intuition, you will then instinctively know what to do. So it is so important to understand when we first start trying to conceive, and this is something that I'm super passionate about. This is the time to do a mental health check-in, as well as a physical health checkup. It's just as important. Waiting until we hit rock bottom, or we're 6 years into our fertility journey, is so much harder. That is an education piece that I am so passionate about delivering. Do a mental health check-in when you first start trying to conceive, not waiting till you hit rock bottom. So thank you so much for listening, and I really hope you gained some value out of what I had to say, and I'm really excited to be here and to listen and to learn, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for talking today, Ms. Siwicki. It was a great talk.
Thank you so much.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Siwicki? Okay, I have one though, Ms. Siwicki. So while training your mind, the initial days of training your mind to have those positive thoughts, do you really recommend that you be aware of your negative thoughts, or you just have them flow? What do you suggest? Just have all your thoughts flow in?
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, my question is, during the initial days of training your mind in having positive thoughts, you just can't stop having negative thoughts at the same time, right? So how do you recommend that we tame our mind to have positive thoughts?
I guess it's really about, it's like with anything. I always use the gym analogy. When we first go to the gym, we start training, it's really difficult. We're not as good as everyone else. We're really intimidated. We start slow, don't we? So, and then you just work up, you see your fitness increasing, you start to gain more confidence, you gain more traction, it becomes more enjoyable, and you see the results. And it's a little bit like training your mind, because your mind is, a muscle in some ways. It is hard. It is. So we start off slow. So we start off with really simple techniques. That's why I say, let's look at really understanding how to control your nervous system, because you can't, all of my clients, their nervous system is ridiculous. Stress levels are through the roof, cortisol levels are through the roof. So when your nervous system is not under control, then obviously it's so hard to then put this mindset work into play. So really looking at ways to let's learn to control our nervous system first. And then once we've learned to control our nervous system, then look at the mindset work. So it's kind of a two-step process, but it doesn't happen overnight, obviously. It took, a person their whole life of thinking like that to get to this point. So it's going to take a while to start to rewire that thinking and change that thinking, create a new story. So you do have, you can't just expect to change overnight, and you can't just expect to start thinking. It's not just about thinking positive, or, it's not going to happen like that. You really need to understand how to control your nervous system, and look at all the kind of the emotions going on behind the scenes. Let's deal with all the negative emotions as well. So there's obviously a lot of grief, sadness, anger, anxiety, all these emotions. So let's look at really understanding how to control these emotions. And then once we've got that under control, let's change your mindset. Let's create a new story. And I think by taking that kind of that step-by-step process, it's less overwhelming. It's not like I expect you to start thinking positive, because we're human. It doesn't work like that. it takes time. So really breaking it down, giving small kind of tips, exercises, working with my clients over a number of months to really get them to the point where they need to be. And most of the time when we look back after I've been working with, say, a client for 3 months, you know, they don't even realize the transformation. But once we sit down and really look at where we started, you know, she's, you know, my client's like, wow, you know, I worked with a client recently and she said, you know, I haven't thought a negative thought about myself, my body, or my life for, I can't even remember, but it just had happened so naturally. She didn't, until we consciously sat down and started to chat about it, she didn't even realize. It was just, so I guess, like, you know, just getting back to that, no, it's not a matter of just thinking positive and you know, it happens like that. There's a process.
Siwicki, thank you so much for being the part of International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. It was a great pleasure hearing to your talk. Coming up next, I will have my colleague introduce our next speaker. Moving to the next speaker, Jan Bayliss. Hello, Jan Bayliss.
Coming in. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Before your talk, let me introduce your introduction. Okay, let me have a quick biography. Ms. Bayliss is a relationship counselor, child consultant, and author who holds her bachelor's and master's degree in counseling. With over 20 years of experience in counseling, Ms. Bayliss has helped countless individuals, couples, families, and children. She is also regarded as a workshop facilitator and coach. In addition to her counseling work, Ms. Bayliss is also the author of 2 children's books, The Good or Bad Feeling Diary and My Very Own Good or Bad Feeling Diary workbook, which encourages positive communication with children about all feelings from an early age. Without further ado, let me welcome Ms. Bayliss. The stage is all yours. All the best, Bayliss.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to work out where this. I am going to be showing a PowerPoint, so I'm just making sure I'm right to do that. So I'll see how I go, and yeah, I think I'll be right. Okay. I am absolutely delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you today. Just one moment, if you wouldn't mind. This need to put a light on. It's getting quite dark in here. I'm so sorry. I do apologise. It's yes, I'm in the front room of the house, and it just started to get dark. So it's really, I'm just delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you today about the importance of parents sharing and talking about feelings with your children. My topic is building resilience in children from a young age by encouraging open expression of thoughts and feelings. Validation of a child's feelings in the early years is crucial in assisting a child to manage their feelings and emotions in a more positive and productive way in their adolescent years and beyond. The significant person in a child's life who are able to listen, comfort, and talk about things not being right, and acknowledge that they themselves have strong feelings and emotions too, can help the child to self-regulate and know that the feeling was normal, and assist them with the tools to manage their emotions differently, which allows for the better future handling of difficult situations. As I said, especially in those really troubling teenage years for some people. I'd just like to show share my screen and show a PowerPoint. Can I ask if you can see that?
We can.
Is that working for everybody?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. So you can see the PowerPoint? Yep. Thank you. Hence the reason why I wrote my two children's books, The Good Bad Feelings Diary and my very own Good Bad Feelings Diary workbook. Utilising the two children's books as a reference point, the topic of the benefits of having open communication with young children about any feeling they are experiencing is explored when facilitating parenting groups, and is also beneficial in the counselling setting when parents attend to discuss issues related to their children. The workbook is designed for young children to write down their feelings on a daily basis, and a page is set aside at the end of the week for them to draw or write about their feelings from that week. These are just a few pages out of the book to help to understand it a little bit better about what I'm talking about. Children love to have their happy feelings. So in this particular case, it says, my good feelings matter because they make me feel happy, playful, kind to other people and animals. However, as children can change and they can have different types of emotions very quickly. And sometimes they can have those angry feelings. So, and then something happens and bad feelings get into me and everything starts all over again. So, well, this is the reason, once again, that you can see that the workbooks are there, how the children will be writing those feelings so they can get used to being able to share whatever is happening for them. So then what happens when children start to feel angry? They don't like it. So they start to feel sad. So they might think, I don't like my bad feelings. I don't like it when my bad feelings got me into trouble. And that's often what happens to children. As I said, I'm only just pulling out a few pages just to help you understand what the book is all about. But then it's about sharing with your child. So in this particular case, it's mum and daughter sharing feelings. So one day my mum sat down next to me and told me my feelings were letting me know something wasn't right. And then it follows on to explain what that was all about in the next page. The one that I think is most important, and I'm going to explain that more further on in my presentation, is that a man talking to his son about his feelings is so helpful, especially for the two little boys, to know that Dad has different feelings as well. So this one is, it was great when Dad shared his happy, sad, angry feelings with me and told me that it's okay to cry, that Dad cries too when he feels sad. So this helps the child to know that they have permission to feel. So my books are available if anybody's interested through eBay or from my website, www.janbaylisscounselling.com.au. I'd love anybody to feel as though they'd like to contact me about it, mail@janbaylisscounselling.com.au, or certainly by phone that is listed there. Just to follow on from what I have said about this, parents sharing their feelings age appropriately, of course, with their child allows the child to know they have permission to share their feelings. This, I believe, is a gift, a real gift a parent can give their child to support strength and self-regulation skills in managing difficult emotions in those teenage years and beyond. Parents are role models. The children are listening and learning all the time. I have counselled many parents and facilitated numerous parenting groups throughout my 20+ years of counselling, where I talk about the importance of a child knowing that their parent is experiencing uncomfortable feelings. Parents may make a statement such as, I don't want my child to see me sad. If this happens, the child may become confused as they are seeing something is not quite right in the body language of the parent and possibly even in the tone of voice, which can greatly confuse the child. Normalizing feelings such as sadness by a parent, possibly saying, Mummy is feeling a bit sad right now, and I'm going to need just a little bit of time, so I may seem very quiet for a while. Just letting you know I will be okay. This then allows the child to know they also have permission to talk about their feelings and not hide them, which can boost resilience. Parents themselves have often grown up in an environment where feelings were not talked about in their childhood. I want to acknowledge how hard this is for a parent who may not have had that opportunity to share how they were feeling when they were young, needing to bottle up their emotions, which becomes a patterning in their adult life, parenting their own children. When their child then comes to a parent who hasn't been able to share feelings safely, they may tell a child, you'll be okay, go outside and play, without validating any feelings beforehand. This is particularly difficult for boys who may be told, don't be a sissy, boys don't cry, get over it, man up, from a parent who doesn't know how to talk about feelings appropriately and is even more damaging to a boy who hears those words from his own father. Hence the reason why I put that page in my book. With regard to appropriately checking in with a child around their feelings, a parent may find it is not the right time for the child to talk about what is going on for them. In this case, a parent could say, I can see you're angry right now. If you would like, when you are ready, you can come and talk to me about it. It is the same if a child appears to be sad. You may want to support the child. However, they may not be able to talk about it at that time. It is beneficial to honour the silence and perhaps say something like, I can see this is difficult for you. When you are ready, we can have a chat. This gives a child permission to know they have a right not to tell you straight away. Angry outbursts in children can at times be difficult for parents to witness. It can be shame-based if the child is having an angry outburst in public. When the child has settled down, being able to have a conversation about the anger and see what the child may need will assist in letting them know that a parent can support and still love them and be with them to work through what is occurring. If a child doesn't feel as though they have permission to show anger, if they are told it is bad, then the anger becomes suppressed, which is not beneficial to good health. Because anger is not a bad emotion. Helping a child deal with their anger by using a positive statement, such as, I can see you are really angry right now, as opposed to, go to your room until you settle down, can offer an opportunity for the child to be able to breathe, self-regulate, and begin to share the reasons why they are angry. Asking a child, what are the other feelings that are happening for you now? And if a child doesn't know at that time, saying perhaps you may be feeling frustrated, sad, confused, anxious, and then exploring those feelings with them. There is a saying, the level of the anger is the level of the pain, which is true for both adults and children. Checking in with the physical signs the child may be showing before there is an angry outburst can also be helpful with a statement such as, Your body is getting quite tense. Is there anything you would like to talk about? Parents can't always be perfect in their approach to their child when attempting to assist them with their emotions. It is better not to react with anger to the anger in the child. If a parent is overwhelmed, or at that particular time, it is preferable to let the child know they will talk to them when they have calmed down. However, if a parent does react with an angry tone when talking to their child and regret it, it is beneficial to tell the child they felt it was inappropriate and they are sorry. It assists the child to learn they, too, can take responsibility for their behaviours. I thought it could be beneficial to address behaviours in a child some parents may struggle with. Children may display signs of being lazy, which can be very frustrating for a parent, which can then lead to a child becoming cranky and a parent not happy with their behaviour. Checking in with the child as to what may be occurring for them could be beneficial rather than labelling the child lazy or cranky. And sometimes those statements stay with children into their adult life. And that's something that's sometimes can become a belief system, which can be extremely detrimental in those later years as well. Giving the child an opportunity to talk about what may be occurring to them at this particular time can help the child to know that a parent will take the time to listen and perhaps validate any feelings that are coming up. The child then feels as though they have someone who will understand and not just label them. And so the benefits are so there's so many benefits in having this open communication with children. And I say from the very earliest of ages. With regard to parenting teams, which we all know can be challenging at times, and I've had my experiences, it is important for a parent to hold their ground. A statement such as, "I want to hear you and I will when you find another way to talk to me," allows them to know you will still be there for them. However, you won't support them when they are behaving inappropriately. I recently read what I believe is a thought-provoking and beautiful statement. The way we talk to our children becomes their inner voice. I'd like to thank you to Star Conference's management team for giving me the opportunity to talk about what I believe is a very important topic. And I'd also like to thank everyone for listening. Once again, if you would like more information or would like to chat, that would be wonderful, about my subject matter, you are most welcome to contact me at www.janbayliscounselling.com.au or mail@janbayliscounselling.com.au. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you for your talk, Ms. Bayliss. It was a fantastic talk. Now we are open for any questions from our audience. Okay, so I have one question from one of our audience, Mr. John.
Yes.
He asked, can you hear me, Ms. Bayliss?
I can, yes.
Right. So Mr. John asked that it's important to for the parents to validate the emotion of the child. What is the first step to do so?
That is really a wonderful question, John, because often what happens for a parent they become very agitated in what the child might be saying, because it could be that they're concerned about what the child is saying and how what they might have heard. For example, if they've just come, say if it's a separated parent, they might come back and from the other parent's house and say, for example, Dad said some terrible things about you, or something like that, which can often happen. Children can get this. And then all of a sudden that parent might want to say, well, he shouldn't have said that. That's really bad, and that's only upset you. So what has happened there is that the feeling then, or what has happened for the child, has not been addressed. So I often say to parents, just breathe, because I've done a lot of separation work. I did that for I do it for many, many years. I've been doing that separation work of parenting, and it is hard. So it's about really holding your ground and just breathing and saying, wow, that must have been really hard for you when Dad said that. It must have been hard for you to hear those words. So all of a sudden, you've validated the feeling, and the emotion that goes with it. So you haven't just brushed it off, because the child doesn't really want you to fix them. They want you to hear them, because the basis behind this is that you're giving your children tools so that they can learn how to fix their own emotions and they can self-regulate better. And then what I do always say when that happens, then you can say, okay, is there now, if you feel that's okay and the feeling's been validated, would you like to go out and kick a ball? But you're not doing that until you validated the feeling. If that makes sense. In that.
So much, Ms. Bayliss. I have another question from another speaker, Ebén-ézer, Mr.
Yes.
Ebén-ézer. So his question is, my question for you is, do you also offer services about healing childhood traumas? And what advice can you give us now to someone who wants to deal with those traumas?
Yes, I do a lot of childhood trauma. You're talking about from an adult that's have been affected as a child, or childhood traumas in taking your child to assist to have counselling. Is that what you're saying, or not sure? Is that for children to have the counselling?
She's asking for an adult, the service for an adult.
Absolutely, yes. So I work a lot with childhood adults that have gone through childhood trauma. I do that quite a bit, and it's a process of really working very gently. I'm a grief counsellor, so it's that enormous grief that's impacted, the trauma is impacted. So we very gently tease that out. It's not a quick process, but it's one that gives some really good everlasting relief for people, so that they don't have to carry this burden, the weight that they've been carrying, so that we can start to unpack gently the trauma.
If the audience should have any further question, you can log on to Ms. Bayliss' website. We've mentioned that in the chat box. Thank you so much, Ms. Bayliss, for being part of today's Global Forum. It was great to hear from you. Let's have a round of applause for Ms. Bayliss.
Thank you very much for having me. It's really been wonderful.
Thank you, Ms. Bayliss.
All the best for everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bayliss. Thank you. So we have our next speaker, and I have my colleague who will introduce you, our next speaker. But before that, we're going to take a break of 10 minutes, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with our next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Sagaran,
Yes.
we can hear. Are we audible?
Yes, I'm able to hear you right now.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. Now we have our next speaker, Ms. Seetha Sagaran. Now, before we begin with her talk, I will have my colleague introduce her to you.
Hello, Ms. Sagaran.
Hello.
For your take the stage, allow me to briefly address your remarkable biography. Ms. Sagaran is a multi-talented individual serving as a personal development trainer, motivational keynote speaker, lifestyle consultant, author, and mentor. Her journey began in India, where she completed her bachelor's degree in psychology, specializing in workplace management, personal development, career development training programs, and mentoring programs. Ms. Sagaran is also a co-author of 2 motivational books, Your Dose of Motivation and Women Who Inspire. With over 120 successful projects and more than 10 awards to her name, Ms. Sagaran is no stranger to recognition. In fact, she was awarded the most prestigious Outstanding International Guest Speaker Award by Global Youth Mental Health Awareness Incorporated, Australia. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, Ms. Sagaran, and stage is all yours.
Thank you very, very much. And before I start, I would like to tell you all, or rather greet you all with a namaste. Now, those of you who are from India would be familiar with this traditional greeting. And I particularly am fond of this greeting because it symbolizes the goodness that I see in each one of you. It basically conveys that I bow to the divinity and the goodness in each of you. So once again, namaste or namaskar. Now, before I start my session on the importance of compassion in palliative care, I'd like to tell you all a story. The story took place around a few years ago, 5 years to be exact this year, 2018. Now, I was in the hospital with my dad, who was suffering from 4th stage lung cancer. And the doctors had given up hope. And we just wanted to make sure that we are able to see him as comfortable as possible. However, when he was in the palliative care, there were a couple of things I noticed. He was taken care of by an excellent doctor. Her name was Dr. Anjana. And he was made to feel very comfortable during the stay. However, it was alarming for me to note that there were medical staff members in the care department or in that area that was perhaps not seeing the patients as human enough. Now, when I talk about being human enough, it's not that they are not seeing him as a patient. They are. They are taking care of him. They are looking after his medical needs. However, it was almost that, oh, he's going to die. So probably the kind of extra care was something that I found lacking. And that is what made me think about how important compassion plays in palliative care. How many of you here are medical doctors? If I could see a show of hands, please. And I suppose that probably means that we do not have any medical doctors with us during the session. That's absolutely fine. Just wanted to hear from them some kind of input, which probably would reveal just why this may be happening in the palliative care unit. So what happened was my father, unfortunately, he passed away. And being a 4th stage lung cancer patient, the doctors obviously couldn't provide us with any kind of additional support other than the support that we were receiving in the care unit. But why is compassion so very integral? Now, when I told you about Dr. Anjana, I found her extremely compassionate because there was not a moment when she wasn't seeing my dad as a person who is not just living, but thriving to make each day begin and end. I could see the reflection of the respect and the care that was coming through her. But that was not the case all the time with everyone else in that care unit. So what is compassion here? Compassion is constructive response to suffering that enhanced treatment outcomes, definitely. Because I could actually see for myself that when my father was communicating with her, the kind of comfort, the kind of care he felt he was receiving from her. However, that was not the case, I would say, from every member in that unit. So basically, it enhances treatment outcomes, fosters the dignity of the recipient, and provides self-care for the giver. So compassionate care is associated with improved outcomes and greater patient adherence. Amongst providers, extending kindness is associated with reduced burnout and greater well-being. In palliative care, compassion is seen as a virtuous response that seeks to address the suffering and the needs of a person through rational understanding and action. It is a key aspect of high-quality palliative care. Now, some of the factors that actually block compassion in palliative care are, first one would be economical pressures. Now, obviously, I think every palliative care unit or any care unit that is providing treatment or care would require to be well equipped, will not or probably have to face any issues because of lack of economic support. The second one is moral distress. Now, we have no idea, I admit, we have no idea of what the nurses and the medical doctors are going through in a palliative care unit. We have absolutely no idea. They might be undergoing a lot of stress, either due to workplace challenges, or it could be their own personal challenges. So definitely distress is also one of the reasons why patients may not be receiving the care they need. The third one is rather obvious, yet very, very critical. That is work overload. Now, I was personally very, very surprised and very concerned by the number of hours the medical staff was putting in every day. My father was in the hospital for a couple of months, so every day I would be interacting with the nurses and the medical staff as well, the rest of the medical staff. And I could see that they were so very busy. Perhaps it was because they were so very busy and possibly there was a work overload, which makes it difficult for them to show the adequate compassion that a patient requires. The fourth one is a toxic organizational culture. Now, I think when it comes to any organization, it doesn't matter what kind of organization it is, there is always a danger of toxic culture affecting the overall performance of the organization. So I think what we need to consider here is that are palliative care units being held open or functioning adequately and well? Are the staff members being taken care of well as well? The fifth one is lack of adequate communication and compassion training. Now, training is very, very vital. I'd like to know how many of you right now who are attending this session, how many of you have a training background here? Can I see a show of hands, please? It's always wonderful to see the videos switched on, but I understand that may not be possible. But how many of you are into training and in a similar field relating to training and education here? Can I see a show of hands? Well, I can see that probably many of you may not be in that field. But I would definitely like to consider that, yes, I can see someone switching on their audio. All right, perhaps that is not the case. No, so what I would like to mention here is training is extremely critical when it comes to any organization, and a palliative care unit is no different when it comes to benefiting from training and lack of self-care. Now, during any session that I conduct, I often make it a point to talk about the importance of self-care. Why is self-care so very crucial? Self-care is crucial for the simple reason, the more we are conscious of taking care of ourselves, the more effectively will we be able to take care of other requirements in our life, whether it is personal or professional. So taking care of oneself is very, very critical, no matter whatever profession we may be or whatever position in life we may be. Self-care is always critical. And I think it's very important that its importance is taught to someone when they are a child, because it becomes easier then to follow a pattern and a structure of lifestyle where you are giving some amount of time and attention to self-care. And I can assure you, to all of you, that self-care need not be seen as something which is selfish, because that is also a question that has often been asked to me, whether if we are paying attention to self-care, are we not being a little selfish? It is definitely not the case. Taking care of yourself is important. Like when you are traveling on a flight, I'm sure you would have heard that when there is an oxygen drop in the atmosphere, in the environment in the flight, you are supposed to take care of yourself first before you help someone else with their oxygen mask. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It would be wonderful if you could turn on your cameras so I'm able to see you all. Thank you very much, Star Conferences team. Yes, so another thing I'd like to mention to you here is, how does uncompassionate care cause a challenge? It causes a challenge because it negatively affects not just the patients, but the family as well. In fact, I'd like to mention to you something here which crossed my mind. When I was visiting my dad one morning in the palliative care unit in the hospital, and I was speaking to a doctor on duty, because I was speaking to him and I was not sure whether he's able. Thank you very much, Eben. I really appreciate you for having switched on your video. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, so while I was just looking at my dad and trying to communicate with him, I wasn't sure whether he might have been under the effect of morphine, because he was under pain, but I wasn't sure exactly how he was doing. So I was just speaking to the doctor and saying, like, how is he feeling today morning? Was he conscious? Did you interact with him? And this doctor just goes up to him and literally just starts, are you there? Are you there? And I was shocked, because perhaps that's the way maybe he's used to waking up patients or helping them to regain consciousness, but I'm not sure if that was the right approach. I certainly wouldn't want my father to be woken up in that manner, which I found very rude. I mean, he's already under pain, and if you have someone who goes up to him and says, are you okay? Are you okay? It is definitely something which can be very, very distressing. And definitely there is a great level of discomfort involved. So that was particularly a moment of discomfort for me as well. And for my father, who may not have probably consciously realized, but I wasn't happy about the way how, as a patient, he was being treated. Now, we also need to consider that when there is lack of compassion, when there's lack of compassion in palliative care, what happens is it also tends to determine the economic, the legal, and the public image affectations of the institution involved, in this case, the hospital involved. What are the consequences that would come through? So for me, years later, after my father has passed away, I still remember some of what he had gone through. And as family members, what I had experienced while making sure that he's comfortable in that palliative care unit. Now, when it comes to compassion, it differs significantly from empathy, sympathy, and pity. Now, how does it differ? Compassion involves perceiving the other person from the perspective of shared common humanity. There is a great level of respect which is given for their overall wellness. And of course, there's also a great profound consciousness when it comes to who they are, that the value that they are adding life as well. So what do palliative care providers require? The first one would be regulatory and financing mechanisms. Now, definitely, they need to have such kind of mechanisms in place so that there is a lot of emphasis on the quality which is being provided to the patients, as much as the care and the support being given to the family members as well, who are being there for them. The second one is education. Now, under education, the training will come under. What kind of training is being provided for the staff and, of course, the support team in the palliative care unit? And I think when it comes to compassion, it can never be stressed enough, because compassion, as we all know, can not just help patients, but it also makes the family members feel very, very comfortable when it comes to knowing that their loved ones are being given the best possible treatment, not just medical assistance, but also in terms of the support and the basic care that they need to make sure that they are comfortable. The third step is also to create public awareness about the importance of compassion and palliative care. So the public are also very, very conscious when it comes to palliative care and how important they need to also be aware of, or then they are also possibly even visiting patients. I think one of the interesting, I would say, situations that come to my mind when I'm talking about public awareness here is, I remember that there were a few people who had come to see my dad. And I think they were probably the only people who came, because after that, my dad requested that, please, I do not want anyone to come and see me in that state, which was, I can quite understand, because he was unable to speak. He was in a great level or amount of pain as well. So what happened was there were these few people who had come, well-wishers, and including people who really cared for him. But they came and they were looking at him and they were saying, yes, I think he's looking okay. Now, there are a lot of comments that people sometimes make because they don't know what to say. When they see a patient lying on the bed in a palliative care unit, they really don't know what to say. You want to be helpful, you want to say the right things, but what we say may not be helping the patient. So when you start talking about, oh yes, I think he's looking okay, if you're going to discuss it with the person who's taking care of him, or probably someone who's there next to him, you don't want that, because the patient is already undergoing a lot. So I think the public also needs to be made aware of how they need to be visiting, what kind of frame of mind they need to have when they are visiting patients. It's difficult to be very cheerful, I understand, but it's also important not to sound morbid or not to make comments which can kind of make patient and the family members feel extremely concerned about what is being told to them. Because at that moment of time, what they require is a lot of support emotionally. Now, what kind of care do they require? How do you show compassion? The first one is practice good manners. I think that is important, whether you are in you're in any organization or whether you're part of any team, practicing good manners. The second one is show personal interest. Now today, why I remember Dr. Anjana, after so many years, I still have contact with her, by the way, and why I have such kind of regard for her, and I think such kind of admiration for her today is only because of the personal interest she had taken regarding my father's well-being, regarding her concern for the rest of the family. Now, I think that is very, very crucial here, because we need to show personal interest if we are working in a palliative care unit. The third one is to take time to think about what the patient as well as the family members may be going through. Now, I'm not sure how many of you have had the unfortunate experience of seeing your loved ones in a palliative care unit. If you haven't, I'm extremely happy, and I'm grateful to God that you haven't had that experience. But for those of you who may have had a similar experience like mine, you would know that it is extremely painful. Seeing your loved ones suffer, not being able to really tell them that they are going to be fine and you're going to be back home with us. You can't tell them, because first of all, it would be very, very awkward. Secondly, especially when you know that the patient is not going to believe you. It's very sad that already they are under distress and they are hearing someone telling them lies. So how can you show the kind of interest? How can you kind of spend time to think about what they are going through? And that is something which I believe the palliative care staff, medical staff, as well as a support team needs to be made aware of, because there's a lot that the family and of course the patient is going through. Fourth one is acknowledging the feelings. Now, every time I'm talking about my own experience, every time I would go and meet my father and I would leave, I can obviously only stay for a very little time in the palliative care unit. And every time I would leave, every time I would think that I really don't know how I'm going to help him feel better. So I think it's very important that the doctors who are present there, as well as the staff, know and respect that every family member who's visiting their loved ones there they're going through a lot of confusion, a lot of regret, and of course, a lot of distress. And number 5 is also, when it comes to caring, taking time to take care of your own needs. We need to take care, especially if we are working in a palliative care unit, to take care of your own requirements or our own requirements. This is where self-care comes in. So self-care can never be stressed enough, actually. So some of the areas, we have 6 key areas of care that is very, very crucial, whether it's in a palliative care unit or whether it is in any other self-care related or social welfare, related organizations that includes orphanages even, or residential institutions for the elderly, or for the I think people who require assistance, who probably have been abandoned by the family. So anywhere where this compassion is playing such a crucial role, there are 6 key areas. The first one is, of course, care. Care is the first one. The second one is compassion. So how do we show compassion is something that I have already discussed. The third one is courage. Absolutely. I think anyone who would have worked in a palliative care unit knows how important it is to be bold, it is to be courageous. And I think courage is something which not just the staff of a palliative care unit requires, but also the family who's supporting and who's there for the patient, who's in the palliative care unit as well. The fourth one is communication. So communication is very, very crucial. So I think when you have family members who want to just talk, it need not even be something relating to directly to the future treatment of the patient in the palliative care. It could just be the present situation. Are they receiving the right care? Should we take the patient to another place? Now, these are all questions which family members often are thinking about. And these are questions which keep coming up in my, in the family member's mind as well. I remember speaking to Dr. Ranjana when I was actually asked by my father, who was a patient there, that why don't we go to another hospital? And we might be able to get better care there. Of course, we naturally never informed him that his condition was very critical. Naturally, I don't think anyone would actually mention to a patient. However, when he was talking about it with such hope, it really pained me because I knew that was not possible. He was in no condition to be shifted, and he was in no condition to even receive further care. Because apart from the hospital, I had taken his file, his medical file, and shown it to other doctors as well. And all of them had the same thing to say. So I wanted to speak about this with Dr. Ranjana, and she was extremely sympathetic. She showed a lot of compassion as well regarding my concern, because on one side, I wanted to make sure if he could be taken to another hospital. But on the other side, I knew that I would only be putting him under greater pain and distress. So speaking to her helped. And how was I able to speak to her? Because she was so very supportive and understanding and patient regarding my concern. So she clearly had the strength regarding communication when it came to being a doctor in the palliative care unit. And of course, the sixth one is competence. And competence is not just very, very crucial. I have mentioned it at the end because even though competence is very, very important and critical here, it is almost something which is obvious. So we have care, we have compassion, we have courage, communication, commitment, and competence. Sorry, I didn't mention commitment. Commitment also is critical here because no matter what it is, they need to be there. It is part of showing the compassion. You need to show to a patient and a family member of a patient who is in the palliative care, helping support the patient to be more comfortable. So all in all, I think no matter whether it is in a palliative care unit or anywhere else, and no matter what profession we may be in, whether in our personal or professional life, the role of compassion, kindness, plays a very, very critical role. For the simple reason, because it makes us more conscious about our purpose and about our responsibility that we have as a member of society. I would like to take this opportunity before we move on to the question and answer session. I would like to convey my thanks to Star Conferences, to Star Icon Conferences, sorry, for this opportunity and this welcome, and of course for inviting me to be here and present my session to all of you. And I would love to hear from all of you regarding any questions and clarifications you may like to ask me regarding the session.
Thank you, Ms. Sagaran. The room is now open for any questions. If audience should have any questions, you can directly ask Ms. Sagaran, or you can just type in the chat box. Anybody has any questions? Okay, audience, you can also contact Ms. Sagaran. The link is already mentioned in the chat box. And thank you, Ms. Sagaran, for being the part of International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. Let's have a round of applause for Ms. Sagaran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sagaran. Now, I will have my colleague introduce you our next speaker.
Moving to Mohammad Nami. I would like to call upon Dr. Mohammad Nami. Hello, Mohammad Nami.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. How are you?
Okay.
Good time, everybody.
Let me share a brief overview of his impressive background. Dr. Nami serves as the Director of the Brain, Cognition and Behavior Unit at the Dhana Brain Health Institute and Brain Hub Academy, UAE. Additionally, he is a member of National Brain Mapping Lab Advisory Board of Neuroscience. Dr. Nami strongly believes in the co-promotion of mental health and sleep health awareness, as he understands that one cannot exist without the other. He is a PGME graduate, associate member of Harvard Medical School alumni, and member of Harvard Alumni Entrepreneurs. So let's hear from Dr. Nami expertise. The stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you very much, Star Conference, and thank you those who are attending this. This is an immense pleasure to have the opportunity talking to everybody here. And my task today is to highlight some of the key pillars regarding the interface of sleep and quality of sleep, the depth of sleep, and the quantity of sleep. Also in relation with our cognitive health and our brain health in general, and just taking that into perspective that how these two are going to drastically affect our overall health. So most of us are pretty much aware that we got some pillars of health: physical health, mental health, emotional health, behavioral health, environmental health, spiritual health, and so on and so forth. But one of the key things here to tap into is the interrelation between the mental health and physical health and cognitive health. So when it goes to cognitive health, we're more, deep diving the state of brain health and functionality. So cognition is a general term, as you all know. It refers to like memory and attention, learning, executive functions, and decision-making, reasoning, and planning. And these are the things which makes us us. It helps us navigate around and just get connected with the other people, to perform, to feel, and also to regulate our emotions. So since this is a forum for mental health, and that as it was kindly highlighted by our colleague in her kind introduction about me, I and my colleagues have always been believing the fact that sleep health is health, and mental health is also very cross-correlated with sleep health, and we cannot have one without another. So the co-promotion of sleep health and mental health is something that I'm going to really focus on here, and we'll have a touch on how mental health has got implications in neuroscience, in advanced neuroscience, and how we use neurotechnology with regards to sleep health and sleep medicine, and how we cross-connect this with cognitive medicine. So perhaps this is something like a new terminology, cognitive medicine. So what is it all about? And we're going to touch on that as we move down the road together. So if I can have the opportunity to share my screen, I will just try to walk you through what I'm planning to share with you here. And this is going to be like a 20-minute communication as of now. And I hope it will make sense to everyone with regards to implications and translation of what we are facing in the field of mental health practices, either it's psychology or psychiatry, and also neurotechnology when it relates to disciplines including neurology, neuroscience, and cognitive neuroscience, and how this is going to generally impact sleep and sleep medicine and sleep health in general. So just to start and just to provide you a very brief overview about sleep-wake disorders, we probably pretty much aware of the fact that we got a diverse range of sleep-related problems. And many of you are aware that we have more than 80 types of sleep-related problems, ranging from circadian rhythm sleep-wake disorders all the way up to sleep breathing disorders, and also problem with initiation or maintaining a sleep, behavioral sleep problems like sleepwalking, sleep talking, and periodic leg movement during sleep, and last but not least, insomnia. And for your interest and for your records, probably you've seen this in some of the literature and also published evidence regarding insomnia, that we are addressing 14 different types of insomnia. So insomnia is like a simple term, and it got different underpinning mechanisms involved, also underlying causes. We need to be very, multifaceted with regards to our approach to insomnia. And when sleep is not there, when sleep quality is hampered, then we expect that something is going to be not right in our wakefulness performance. So impaired sleep almost always equals impaired wakefulness. And the gist of the communication I'm sharing with you here is that how our cognitive health, our brain health, and sleep health is cross-related to our physical health. So we have a range of physical diseases from multi organ systems, including respiratory problems, cardiac problems, digestive problems, endocrine issues, and so on. And also, we know that there is like a bilateral connections and a two-way street between sleep disorders and physical illnesses. And on the other hand, there is like a brain health problem. So we're discussing a triangle here, which is a cross connections between the three main pillars: physical health, mental health or brain health, and also sleep aptitude. So what we do is that we're having a brain health institute here in Dubai. That's Brain Hub, where we have the first in class range of technologies that we evaluate the neural dynamics of the brain function, both during wakefulness and sleep. So during the sleep, normally we're not involved in any kind of tasks or functions apart from the complex state of sleeping, which is also on its own is very, very interesting, and the world of mysterious findings when we tap into deeply. But during the wakefulness, we have means and measures to evaluate the cognitive performance. So we do the cognitive profiling, and at the same time, we have the task concurrent brain mapping. So we use a range of technologies, including electrical brain mapping or quantitative EEG, electroencephalography. Also, we use FNIRS, which stands for Functional Near Infrared Spectroscopy. And then based on these two, we go for the source localization of the current source density of the brain wave forms, and where is the generator of those brain wave forms deep inside the brain cortex and also the white matter area, and also subcortical brain regions, structures like striatum and basal ganglia in general. So we need to be very quantitative, and we need to be very analytical with regards to highlighting the key regions of the brain involved with a specific task. It holds true during wakefulness, in resting state, and in task concurrent states. And also what we do is that we use this range of neurotechnologies for the evaluation of sleep-related problems. So it's not only the usual sleep test or polysomnography that probably you've come across with. We also do the neuro-PSG or neuropolysomnography, whereby we do the brain mapping during sleep. So in terms of the connection between the mental health disorders and sleep-related problems, there is a compelling body of evidence showing that sleep-related predicaments have a drastic, robust effect on our mental health. And we know that anxiety and depression has been very strongly correlated with insufficient sleep in a range of studies. Also, it's been shown that when we come across children who have issues with their sleep quantity and quality and circadian rhythm disorder, they are shown to be at a higher risk profile to develop mental illnesses during their adulthood. Also, the association between the psychological distress and sleep duration has been well documented in the range of published evidence. So, for example, in one of the studies, it's been shown that those who are having then overall sleep duration, the total sleep time of less than 6 hours for a period of 2 weeks, they are in the state of sleep restriction or chronic sleep deprivation. And it's been shown that this is, this has got a meaningful correlation with some sort of subjective complaints, including like hopelessness or disintegration and behavior, low energy and appetite issues, and so on. So there is a link between impaired sleep quality and quantity and also mental health complaints. This is the setup whereby we use polysomnography, including the EEG, and in some instances we use quantitative EEG or brain mapping during sleep. Also, we get the recording from 18 different bioparameters during sleep, including the breathing patterns and also the muscle tone of the masticator muscles. Also, we do the recording from eye movement, wave patterns, as well as the oxygen saturation, the flow of the airflow and the pressure flow. Also, the chest and abdominal movements. Also, we record the heart rate and heart rate variability, and all the different dimensions of the vagal tone, as well as the surface electromyography of the limb muscles. So literally we go, and also we put this snore microphone and different measures where needed, like a temperature monitoring and blood pressure monitoring during sleep. So we use a range of sensors for the polysomnography as needed. And then our focus as neuroscientists and cognitivists is to pinpoint the wave patterns during sleep in different areas of the cortex when it comes to arousability. So when people with anxiety, depression, or chronic mental illnesses complain about easy arousability or difficulty in sleep, in starting sleep or staying asleep, they have mixed type of insomnia. And in some instances, they are very arousable and they wake up very easily with very teeny tiny stimulus around them from different forms. And it turns out that these people have got some sort of arousal instability in their brain wave patterns, and the connection between the deep-seated brain structures and the cortex is kind of hyper stimulated. And also the cortex receives much of inputs from the brainstem, which should not be the case. And this reflects in a pattern that we call this CAP, or cyclic alternating patterns. So the more we have the cyclic alternating patterns, because they are alternating, they have a slow component and fast component. So the more we have this slow and fast component intermittently, so it's called the CAP phase A and CAP phase B. And the phase A corresponds to arousal, and the phase B corresponds to the wave pattern, which is going to be just approaching the background. So as you see in the middle of the picture here, we have this phase A of the CAP and phase B of the CAP, and then we have the background again. So this is going to happen during those sleep cycles in a cyclic manner. And the more we have this arousability in sleep wave patterns across the brain regions, the shallower and more arousable the sleep pattern should be. So we totally, became interested in the idea of CAP, or cyclic alternating patterns, in the brain EEG for the past 10, 15 years of research. And it turns out that the more we have these caps, the quality of sleep cycles and integrity of the sleep macrostructure will be negatively affected. So we kind of hypothesize that what will happen if the person has got a higher cap density, and how this is going to reflect in their cognitive agility and their cognitive performance regarding the reaction time or attention performance or like working memory. If they have this high cap density in specific brain regions, how this is going to reflect on their cognition. So we did the cap mapping. So while the patients and subjects were submitted to cognitive profiling and also computer-based cognitive tasks, they were assessed the night before, and also maybe several times as needed for their sleep study, to make sure that we have a clear understanding about their brain map and specifically their cap distribution in cortical regions. And it turns out that when we did the scalp topographical mapping of the slow component of cap, or cap A, it was shown that these guys, they have an increased predominance of the cap A wave patterns in the frontal part of the brain, whereas the rapid component of the cap, or cap phase B, were more into the the midline, and also they were having like the phase lag from the anterior posterior traveling. So when we have had for the rapid component, we have had more distribution and localization of the cap in the middle and also the back of the cortex or the head. And also we did the Loretta source localization. This is another approach where we do source localization of a specific wave pattern, the way that we find it interesting to scrutinize that a specific wave pattern. So we did the cap A and cap B source localization Loretta mapping, and it was shown that again, the cap rapid component is more localized in the midline and back of back of the head or occipital areas of the cortex. And how does that imply to cognitive aptitude and reconsolidation of memory, and also maintenance of our vigilant attention during the wakeful hours? So the brain needs to have some slow wave patterns during slow wave sleep. So by this, the brain will retain the capacity of reconsolidation of the memory. So we have reverberation of the consolidated and also ready to get retrieved memory during the sleep. So we have function of sleep for motor memory consolidation and emotional memory consolidation. So those people with problems with over reprocessing and over reverberation of the emotional memory processing during sleep, they predominantly they experience more of the dreaming experience. They over dream or have nightmare experience. So we also scrutinize this specific phase A of the cap, and we categorize that into cap A and cap A phase A cap 1 and cap A 2. So based on how slow or how intermediate and how fast the brain oscillation patterns in that specific area was, then we subcategorized the cap A phase into subcategories. And it was found that the cap A2 was the most significant component with regards to untowards and negative effects of the cognitive functions during the wakeful hours. We also did the mapping in a real time for a great number of, more than like 400 cases were studied over a period of 5 years. And this study, the results of that study was published in Journal of Integrative Medicine, Integrative Neuroscience in the year 2019, and a series of other research has also been extracted from that line of research and chain project. There was another study. So most of you are familiar with K complexes and also the sleep spindles that they are mostly seen in the stage 2 of sleep. So in non-REM 2, we have 2 key components that they are referred to as the microstructures of the brainwave patterns during sleep. One of them is K complex. In another study, we have demonstrated that when K complexes are vanished, or the number and distribution of K complexes are becoming low and low, and less in the frontal parietal parts of the brain, the patient would start to have some symptoms of dementia or dementia of Alzheimer's type. So in like 83% of the cases, the elderly who participated in our study, it was shown that when we do not have good distribution and a proper distribution of the K complexes in N2 stage of sleep, the worse the performance of memory would be expected in those cases. So probably that would be like a headline of a newspaper someday, that let's say goodbye to K complex and welcome Alzheimer's. So we need to take care of the sleep micro and macro structures of sleep and find some ways through neuromodulation. So Neurotechnologies are non-drug solutions for neuromodulation, and that is exactly what we have in our Brain Health Institute, Ghana Brain Health Institute and Brain Hub. So we got a range of technologies to kind of modulate the brain signals and the brain neurodynamics, either electrically or chemically or electromagnetically, to just change and the way that the brain puts together information processing. And this is called, and this refers to neuroplasticity. So in mid-range, I mean, in medium term and long run, we are changing how the brain get rewired with regards to information processing. And mostly patients will stay drug-free, or they can have the capacity to retain on lower doses of the medications as they receive these non-pharmacological approaches for neuromodulation. There are other bunch of evidence showing that when we have sleep problems and the sleep duration is not there as expected as per age and gender, it's outside the normative values and expected values, and the people are known to be at, I mean, chronic sleep restriction, then they have some functional connectivity deviations in their fMRI. So studies have shown that, well, we have some issues with visual data set processing, also auditory data set processing during wakefulness hour, when the people have issues with efficient sleep. So when they're chronically sleep restricted, they would show some derangements in terms of the auditory and visual data processing in their fMRI studies. Also, the shorter the period of sleep is than the expected range, because oversleeping is not also recommended. But I mean, by short sleep period and a short sleep duration, we mean sleep restriction, which means accumulative number of hours of lack of sleep over 2 weeks, and it should not exceed 48 hours. If someone exceeds 48 hours of accumulated sleep depth over 2 weeks, then the person would be very, very significantly hampered with regards to cognitive function. And the cognitive function of those people with 48 hours of sleep loss over 2 weeks, the cognitive performance of those people would be equivalent to those people who have the alcohol concentration in their blood equal to 0.1%. So this is like very significant with regards to how vigilant and how cognitive we stay as we experience chronic sleep restriction, sleep loss. So well, we also do connectomics. This is like a matrix of connectivity between different cortical and subcortical brain areas. So we have this matrix, and this is like a coherence map between different structures in the brain. So when we have yellow, this means that these two areas have literally no connections, functionally no connection in that specific segment of sleep EEG recording or fMRI, if we do fMRI or FNIRS. Or when it is red, this means that they are hyperconnected, and when it is in the like cold colors, this means that they have hypocoherence. So they are less connected functionally. So this is like a connectomics and the way that different brain areas, either cortical and subcortical, putting together the functional network concept in terms of processing and reprocessing the data during sleep and wakefulness. When we have sleep duration less than 6 hours per night, and this goes on and on for a period of 2 weeks at least, so the person will be at a state of sleep loss, then they would start to have some issues with their sensory motor problems, And it's been shown that these have correlation with some derangements in terms of the functional connectivity in caudate, putamen, and cerebellum. And also when they do not have that problem, then they are shown to perform within normal and expected limits. And so this is something that we need to tap into in more details. And research in modern neuroscience is expanding its efforts to do more in-depth studies regarding the dynamics of the brain and the relation between neurodynamics during sleep and wakefulness, and how this is going to impact our general health. So when we are connecting the idea of our physical health to mental health and also sleep as a parameter, as a key pillar in our mental health, we are addressing a new concept, which is called cognitive medicine. And that was first introduced in the year 2015 in the Journal of BMC Psychiatry. The cognitive medicine was first coined there. And that is actually aiming to create a specific knowledge about the relationship between the disease processes, cognitive functions, and these abilities. So we need to go hand in hand to foster education, go for predictive, preventive measures, identification of the problems before they emerge into disease states. So we need to go for preventive neuromedicine or preventive cognitive medicine. So when someone is suffering from diabetes, how hyperthyroidism, how anemia, how gut problems or GI symptoms can negatively impact the cognitive performance of the person, and how this cognitive impairment is going to affect quality of life, sleep, physical activity, on towards behavior like addiction, smoking, and alcohol, and how these all are going to impact our capacity for stress management. So these are the things that we need to really pay more attention to that and use the innovation and innovative technologies, health technologies in that perspective is going to add values to what we can do together. So we need to welcome emerging technologies and put knowledge and technology for the benefit of the society. So this merger need to happen. And for that, I'm going to close this communication with the model that we have developed as an inclusive brain health model with our colleagues in Geneva. So together with our friends in Swiss Alternative Medicine in Geneva, we developed this very simple yet inclusive model for brain health. And that corresponds to the CNS, PNS, ANS, central, peripheral, and autonomic nervous system. If you look at the upright black triangle, then we have the circle, when we have the neurodynamic domains of behavior, cognition, and emotion. And then if you look at the inverted yellow triangle, we're addressing brain, body, and environment. And then finally, when we look at the surrounding and the square, the allostatic stress load, genetics, nutrition, and sleep quality. So these are together going to be interrelated. And the very center of this model is where we have the state of optimal harmony with regards to our physical and mental health. And when physical and mental health is there, then the cognitive health is expected, then we can expect some more dynamics and some more features of our inclusive health, including our environmental health, emotional health, economic health, and social health. And by that, I'm going to close this and really appreciate your attention, and I hope that makes sense to you.
Thank you very much, Nami. This was so informative.
Thank you for your talk, Mr. Nami. The talk was really very engaging and I really enjoyed your entire talk. The room open for any questions. If audience should have any questions, please go ahead. Okay, so I have one question from one of our audience, Ms. Stella Gomez. She asked, talking about neuromodulation through neurotechnologies. Do you consider neuromodulation as a cognitive medicine?
So one of the components of, thank you for asking, one of the components for cognitive medicine is how to change and how to improve or empower the cognitive functions. So when we're using the neurotechnologies, which are non-invasive and safe to be used, and we have compelling evidence for them to be effective with regards to long-term modulation of the brain signals, then they can be considered as one of the key tools in our toolbox in cognitive medicine. Yeah. So neuromodulation, for example, using biofeedback or neurofeedback, also using other technologies and modalities, including transcranial electrical stimulation, transcranial magnetic stimulation, and the use of brain-based meditation and all different technology-based, including AI. Recently, we have lots of different things using machine learning and artificial intelligence for the brain-computer interface and robotics. So how we're putting these all efforts together to help the brain to gain even more stamina and to be on top of the game with regards to cognitive, behavioral, emotional, motor, and sensory performance. This is definitely going to be a component which adds value to cognitive medicine, if that answers that question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nami. Thank you for being a part of International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. It was a great talk. And if anybody wants to get in contact with Mr. Nami, we will have his contact details listed in the chat box. And we will have the next speaker. And before that, let us give a round of applause for a great talk from Mr. Nami. Now we have our next speaker, and my colleague Mercy will introduce our next speaker to you.
Yeah, it's an indeed honor to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Ebén-ézer Ndamukunda. Hi, Ebén-ézer. How are you?
You are on mute, Ms. Ebén-ézer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm doing great. Thank you.
Okay, before your talk, I would like to address your profile very quickly. Ms. Ebén-ézer is the founder and CEO of Eagles Cornerstone Investment, as well as a tech woman alumni, public speaker, motivational mentor, and business expert. Through her experiences, she has gained unique insights on how to overcome self-doubt and fear and thrive in the world of business. Ms. Ebén-ézer holds a master's degree in construction project management and a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. She has also received numerous certificates and awards for her contribution to the industry. It's an honor to have you here, Ms. Ebén-ézer, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my experience and also talk about the mentorship, the mental health for the women who are in leadership and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and maybe dive into the talk for today. And the title for today is The Woman Leader and Entrepreneur with Her Mental Health. And I'll be talking about encouraging women to allow themselves realize their full potential, get their voices heard in leadership, aim to use their gifts and talents to be owners of businesses without forgetting the importance of running a balanced life as they take good care of their mental health and well-being. The reason as to why I really chose to talk about that, it's from my experience, the experience that I faced when I was navigating my career as a lady or as a woman. And most of the things that happened to me made me realize that I think the world needs to hear that a woman can still do stuff out there and still be a woman and still have a family and be a mother, which is not something that I always get to hear, because as a civil engineer when I was way younger, most people in my background or people around me were like, are you a civil engineer? And then I'll be like, yeah, I'm a civil engineer. And then they go ahead and say, are you sure you're going to be a mother? Or like, do you even think about getting married? And those kind of questions kept coming my way until I realized, like, I think there's something about the way society views us as women and how when you are doing or pursuing your career, there is a certain tag that is attached to you that really the world needs to you know, or as women needs to just realize that, yes, we can do this and be this, and we are blessed with multitasking gifts. So, I mean, it's a lot that comes with all that we want to be, and that most of the time affect our mental health. I personally went through a time where I had like a breakdown of my mental health, and I had to take care of it. And it also came to be one of the reasons I also want to now talk about being successful or being a woman who pursues her career, but also take care of your mental health and your well-being, because sometimes we might forget ourselves. So starting with the root causes of why some of the women fear pursuing our careers or being entrepreneurs, most of the times it's the external factors, like the cultural factors, religious factors, the economic or educational factors that comes with how we are raised up, or operating from the masculine system that has something that I can do it alone, I can make it happen, and which is a little bit different from how women operate. We like to share our stories, we like to relate with people, and we always need a support system around us to help us with our multitasking behaviors and all that. And sometimes the root causes of us not being the people we want to be, sometimes it's the internalized factors, like us internalizing the external factors that are around us, like what the society said, what my mother and grandmother and great-grandmother lived, and I want to, like, it's so much into ourselves that we want to internalize it, and it makes us really stay back or being held back with our old beliefs or old stories. And when it comes to also mental health, the deficit in having a work-life balance, because when you are pursuing a career and people were married, or even if you're single, as a lady, because of us doing a lot of things together, sometimes you don't even have that work-life balance that we deserve. And it can affect our mental health so badly that actually a woman can just decide to shut down and just leave everything until she has her own life back together. And it has happened to me one time, and I don't know if any one of us has faced that, but I have seen that with my friends, with my coworkers and other people in businesses, reaching a point where she'd be like, you know what, I don't know exactly if I need to continue with this life or if I need to shift, because whatever is happening around me is really crazy. And having that deficit in our work-life balance can really be a great reason for our mental health and breaking down and all that. So, but that doesn't mean that we are weak, because I know we are stronger. We can really take a lot of load on ourselves, and we can do a lot of things. But sometimes when we look at what we are and how we are living, we don't feel like, I think most women, me included, I'm still on a journey of realizing my potentials. Like, what can I do? Regardless of what society has made us believe that we can do a few things, because, you know, we don't have that much, and that kills our confidence. Sometimes we work without having this authentic confidence that, yes, I'm a woman, but I can do this because I love it. Talking about myself, I pursued civil engineering because at some point I grew up seeing my father. My father also did construction. He's in construction industry. So I grew up seeing my father doing this construction stuff. And as I'm a firstborn, so it was very easy for me to just look at him, and then, you know, just my passion grew, and I was like, I think I need to be that. I need to do something about construction. Plus, I was good at it. I could draw him when I was in high school, draw him some like layouts, and then he goes away, and I mean, he goes work on that, and then a client will have that like a house built. And I was like, and that really helped me to develop my confidence. But when I got it in campus and started doing what I really liked, my confidence started to shrink and shrink because of the external things that I was listening around me. Like, no, you're a woman. You can't really stay on a site like a long time. You can't even make, I mean, all these negative things that we hear from the society. And it's not even engineering only. You can be a doctor, but as long as you're a woman, you'll hear a lot of negative, negative comments about what you're doing and you being a woman. And then sometimes it kills our confidences. And sometimes we don't even know what our gifts are. I remember there's a time I was like, yes, I liked this civil engineering and I pursued it and I'm good at it, but is it really all that is within me? Or I just followed it because it was my father's. And I remember having this
Hello, Abby. I guess there's a problem. I think you have some issues with the internet. Okay. Ms. Ebén-ézer has got disconnected due to, I'm guessing, due to internet issues. So we'll wait for another 2 minutes for her to log in. If not, we're gonna proceed with our next speaker. Let us just wait for a couple of minutes for her. All the speakers, I request you to please go through the chat box. All the details regarding the speaker and their contact details are mentioned in the chat box. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Ebén-ézer.
Yes, please. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened with my internet. I just found myself talking to myself.
No, no problem. You can go ahead, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much. So I was saying that sometimes you don't even know what we are following steps that we were just following. And then later on, you realize, like, I don't think I know my purpose living like this. I don't know, because that happened to me and it happened to my friends as well. There's a time we reached and we're like, I think there's more to us than us being our career. I mean, doing what we're doing right now. And then we started now trying to look out for other people who can help us find our talents and our natural gifts. And good enough, we got some help, and it helped us to just enjoy what we are doing at work, but also as individuals, realize that, yeah, I can be an engineer, but also I have focus. I can be a doctor, but I have some dancing skills. And it was really so beautiful having a group of us ladies who are really doing our career, great in our careers, but also having this self-care thing that helped us to just, be there and be girls. I don't know, men who are here, we excuse us. Sometimes you just be a little girl, however much you're really out there, you're a mother, or you are a successful business woman or a successful career woman. That this moment you just want to meet with your ladies and just, I I just want to be, a girl, a woman. I just want to be a lady, a small girl, and just do, like, let us do us. And that helped us to just be who we are and stay joyful and be able to even help people around us. And I will always emphasize on this, because sometimes as women, we give too much to the people around us that we forget to take care of us. And that's one of the reasons sometimes we just have those, those moods, swing moods, and and a lot of happening in our bodies, and we don't know how to manage it. And we find ourselves not even living our best life because we don't know how to be a woman doing all this stuff outside our homes or outside our, like, in our workplaces. But when we forget about ourselves, everyone around us get affected, because it will be too much. Like the kids at home, the husband, and all right, I was reading, and everything around us can really collapse when we don't really manage well what we're doing. So it's so important to realize that as women, we are endowed with everything within ourselves to be exactly what we can dream of, because sometimes we have those inner blocks that says, you know what, I think you're dreaming too much. I think I may not have all it takes. Because I remember when I was starting opening my company as a construction, in the construction industry, I started working with other people. And then when I was on the verge of opening my own company, I remember saying to myself, I don't think I will manage to be a CEO of my own company. I don't know if I have all it takes. I don't know if I'll manage to just be this big person and then attend meetings and then find clients. I mean, that is my story. You may have like your own story and have things that tells you, like, you don't have everything to be who you are. You don't have everything within you to just, become what you're dreaming of. And for me to step out from there, it took me some effort to sit myself and look around what I'm doing for other people. I had a boss who was really nice to me, and she was a lady. I think I also got that from her. She was so fierce about what she wants in life. I could see how she has, managed to just be a person who goes for what I can call her a go-getter, and she has really got it. And I had to sit down and saw everything that I could do for her, and she was appreciative. And when I shared with her that I might quit and open my own, she wasn't, of course, a boss. We always have that, you're leaving me, and I really appreciate your work. But she was also a great encouragement to me, because she was like, you know what, if you think that is going to help you and your family and help you as a person, I think you have to go ahead and do that. And I like that I had that person to speak in my life and tell me, you know what, I have started like that, and you can go further, because you're still young. She was a little bit older than me. So I think it's so very much important as women to know that everything we need, it's endowed within us. If you want to become something, it's okay. You can really become the person. And talking about leadership, sometimes we don't want to engage in leadership. Personally, I really, I know I can be a leader, but there's some leadership roles that we shy away from, because I don't think that's me. Maybe, let's say, political and all that. But I appreciate women who are in politics. Like I come from Rwanda, and I think Rwanda is the first country to have many women in the like a big number of women in the parliament. I think that for our president, who allows that. And but it's not the case in most countries. Like, we shy away from leadership because we think, let's say, politics is for men only, and that these things that we have portrayed to be for men, and as for women, maybe we can be mothers and secretaries, and sometimes men actually can tell us. I remember there is a meeting I attended there for contractors for one of our biggest client by then, and then, well, around 14 people, and I was the only female there, and I was standing as a CEO for my company. And then one of the guys who was in that meeting looked at me, and she was like, hi, Miss Secretary, where is your boss? Like, well, the meeting is about to start. Then I was like, no, I'm not the secretary of my boss. I'm the CEO of my own company. So it really happens very many times where as ourselves don't see ourselves as leaders, or if we are leaders, we are just secondary to the big people out there, which is not really about competition, but I'm just encouraging us to see that we can be leaders, we can be entrepreneurs, we can be doctors, we can pursue our careers. But when it comes to leadership, when you don't take leadership roles, if it's your gift, come sometimes every woman or every man is not a leader. If being leader in leadership as a woman like feels like you, or you can do that, get there. Like, go talk on our behalf of women, because sometimes when we don't do that, our absence from leadership positions, it has always left one gender to make decisions that affect us all. And we can see an imbalance because we don't have a big number of women that are talking on behalf of other women, and that affects the society, the economy, and the whole thing about the world. And when you're not doing the good work in ourselves to just see, what gift do I have? What am I good at that I can make this bring me money? That means now, let's say you're good at cooking. You can really be a good chef, or you can just go on YouTube and start like, when we know our gifts as women and don't do things that, or open businesses that we help the community that we're serving, we keep robbing the world the best gifts that they could have by us sharing what we have. And I will encourage every woman here to just realize how much everything she is, the world needs it. The people around you, like, closely needs that. The people around, like, who will be far away, but who needs to hear your story or learn from your gifts and talents, needs that. And not doing that, we keep robbing the world from that. And I think that's when we give ourselves time to just, self-actualize ourselves and bring balance in our lives. And when talking about women empowerment and leadership and women in entrepreneurship, it's very crucial to realize that to be effective as we deliver our services to the world, we need to master the art of having work-life balance, which gives healthy outcomes on both ends. I know women, every woman here, we can agree with me how we can be rockets. We can really do wonders. And sometimes the biggest mistake I have done, my friends have done, many women do, is to forget about ourselves. And this is where our mental health and well-being comes in, not knowing what makes us happy. I remember for a long time, I didn't know what makes me happy as an individual. I could see my younger siblings they are living their best life, and me being so responsible as a firstborn, and, making life happen and doing pursuing my career, making money. I had forgotten who I am. I reached a point I was like, I don't think I even know what makes me happy. If someone asked me, like, Ebén-ézer, where can I take you? Well, if you want a break, most of my breaks I could go home, be still responsible back home. And I remember that stage of life where I was like, I think there's something missing about me. I don't know what it is, but I could feel it. And when I sat down and realized myself in a whole big picture, I realized that I had forgotten, or I never gave too much importance of knowing myself as a person, as a woman, know what makes me happy. And I could ignore having times for those, even when I knew now. And that can break us. That has broke many women in marriages, at work, because we don't have this time of, like, called my me time, which is different. Sometimes I work from men most of the times in construction industry. There are more men than women. So I work with men most of the time, and I like learning from them. A man can come from work like at 5, and then all he's thinking is go watch football and the bottle of beer. And me as a woman, I'll be like, no, I need to go cook, make supper, clean my house. I mean, it's from my workplace, going back to work at home. And there's this no me time, or this thing of like, I need to relax and just, just enjoying the moment with nothing, no responsibility attached. I had to learn that from my fellow men. I was like, I envy you guys how you live. You can be relaxed and there is no pressure. You're not in rush. And when I learned that from them, I appreciate men who are here. I really appreciate the way you guys run your lives, because I think as women, we need to learn that and say, you know what? Yes, I'm a woman, but I've got things that I like, things that make me happy. And when I give them time and manage everything, I become happier. And when I am serving others, it's even more healthy. I'm giving out of my healthy person, not out of my broken down person or my stressed out person. But when you give out of the healthy person, the inner person, even the world outside appreciates. They'll be like, I think I like what you have. Like, I don't know what it is, but there's something about you. I think every one of you, like a person, a lady or a man, who are so much healthy that when they appear in a room, somehow the room is so bright and you can see that the inner person just reflects some joy and happiness that you can't even touch. Like, you don't know what it is about them, but most of those people, they have done a great work in themselves, that they know what makes me happy. And when they are full of the joy and happiness, now they can go share it to the world. And I will encourage everyone from who is here listening today to just make sure that every single day we take our time out of our careers, out of our, too many businesses that are running around, and sit down and say, I think I need to refuel myself. I think I need to just give myself that when I'm overflowed, now I can give out to the rest of the world, because that's what makes a healthy person and makes a healthy society, because we are not giving out of the empty bottles within ourselves, but we are giving out of the overflow of ourselves. And sometimes we're talking about seating ourselves. I don't know if that happened to you guys, but it happened to me as a person individually when I was disconnected to myself. There's a season I can still remember this. I was so much disconnected to myself that I didn't know who Ebén-ézer is. Not that I was weak. I was really doing stuff outside the world. I was doing well in my engineering career. By then I was still pursuing my master's. And I remember I was kind of disconnected to my inner self. Apart from knowing that I'm a master's degree student and who is running a business, I didn't know what are my strengths and weaknesses. I didn't know what are my fears. I didn't know what are my aspirations. I was like just moving with the flow. What the world brings, what the day brings, I just go with the flow. But I will encourage each one of us, maybe after the session, anytime that you having a break or a holiday, to just sit as an individual, reflect on who we are individually. Know your strengths, know your weaknesses, know your fears, know your aspirations, know your yearnings and your most crazy dreams. And everything you're feeling, it's real actually. This is who you are. If it's possible, just disconnect yourself from your career and who people thought you are. Because there is a time I reached when I was growing and healing, and I asked about childhood traumas because there's a season I also had to know what are traumas that make me do things the way I do them. And I realized there's too much of childhood trauma that I was carrying with myself that I need to really unload or heal so that I can be the best version of myself. So, and sometimes we don't even know what makes us do the things that we do. But I challenge everyone here today, just take one time, like a month or in 3 months, just sit yourself and connect with that person, that inner person that no one knows except you. Because sometimes we give people the picture that is not really us until we know exactly who we are, and then we give to people what we really are. And I remember in that moment, in those seasons where I was really connecting with myself, I had to disappoint people. Like the image I had given them, it had to be disappointive at somehow, so that I can give them the real person who was me. And I'd like to challenge each one of us here to just, when you sit down and do that self-reflection, just deduct one sentence that defines you, and that is the person you can share with the world. And I remember there is a conference I attended, and one lady shared something that helped me. It's called a Gallup Clinton Strength. I know if you, maybe many of you knows it, and she shared something that I liked, that to transform the great potential into greater performance, it means being your best self and playing to your strength at work and everywhere else. And the key to a successful understanding is to know how to apply our greatest strengths and talents in your everyday life. And then she went ahead saying, there is nothing wrong with being aware of our weaknesses and managing them, but our greatest opportunities lie in building our natural talents. And she gave us a whole details of how different strengths, different people have different strengths, and she put them in 4 categories. Like there are people who are really strong in strategic thinking, there are people who are strong in relationship building, there are people who are so strong in influencing, and other people who are so strong into executing. I think if you go on www.gallup.com, it will give you more details. And when we know our strengths and work with those strengths, it gives us more brilliancy in what we're doing. And we need to learn how to create from the system that is from the inside out versus the outside system inside, which is what most people do, what most of us do. We just want, we think of what we want the external world to know, and then we build from that picture, and then we want to internalize it, which makes us most of the time frustrated. And it makes us even do things that are not us. But when we know ourselves and work from the system of our inner strength and then bring those to the world, we become more effective, we become more healthy, we become more successful, because it's so much going into, like, it works together. And to conclude, I would like to just talk about how do we get the power to ignite ourselves from the inside out and lift up the people around us and make the world a better place. First of all, if, like I was talking about women, but also men can fit in. If we are pursuing careers, having and developing a hobby or hobbies is one key element for being able to see the beauty of work in our homes and in our relationships and in our service to the community we serve. And we stay mentally and emotionally healthy. And when you're a healthy person, both emotionally and mentally, what do you give to the community? You know that it's not going to intoxicate any person or intoxicate any other person behind, around you, but it's going to be just like from drinking from a sweet bottle or a bottle that has sweet drink. So I would encourage you that let's learn to make our hobbies, develop our hobbies, make ourselves like the inner person so much healthy that when we are giving out there, we are giving from a healthy individuals. And all we need is to stay committed to our potentials. Never ignore your potentials. If you know something is burning so much inside from you, that's real, that's you. Just connect with that potential and stay committed to those. Stay committed to your growth. Stay committed to get trained, be part of a team, get a coach, get mentors. If you need a therapist, because there's a moment that I thought I was so strong that I don't need a therapist. Actually, I could call them shrinks. You know how movies call therapists shrinks? I could literally say, I don't need the person to listen to my problems, but when I hit a bottom rock and sat myself down and realized I needed a therapist. And when I started seeing them, my life was like, it was a game changer. My life started being so brighter than before. And then to stay true to ourselves and learn to say no to things that don't fit in the person we want to be. Thank you very much. I hope you are encouraged with the talk, and thank you, Star Conference, to giving me time again to talk about all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ebén-ézer. Thank you for being a part of today's forum. The room is open for any questions from the speakers. Does anybody have any question? You can also drop in the questions in the chat box. Okay, so I have a question from Sarah Thompson. She asks, do you think lack of me time for working women is affecting their cognitive skills?
I didn't hear the question well. Come again, please.
Let me repeat the question for you. She asked,
please.
do you think lack of me time for a working woman is affecting their cognitive skills?
Yes, absolutely. Most of the time when we don't have our own me time, sometimes we even forget who we are in the first place. In the pursuing our careers and work, and we forget to have our me time. We disconnect to ourselves in a way that we don't even know. You realize that after a whole 6 months of working, you're no longer the person you used to be when you are, let's say, 20 years old. It's not that you never changed or you never outgrew some of the things, but you're no longer happy or free from stress like the person you were when you were younger. And that even affects how you even work at your workplace, because you lost it. You lost who you are as an individual and dived in what the society wants you to do. And it really affects our cognitive in our workplace and how we do things. Yeah, so we encourage Sarah, most of the time, love to have your me time. It's yours, and you will appreciate yourself that you have done it. You will thank yourself, and people around you will just see that having that me time, it's not even being selfish. It's actually loving them, so that when you're giving to them, when they see you, they see a person who is whole and have it all together, because she had those moments where she was like, you know what, I'm just going to lavish on myself, and it's me by me. Thank you. I don't know if it answers her question.
Thank you, Ms. Ebén-ézer. I request
You're welcome.
I request all the speakers to drop in your contact details in the chat box. Ms. Ebén-ézer, if you can also, that would be great for our audience to get in touch with you.
Thank you very much. I think it has done. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'll give you my LinkedIn profile.
Yes, you can drop in a message in the chat box, and we will have our audience questions redirected to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking your time. Despite of the technical glitch you had from your end, you made it through, and you kept in.
I'm very sorry for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for understanding.
Now we have our next speaker, Amy Sinton. I will have my colleague, Ms. Chaitanya, introduce Ms. Sinton to you.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Sinton. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Lovely to join you.
Thank you. So let me have a quick introduction. Ms. Sinton is a renowned life and business coach with over 3 years of experience in the field. She specializes in management and leadership and is an advanced coach who coaches both individuals and teams. Ms. Sinton also offers business training and coaching for corporations. We are delighted to have you with us today, Ms. Sinton, and we are eagerly await your insightful speech. The stage is all yours. All of us, Sinton.
Thank you very much. So it's a delight to be with all of you today. My name is Amy Sinton. I'm half English, half Polish. I have been a coach for over 3 years. I'm a mom of 3. I have a specialization from Harvard Business School Online in management and leadership. And I wish to speak with you about some of the challenges that women face while creating a professional career for themselves. So why do women face difficulties with creating a career? Why do intelligent, competent, capable women face issues, bring themselves down, and limit themselves when trying to pursue a career in any kind of a profession? I think that also the thing that limits women is when they think of a professional career, they think it means, hours in the office, lack of work-life balance, lack of possibility to have children, necessity to fight for promotions, lack of work-life balance, unhealthy environment. It means having to have, all kinds of things such as master's degree, MBA, years of experience, and they bring themselves down a lot by this. I will tell you that I only started my career after having 3 children. I was a stay-at-home mom for many years, and already I have been in Forbes People. I have won multiple awards, and this all came from my determination, my hard work, and not giving up. And I will tell you that if you're in such a place that you're thinking that you do wish to pursue a professional career as a woman, but you're not sure if you can do it, I will tell you that yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. And you just have to be focused, you have to set goals, and you have to go after them in your own time, whenever you want, whenever you can, and just make sure that you commit to doing it and you can do anything that you want. I do understand that some women lack support and they lack certain opportunities, and it's important to figure out how to create such opportunities and how to create certain situations for yourself. This is why coaching can be of so much support to many people, because you can figure out different options that you never knew that you had. I do understand that many people are very scared and they're not confident enough. So if women would focus on becoming more assertive, becoming more confident, knowing their strengths, I'm sure that they could achieve much, much more, because all of us have something special inside of us. All of us have some type of a capability and something to offer to others, and something that is of our personal interest. I think that figuring out what that personal interest is to you is key, because we as women, especially, I have seen, will not want to pursue something that is not aligned with our values and with our interests. So that's one of the key things that I would tell women: take time, figure out what it is that is of interest to you, what it is that are your core values, and do things that are aligned with this. And then you will have the inner motivation to go after something. Because if you choose to do a job that will be well paid, that will offer you all type of extras and bonuses, but you're doing something that's not of interest to you, that's not aligned with you, it will make you demotivated. You can become stagnant in terms of your growth, and you will not want to do it. That's when you can face burnout. That's when you can face even depression. And so doing things that are of interest to you, that you love doing and that you enjoy, are super important. Once you do know what you want to do, it's important to figure out what your strengths are as a woman. Figure out what your strengths are as a professional. Find out what kind of competencies you have, what kind of competencies you need to build, what kind of things you need to learn, whether it's signing up for university, whether it's courses. They offer free courses nowadays. You can get scholarships. Try and figure out what you need to do. And I'm sure that it may take, hell of a ride to do it. It may take a lot of time, but if you really want to, and if you keep your eye on the ball, and if you know what it is that you need to do, you can do it. If you just push, and try to get it achieved. Another thing that women are scared of is, for sure, the discrimination that they might find in some places. Some places might be more prone to having men work in certain roles. So trying to go and, applying to different jobs that may not seem as such a female-friendly role sometimes, if that's what you want, and not being scared to do so is very important also. Another thing that I have seen is where women will really get scared by family members or friends and societal norms, where they say, well, how can you go to work? You know, you must take care of your children. You must take care of your home. And I do understand that the pressure is real for some of those women. And some of them cannot even imagine doing both, taking care of their home, taking care of their children, having a career. It just seems like such a heap on your plate to manage. And it is a lot. It is a lot of work, and it will make you tired. But it definitely is worth it if it's something that you want, because having a career for yourself and being able to know that you are competent, achieve success yourself, and say, wow, I have done this, I have achieved this because I am determined, I am competent, I do know how to do things, is really worthwhile. Achieving financial freedom is something that some women could never imagine, and they will have a ton of obstacles in their way, and they'll always say, well, I can't because of this, I can't because of this. They'll have a ton of excuses. But if there is something that you really want, you really desire, or you really need, because some women need financial freedom, most women need financial freedom, then that is something that, with a coach, for example, or with a mentor, or by reading up online, you can figure out how you can achieve this. Also, understanding that having somebody by you that supports you, that really believes you, makes all the difference. It doesn't matter if it's a relative, if it's a friend, if it's somebody that believes in you and is far away, or anybody that will support you and say, yes, you can, yes, you really can, you are competent, I see you want to do this, you can do it, will really give you the wings that you need to fly. And do not underestimate this. So if you want to pursue a professional career, it is super important to remember that you have to have an environment that is healthy for you to do so. You need to have people that will uplift you, that will be positive, that will be there for you when you have any kind of challenges. You don't want people that are negative around, saying like, what are you talking about? Like, this is ridiculous. Nobody does this. Or, how could you ever achieve this? You don't have this or that. Some people will say, well, you don't have this kind of a degree. How could you even imagine trying to pursue this? Or some people will say, like, you don't have the time. When are you going to do this? You know what? I will tell you, you are very smart, you're a competent woman, you can make the time, you can figure out when to do things. I truly believe that when there is a will, there is a way. If you want to make something happen for you, you will figure out a way. And don't give up. I know that there are tons of women that are feeling unfulfilled, unhappy, in roles that don't suit them, that don't fulfill them. That they can do quite well, but unless you're feeling fulfilled, then there will always be this lack. And I know that some women can feel super happy being a homemaker, taking care of children, but they also want to pursue a professional career, and it doesn't make either one better or worse. And no matter if you do choose this or that, or if you choose both, it's just your choice. There's no judgment there. But definitely try to figure out what the steps are that you need to take. Try to have somebody that can help you write a CV. Try to have somebody that will help you think of the questions that you need to answer when you go in for a job interview. Try and figure out if well, maybe you don't want to work for somebody, maybe you want to work for yourself. Have a great tax advisor, have a great legal advisor, have people there that will, support you, an accountant. You need to think of these kind of things while creating a professional career for yourself, because everybody needs this kind of support. And also, I would say that some women have this stereotype in their head, have this thing that they saw in their childhood where one of the males would go to work, and that would be so fixed in their mind that it's just, okay, the man goes to work and the woman stays home. But they have this urge to, pursue a career, but they think, no, but I'm just going to stay in my lane. I'm going to stay at home because that's what I've seen. But if you really do want to pursue both family life that is fulfilling and a career that is fulfilling, you really can do so. Of course, if you want to give it your all, and if you want to be a great homemaker, you want to be a great working professional, you do need to understand that you need to figure out the logistics of time and also energy management, because it takes energy to do both, and it takes a lot of energy to do both. If you want to be a great professional, then you need to understand, if you are balancing it with having a home and family, that probably that's going to be your priority, to take care of your home and your family. And so you will need to find how to mold that around. Or if you have, the possibility, or the kids are already big enough, then you can focus more on your career and try to figure things around that also. You need to find out what obstacles you're going to be facing and how you can overcome those. And having somebody to speak with is so, so, so important. Although, yes, we are great visionaries. We have a great imagination. We have extreme determination, commitment. We can be very loyal to what we want. But if we do not have support, and if we do not have somebody to talk with about what we want, then we will feel a great emotional burden sometimes. And we will also tend to feel a bit more helpless and like we're doing things alone. And when we find somebody that we can talk with about what we want to do and how we're going to do it, then we can really feel uplifted and feel like there is somebody that believes in us, as I have said, that is so important, and somebody that can help you figure things out of how you want to get things done. I do understand that some women are also scared of harassment that they might face in a workplace, and that is something not to be taken lightly at all. For sure, this is something that must be spoken about. You cannot keep silent about it. I think that keeping silent about things like that is just enabling things like that. Don't stay silent about that. If you're facing any kind of harassment, and find another place that you can work. Don't give up on everything completely. I know that it can be extremely traumatizing, as I have also been sexually harassed in the past, but don't give up, and do get the therapy that you need. Another thing that I do understand differs for men and women in the workplace is that there is a natural assumption that women will be less committed than men, because women might have other things to do. That for men, the general focus is their career, their work, and that women have, a full list of other things to do. But I do know that we as women can be extremely committed. We can do whatever we want. It's just about time management, energy management, logistics, as I have said. If you want, you can really arrange anything in such a way that it will suit you. For example, one day, if you need to do X, Y, Z, do that, and the rest push for another day. Don't overload yourself with a ton of stuff one day. I've learned that sometimes when I tell myself I need to do too many things in one day, I can feel really overwhelmed, and it can decrease my motivation. And I do know that when others also put less things to do, and they do things step by step, they will be having greater confidence, because they think, okay, it's actually going to not be such, a burden to get this done. It's not going to be so difficult. I can actually accomplish this. So try and space things out, be realistic, but also sometimes, I know personally, I had to tough some things out, learning at night, getting work done late at night when everybody else is asleep, is important. Sometimes you just need to do what you got to do, but it's not always going to be like that. And it's for both men and women the same. We all need to, put in extra work if we have something difficult and we want to be committed to achieving a certain goal. And another thing that I would say is that women tend to put other things in front of their career. And I'm not talking about children now, because children are a different topic. Children need us, like they cannot depend on themselves. They cannot feed themselves. You either need them to have somebody help out and take care of them, or you need to be there for them. But I'm talking about other things, such as a relationship, for example. Some women will say, okay, I want to be in this relationship. I'm really committed and everything. And then they will try to, snip parts of their career off so that they can kind of go after following what they expect their man would want. They try to serve him more. They try to kind of take away from themselves to give to their man. And I would say definitely I have seen that women will learn with time that actually men really do respect women that care about their own needs also. But I will say that I have also learned that it is important for both sides as a partnership to respect each other and to both be able to say, okay, you need this, so I'll cut back on this. You need this, I'll cut back on this. So supporting each other and being there for each other is super important. And being this kind of a dream team or dream couple is really very easy to accomplish once you get the mindset right. So I have learned that women that will make themselves smaller or kind of change the way that they do things in their life for their men will later regret it. So ladies, really do appreciate your relationship. And yes, obviously, sometimes you do need to change some things, or you need to be able to compromise or cut back on some things, but that goes both ways, definitely. And another thing is, if women face a big gap in pay because of gender, they'll be much less motivated. So finding out those things before you pursue a certain career or a certain job, knowing what you can expect, knowing what the differences are, is very important. Speaking with people and trying to find things that are fair to you. And as I've said, for some women, if you don't find what you need, you got to create what you need. Sometimes you have to be your own hero. Sometimes you have to create a job opportunity, a business, network, speak with people, come up with different projects and do things in such a way that you can make your opportunity happen. And sometimes, yes, it is impossible for there to be equal pay, which is not fair. And I hope that it will improve with time. But don't just give in to something because you see it's that way and you think, okay, I must comply with that. You can create different opportunities for yourself. Another thing that I know that some women don't enjoy is when it comes to pursuing a professional career, they think, okay, well, once I start that, then I just need to focus on that. And, I'm not going to be planning having kids then. So it's just completely giving myself to my career. And I have heard women say that, okay, they plan that and then they get pregnant and then they get stressed. And so also with a coach, you can find out how to balance that, how to juggle that, how to overcome certain challenges in such situations. And I know that many women in such situations have become very happy and created created just circumstances for themselves to be enjoying both motherhood and their professional career. And I would say that don't be scared of pursuing a professional career. That's number one. The number one thing is fear when women think of pursuing a career. So be confident and be assertive, and don't be afraid to be assertive. So many women face such a fear. They're like, okay, if I'm going to be assertive, or if I'm going to behave like a CEO, people are going to think I'm mean. Or people think if I'm going to be assertive, that's not going to be really going with who I am. I'm not really that kind of a person and stuff. And I did actually coach somebody who thought that they do want to be a CEO, but they said that they don't exactly think of themselves as a CEO. And so we went through what she thinks a CEO is and what kind of traits a CEO has. And then we went through what traits she thinks she has. And we found out that actually she does have a lot of traits that are similar to what she thinks a CEO has. We also did a perspective exercise in which we said, okay, so if you were somebody else, not yourself, and you were looking at the CEO behaving this kind of a way, what would you think about it? And she actually came to a conclusion that it's not such a bad thing to behave in such a way, and that it actually just requires for her to be much more comfortable in her skin, to be much more confident, and that she really does embody this kind of a person that is a boss, that is a female boss. I do know that I was going to have time for questions also after my speech. So if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Hi. Very good insights, and I must say that you spoke really well on this topic, which is a very important topic in a woman's life, the professional success. My question to you is, since you're a professional life coach, what type of, when you get clients, what type of challenges they generally come up with in regards to your topic?
Okay, so many times women will think, do they have what it takes? That's number one. And the second thing is time management, because many women think they've got this and this going on. Usually it's home and family and kids. And they think, well, when am I going to do this? When am I going to pursue this in my career? So those, I would say, are the top two things. And when you work through building the confidence in the woman, in her capabilities, in her possibility to manage her time, then they actually see they can achieve it. Because if you think about all the things that a woman needs to do, for example, around a child, somehow we have this inner motivation and drive to figure everything out. Like, we can stand on our heads and juggle with our feet if need be. We will figure it out. And when it comes to our careers, our professional careers, some women just lack the motivation and the confidence to be able to figure out what it takes to accomplish it.
Okay, thank you.
I think that somebody from Star Conferences was saying something, but you had the mute on.
Okay, now we have our next speaker, Dr. Remya Nirmala, with us. Dr. Nirmala, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Before you pull in your presentation, I will have my colleague introduce you to the audience.
Hello, Dr. Nirmala.
Hi.
Before you talk, let me share your bio very quickly. Dr. Nirmala is a renowned name in the field of healthcare. serving as the medical director of Luta Group of Companies in Dubai and the managing director of Pratyasa Clinic in India. She has over 20 years of clinical experiences and is an APA accredited psychiatrist, psychologist, and Ayurvedic doctor. Her impressive PG specializations in psychiatric and psychology treatments, medicine, medical neuroscience, psychiatric counseling, psychotherapy, clinical research, research quality management, epidemiology, hospital management, Ayurvedic medicine, and nutrition truly set her apart from the rest. Dr. Nirmala earned her PhD in medical psychology and has presented over 100 research papers at various international and national seminars. Her extensive research has also led to the publication of more than 25 papers in reputed journals. Her main motto is to evaluate safe, efficacious, and side effect-free treatment, which has won her immense respect from her colleagues and patients alike. Her hard work, dedication, and passion have made her an inspiration to many. With that said, we are honored to have you here, Dr. Nirmala, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Hi all. Today's my topic of presentation is effective management of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a holistic approach. This is the condition I want to speak about today. I hope most of the presenters and the participants are already aware about the situation, ADHD. So you can see the picture of a classroom. One of the students is having a different behavior from the normal students, right? So aim of the study is to evaluate a safe, efficacious, and side effect-free treatment to study the effectiveness of holistic integrated therapy method in the treatment of ADHD. Findings from neuroscience, brain imaging, and clinical research have made the old understanding of ADHD as a behavior disorder no longer tenable. It is being replaced by a new understanding of ADHD as a developmental impairment of the brain's self-management system. So,
Dr.
Hello?
Dr. Sorry to interrupt you. We don't see your presentation yet. I think we just see some other screen, but not the presentation. Can you pull it up, please?
Sorry. I will go back to the front page. Okay, 1 minute. Are you able to see the screen?
Not
Hello?
yet, madam. Not yet, Dr. Nirmala. While Dr. Nirmala pulls up my presentation, we're gonna just take a break of 5 minutes and we'll be back. Let's take a break for 5 minutes.
ജസ്റ്റിലെ ഇത് സ്ക്രീൻ ഷെയറിംഗ് പറ്റുന്നില്ല. എനിക്കിവിടെ കാണാം, അവർക്ക് കാണുന്നില്ല. എന്തായിരിക്കും അവർ 5 മിനിറ്റ് ബ്രേക്ക് എടുത്തതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ കറക്റ്റ് ആണോ വരാൻ? ഞാൻ ആ ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ നോക്കി, മറ്റതിൽ പോയിട്ട് നോക്കി. Hello.
Yes.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, your presentation is visible now, madam. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I will restart. Hi all. Today my topic of presentation is effective management of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a holistic approach. Okay. In the picture, you can see a classroom is showing already. In this, a particular behavior is different of one of the student. One of the student is standing above, and you can see it's entirely different from all other students, right? So this is the condition right now we are going to speak about. It's called ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Aim of study: to evaluate a safe, efficacious, and side effect-free treatment. To study the effectiveness of a holistic integrated therapy method in the treatment of ADHD. So findings of the neuroscience, brain imaging, and clinical research have made all understanding of ADHD as essentially a behavior disorder. Previously, we have considered this ADHD as only behavior disorder, but now it's changed. The new concept of ADHD as a developmental impairment of brain's self-management system in executing its functions. This new understanding provides a useful way to more readily recognize, understand, assess, and treat this complex syndrome. Blink conditions we all know. We need to recognize this particular condition, then understand it properly, then assess it and treat the condition, right? So this is a complex syndrome which impacts about 9% of children and almost 5% of adults. It's characterized by a persistent pattern of inattention and hyperactivity as well as forgetfulness, impulsivity, and distractibility. So there are certain myths about this condition. You know, in our routine clinical practice, most of the clinicians used to get mental health practitioner, even counselor or psychologist or psychiatrist. We used to get this kind of situations. Most of the times, the kid will be referred from the school, and parents will be bringing, stating my child is having some difficulty in concentrating in the class. He is irritable or impulsive. Likewise, class teacher is stating. Likewise, will be the presentations. Okay. So there are so many myths about this condition. The first one is anyone who has ADHD will show clear signs of it during early childhood and will continue to have difficulties with executing functions for the rest of the life. Is it true or false? That is the first myth. See, during all these research work and the latest neuroscience related studies and all the clinical studies, we came to the conclusion that it's not a must that a person who is experiencing ADHD in a childhood will continue it in adulthood. Essentially, we can go through the DSM-5 category. In this criteria stipulates that at least some of the symptoms which is mentioned there should be noticeable by the age 12. There are cases only nearby 12. Previously, we have stated it as 7. Before 7, the child should be showing some of the symptoms related to ADHD diagnostic criteria. But recently, we changed it to 12. Around 12, there will be any of these symptoms will be presented by the child. Change from the 7 the previous years that already I mentioned. More recent researches have shown that many with ADHD function well during childhood and do not manifest any significant symptoms of ADHD until adolescence or later, when greater challenges to execute or operate is they have to face something when a child who is having ADHD, certain symptoms are there, but it's not at all diagnosed properly, or it's came to anybody's consideration or that time that later on when the child is going to senior high school level or the college level where they have to face new challenges in their life, then they will be showing a particular situation arises, they have to face it, then they are not able to concentrate or do or complete the task completely, and that time only came to understand that the person is having ADHD symptoms. Then the next myth is people with high IQ are not likely to have executive function impairments of ADHD because they can overcome such difficulties. So this is also, it doesn't depends on the IQ value actually. Some children with ADHD gradually outgrow their ADHD related impairments, as already stated, they get to the middle childhood or adolescence. For them, ADHD is a variety of developmental lacks. It is not that much shown, like a little bit developmental delay, only like this will be shown. Most often, hyperactive or impulsive symptoms improves as the individual reaches adolescence, while the broad range of inattention symptoms, as I already previously stated, when the adolescent phase or the college years, then only it will be shown as an inattention symptom. The person is not able to concentrate on a particular task which need more attention, or he or she is not at all that much interested. The widest, that is the time when the individual faces the schooling time, high school time, or that college time, where the individual faces the widest range of challenging activity without opportunity to escape from the one which they have no interest to do, or they can't do according to their ability. Then only this ADHD will be diagnosed. So rationale of the study. Currently available treatments in modern medical systems, that allopathic medical systems, have severe side effects such as loss of appetite, weight loss, tics, mites, social withdrawal symptoms, etc. So it shows the need for more effective management of ADHD. So in the current study, I used a holistic integrated approach, a combination of herbal medicines, certain Ayurvedic medicinal that's already available, and along with Ayurvedic Panchakarma, Ayurvedic purification therapies, and relaxation therapies like yoga and pranayama. Yoga and pranayama is related to, again, Ayurvedic Indian medicine, Indian mystic medicine. It's yoga is a lifestyle modification, and pranayama is also a lifestyle modification along with the relaxation therapy. Then there are other relaxation therapies like meditation, use specifically mindfulness meditation, and JPM, Jacobson Progressive Muscle Relaxation Technique. Then counseling therapies like CBT, behavior modification therapies, for the management of ADHD effectively. So this is a holistic integrated therapy. Then what are the basic symptoms we used to find in ADHD cases? Troubles paying attention. I already told about inattention. So that is the major diagnostic criteria, inattention. People with ADHD are easily distracted. Then next one is hyperactivity. Trouble sitting still for even a short time period. That is from the schools, the teachers, school teachers will be noticing it more, and we will be getting more and more outputs from the school teachers actually regarding this. That in the small classes like first or second junior school level classes, the child is not sitting. All other children are, while they are afraid of teacher, or teachers are scolding or giving certain disciplinary factors are there. So they are able to do the other children, but the particular child is not able to sit properly or listen carefully what the teacher is telling, or whatever the teacher is trying to teach, even a song or a particular play or whatever maybe. But that hyperactivity will be there. They will be roaming around in the entire class, like the picture I have shown, standing in above the desk or doing something here and there every time, distracting other kids also. So that is the hyperactive symptom will be always there. Next one is the impulsivity. People with ADHD may talk too loud, laugh too loud, become angrier than the situation called for. Some of the parents, when they bring the kid with ADHD, they show the child, maybe the boy child. That's a typical myth is there. Even being a boy child, they can do, like they can shout more, they can do whatever like playing things they are doing. It will be shouting things will be more. They will be pushing the kids, playing with them more like this. So initially, parents will be treating it as a tantrum. And they are showing Sibling childhood tantrums only, like this they will think. But later on, they will feel that child is more impulsive. Like it's above the normalcy level, according to everybody. Whenever everybody is listening to something, and every other children is doing something particularly, but this child is creating so much noise, like even laughter also. Everybody is laughing in a normal tone, but he's again continuously laughing quite a lot of time, other than the usual schedule we thought every other kid will be laughing. So likewise, the response will be little overdue in a way. So that means the child is more impulsive. Then aggressive nature also. While they are having some issues with the other kids, they will be more abusive in a way, or sometimes more aggressive also. So according to the modern medical science, the basic treatment we are providing is psychostimulants such as methylphenidate and amphetamine and its derivatives. That's usually we give for the first line of treatment. And the second line of treatment, we usually use the tricyclic antidepressants usually. So the drugs improve some academic skills. We can see the child is improving in the studies as the concentration level is improving, but there are some side effects came to notice, like loss of appetite, weight loss, tics, mites, social withdrawal, and some of the cases reported with the obsessive compulsive disorder also after the use. So likewise also as we are using tricyclic antidepressants and all those, these drugs on prolonged use may develop abuse kind of addictions and all those things also. So these are the negativity of that psychotherapy. Pharmacotherapy. Then now we are going for the current study therapy we formulated for this particular condition. This is called holistic integrated therapy. It's a combination of Ayurvedic or herbal medicines along with Ayurvedic purification therapy. It's called Ayurvedic Panchakarma. Then relaxation therapies like yoga and pranayama. It's yoga, relaxation plus lifestyle modification plus meditation and JPMR as a proper ultimate relaxation. Then psychological intervention, counseling therapy, CBT used and behavior modification technique used. So it's an integration or combination of these therapies. Let us go to the herbal medicine portion. Herbal medicine portion, I used certain, it's locally available in all our medical pharmacies. It's prepared Ayurvedic medicine actually, the first three. Chandanadi Kashayam, the Kalyana Kashayam and Drakshadi Kashayam. Kashayam is decoctions. It's a certain combination of herbs made in the form of certain decoction. That is called Kashayam according to Ayurvedic medicine. And I used some other medicines. It is also readily available in prepared form in the Ayurvedic medicine shops. This is some powder form. It's called Ashwagandha Churna and Saraswata Churna. Then I used 3 independent drugs in a way. These are independent herbal medicine actually. It's XT Churna means Glycisa glabra Churna. I will tell you in detail what is it. Then Brahmi, Bacopa monori, then Centella asiatica. These 3 herbs also. So ST Madhu Glycisa glabra, it's another regenerative drug which is prescribed basically for ADHD. It's an excellent antioxidant, immunomodulator, and antidepressant, a memory enhancer also. It's described as a promoting agent of life, voice, hair, complexion, and strength also. Then next is Ashwagandha. This is called Albitania somnifera. It's a powerful antioxidant and immunomodulator. It improves strength, muscle mass, and also relieves stress and anxiety. So you can see the importance of these 2 medicines in the mental health. Then other than this, I use certain Ayurvedic purification therapies. This first one is called Talapodichil. Actually, this is a way of preparing medicine, powdered medicine in a form of poultices. Okay, and it is applied to the head portion of the kid. Okay. So and it is keep for 30 minutes and later it's removed. So likewise, we used to do continuously this procedure for 7 days a week. The next is Shirodhara. This is applying oil like a stream. It will be poured directly to the head portion. Then next is Shirovasti, in which we will be directly keeping oil in the head portion of the kid. Then next one is Shiropichu. It's applying oil via a cotton, like a cotton pad soaked with oil is applied on the head portion. That is called Shiropichu. Then next one is Nasyam. This is an important purification method according to Ayurveda, which is used for clearing all the sinuses and basic sensory organs in the head area, like nose, eyes, ear, and all the sinus areas. So it will be properly purified or cleansed. So next one is, let us go to the relaxation therapies. First one is yoga. Yoga is an original and ancient holistic art of living that includes physical, mental, moral, and spiritual spheres. The Sanskrit word yoga means to join or union, and the practice of yoga brings to this union to all levels of oneself. The 8 limbs of yoga, that is yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. The most common out of this right now for the study we used as asana. Asana means simple sitting position, sthira sukham asana. So when you are sitting comfortably in a position, that is called asana or sitting position. So this is a basic yogic procedure anybody can do. So for the current study, very simple asanas only used. That is called Shavasana, Padmasana, Vajrasana, Paschimottanasana, Sarvangasana, and Bhujangasana. So you can see simply in one of the sitting position. This is Padmasana position and the lady is doing pranayama breathing technique. Okay. Next is pranayama. Pranayama is a Sanskrit word alternately translated as extension of prana, breath of life force or breath control. It's a kind of breath control technique actually. It's only simple breathing exercise, I would say, but it's a yogic related breathing science. So prana means life force or vital air actually. The ayama means this holding or controlling the prana actually. So this is a set of simple breathing techniques where breath is intentionally altered in order to produce specific results. So for the current study, I used a particular pranayama technique. It's called Anuloma Viloma Pranayama. You can see the picture, how the lady is doing. This is explanatory. I will tell you the procedure. First, inhale with the left nostril and exhale with the right one. Starting from the left nostril, you can inhale like a deep breath and hold it for according to whatever the time you can hold. This depends on each individual. The holding capacity will be different. Then leave the same air through the next right nostril. So starting from left, keeping the air, holding the air for whatever the seconds you can hold. Then slowly release the air with double the timing, very slowly. So that is the breathing technique actually. Later continue the same process, that is inhaling and exhaling with left and right nostrils alternatively. Further switch to fast breathing, increasing the speed of breathing. After sufficient practice, the speed of breathing can be increased immensely. For a starter or beginner, you can very slowly inhale and keep to the maximum level of lungs in your air. When you feel a little tightness in your chest, you're not supposed to suddenly release the air, but very slowly you can release the air, taking double the timing you use for inhaling. This pranayama exercise should be practiced daily, preferably in the morning before the sun comes up. It should be done before your meditation or asana yoga practice. In this busy world, I can just easily be practiced while you are seated in a nearby your desk, traveling or anytime, whatever may be your comfortable position. There is no asana also needed. You can simply sit in a comfortable position and you can do it. In the current study purpose, we made the experimental group practice regularly this Anuloma Viloma Pranayama for 20 minutes, 3 weeks continuously, 21 days. Next is Jacobson's progressive muscle relaxation. This is a very important relaxation technique we used. This technique was developed by, as you already know, 20th century by Edmund Jacobson, psychiatrist and psychologist. Currently, it should be said that this technique is one of the most used among therapists for create a state of mental and physical relaxation. This technique is based on the idea of our mental and emotional state levels of, it affects or contributes to the levels of muscular response. The essence of technique consists of tensing certain part of the body. The patient or whatever the kids we are getting. So we made them practice this technique by tensing a particular part of the body and immediately relaxing. They are told to, like, if suppose they are told to take their hand tight, then slowly do the breathing, keeping the hand tight and slowly release the breathing. Exhale, keeping the muscles of the hand, release it slowly. So like this, so every part of the body can be tensed and relaxed simultaneously. Paying attention to the sensation of the tension followed by relaxation helps a person to experience a pleasant sense of well-being, which carry over to their emotional and mental state. It's very important to really feel these sensations. It's not about tensing and relaxing, but rather learning how to become deeply aware of sense of contraction or release that are produced during these moments. Next is mindfulness meditation. This is a very important meditation technique. Mindfulness meditation is a mental training practice that involves focusing on your mind, on your experience, like your own emotions, thoughts, and sensations in present moment. Mindfulness meditation can involve breathing practice, mental imagery, awareness of body and mind, and muscle and body tension. How you can administrate this? Find a quiet and comfortable place. Sit in a chair or a floor of your head, neck, and back straight but not stiff. Try to put aside all thoughts of past and future. Stay in present only. Become aware of your breath. focusing on the sensation of the air moving in and out of your body. As you breathe, feel your belly rise and fall. Watch every thought come and go, whether it will be a worry, fear, anxiety, hope. When thoughts come up in your mind, don't ignore or suppress it. Simply let them. Remind. So this is not suppressing a thought. In mindfulness, if you are not supposed to suppress any thought coming to you, let it flow or go away. If you find yourself getting carried away in your thoughts, observe where your mind went off to without judging and simply return to your breathing. So likewise, it become a habitual. You will become aware of your breathing. Likewise, you come back to that only. All the thought will go away. As the time comes to close, sit for a minute or two, becoming aware of where you are. Get up gradually. So total duration of the procedure in a day, 10 minutes. So we made them practice it for 10 minutes from initial date 1st to 21st day and made them regularly practice this for 10 minutes. The next is psychological intervention. For psychological intervention, we followed actually behavior psychotherapy. Behavior psychotherapy often is effective when used in combination with, as you all know, effective medication. So we already provided a proper medical regimen. Along with this is highly effective, we found out. Behavior therapy or modification programs can help to diminish our uncertain expectations and increased organization. Then we followed the typical cognitive therapy, which for the adults with ADHD. Metacognitive therapy, basically we used. It involves the principles and techniques of cognitive and behavioral therapies to enhance the time management and all those things. Then psychosocial intervention, behavior parent training. We concentrated on that also, and also behavior classroom management also. So these two are also very important. Behavior parent training, because as you know, when parents are the main person who are supposed to handle these kids, and parent training is very important. How to manage these kids. Sometimes they will simply consider this as a childhood tantrum. The child is showing only tantrums, and they will be becoming more abusive, beating the kid or something like happening. It will create severe childhood trauma to the child. So for that, we given them the proper behavioral parental training, and behavioral classroom management is also done. So in the current research process, we have done the research process via the one experimental group pre-post comparison design we used actually. The Purposely sampling method we used. 20 children in the age group 7 to 17. This is the target group we have used for the study. We purposefully selected from the OP clinic of Pratyasha Ayurvedic Center, Trivandrum, Kerala, India. Assessment of ADHD symptoms done via the assessment of pre-post data obtained. We used ADHD rating scale actually. Holistic intervention including herbal, formulation, lifestyle modification like yoga, pranayama, relaxation therapy like JPMR and mindfulness medication, and psychological intervention of CBT and behavior modification provided to the experimental group only. Pre-data of control group of 10 participants also collected. Pre-data of the experimental group is collected on the first day, and post-data of the experimental group collected on the 21st day of the therapy. Then we have seen statistically significant difference in our findings, and it's proven to be effective. This therapy is proven to be highly effective according to our study. But we advise the children to come for the follow-up session 1 more month. As you know, this is a developmental disorder. So we need to do the proper follow-up sessions also for the patient. But we can see the drastic change in all the developmental and behavioral issues for the related consultation, follow-up consultations. The result already I mentioned. Holistic integrated therapy proved more efficient in managing ADHD symptoms according to our studies. So the conclusion of the current study is that holistic integrated approach, including the combination of herbal medicines, Ayurvedic herbal medicines, along with Ayurvedic purification therapies and relaxation therapies like yoga, pranayam, meditation, JPM, Jacobson progressive muscle relaxation, and counseling therapies, CBT and behavior modification as a combination or integration, proved to be highly effective in alleviating the symptoms of ADHD without any noted side effects. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a part of today's forum, Dr. Nirmala. Thank you for talking to us about your research. I have a question for you from one of our audience, Jane Tosi. So Ms. Jane asks, is it right to say that pranayama is unnecessary, is at necessity in the practice of Raja Yoga?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Pranayama is necessity or unnecessity?
Is unnecessary in the practice of Raja Yoga.
Actually, Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga, this is basic level pranayama techniques only we can do for the kids. They are unless the current students we have chosen, the kids we are choosing for the therapy, ADHD condition is 7 to 17. Okay. So for according to that classical yoga point of view, above 7 only we are starting the yogasanas, and even breathing techniques are also supposed to be start 7 onwards. So for they are the beginners level, the kids are. So I don't want to them to go for higher level of pranayama technique. So that is why I use this simple Anuloma Viloma practice. This is very simple. Anybody can do. So this is not like that. This is unnecessary. But for this integrated combination, we used and we found it more effective to control their like emotions and impulsiveness. Actually, it's more effective. According to my study, I found it more effective for that impulsive nature and inattention problem of ADHD students. Okay, so it is more relaxing and calming and providing them that mental soothing effect so that they are able to control their emotions. So according to me, I will say this is necessary because this entire therapy works as a combination. But according to other Raja Yoga concepts, we can say it is not necessary, unnecessary also we can say, but that depends on the condition. The situation varies. That is what I want to state. I think my point is clear now.
Yes, yes. Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Nirmala. And we thank you for taking your time and making it to today's global forum. It was a great talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's have a round of applause for Dr. Nirmala. Coming up next, we have our next speaker, Ms. Zdenka Mazourek. I will have my colleague, Ms. Chaitanya, introduce you to our next speaker.
I would like to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Zdenka Mazourek.
Ms. Mazourek, are you here? I see that you logged in, but can you hear us, Ms. Zdenka?
Yes, I hear you. I'm here.
Great, great.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, my colleague will introduce you to our audience while you pull up your presentation. Okay?
Excellent.
Great.
Hello, Mazourek.
Zdenka.
Okay, sorry. So allow me to briefly share your impressive profile. She is a true pioneer in the field of stress management, having founded the highly acclaimed 10-hour stress management program. She has served as a personal coach, stress advisor, and teacher of fit and anti-gravity yoga, demonstrating a holistic approach to wellness. With a bachelor's degree in nursing science, Ms. Mazourek began her career as a QI advisor and has since become an independent consultant. Driven by her philosophy of change your mindset, change your life. Her mission is to promote the art of moving well, eating well, and having good mental function each day. And her dedication to improving people's mental and physical well-being is truly inspiring. So without further ado, well, we welcome you to the stage. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from beautiful Japan. And as well, thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here and to contribute to this important topic, as is anxieties, depression, resilience, and emotional intelligence. I recognized we already sitting for a little bit longer than we should. So I would surprise you and ask you if we can stand up and do a little bit stretch, because we know that sitting is so dangerous, like smoking. Is it possible to stand up and do a little stretch? If you can do so, I would advise you to stand up and a little bit rotate with your shoulders, with inhalation, exhalation, rotating shoulders and rotating shoulders on opposite way, releasing stress from our shoulders because we don't know how much we are carrying here. And then we can also turn head on the left side, back to center and right side, and breathing deeply when we do this movement. And let's do it 2 more times, turning left and turning right. And 1 more time, turn left with inhalation, going back to center, and with another inhalation, turning opposite side. And last movement, which I will wish to follow, it's only just bending our knees a little bit. Be careful, it's your knees, I don't know them, but separate your feet from each other a little bit further from your hips, and now bend your knees, just gently, few centimeters, engaging your core area, stretching spine up and pulling up. Let's do it 2 more times. So bending our knees, and again, inhale and stretch up. And 1 more time, deeply inhale with exhalation going down. And now pulling our spine up again, and here we are. Here we are, and we can gently wiggle our body and sit down on the chair. And how do you feel? Do you feel more energy in your body? Well, why I did this exercise? For 20 years, we are already saying that sitting is so dangerous like smoking, that it affects our heart, our lungs, our joints, etc. But nobody ever connected mental health and sitting until we have 2022, 20 to 2023, and suddenly we are surprised how much of depression and mental disease appears, how heavily increased number of people who are depressed. And now we know that sitting is so dangerous, not only for heart and lungs, but sedentary lifestyle is as well very prominent for mental well-being, and as well for developing depression. So for that reason, I really would alert you and be aware that sitting is connected to depression. It's fair point, but to introduce myself, I am Zdenka Mazourek, and my journey started long time ago. It was long time ago when I felt that life is not fair, that life is hard, that life is very confusing. Yes, it was a long time ago. And since then, topic of depression and anxiety, resilience and emotional intelligence is what I'm doing and what I am enjoying, and trying to spread it around wherever I am. But I used to be, my dream used to be psychologist. However, my dream didn't come true. I grew up in a socialistic country, and there was many restrictions and as well political games, and I never achieved my goal. And I chose to be nurse. And as a nurse, I satisfied my urge to save people. So being a nurse, it was a wonderful job, and I had access to many, and really try my best always to make patients happy and satisfied. During my nursing career, I came across many patients who had psychological challenges. And I started to observe that it's not only psychological problem what they are experiencing, but this psychological issue was mostly connected to physical issue. It was like a psychosomatic condition, some psychosomatic pattern. So I tried to study, I'd study more. And because that time I still as well psychologically, emotionally were developing, I deal as well with my own issue. So what helped me that time, it was that I always run in library and borrow some self-development book and read. And it helped me so quickly to resolve my issue. It was fantastic and all books was wonderful. But one day, it was significant change and dramatic point when I grabbed the book of a famous psychologist, Dr. Scott Peck. It was book The Road Less Traveled. I don't know if you ever heard about book Road Less Traveled, but for me it was book which I am using even 30 years from that time. It was really amazing book and has a lot of wisdom and a lot of notes which I already probably have somewhere in my unconscious mind. But one sentence, it's really I use until now, and it is sentence: "The life is difficult, and it is great true, but only when you accept that life is difficult, then life is no difficult anymore." I will repeat it one more time. The life is difficult, and it is great true, but only when you accept that life is difficult, then life is no longer difficult. It wasn't the first time since I had this sentence. My grandmother, she used to say something very similar, and I never understood what she meant. It was early age, and really, it sounded very strange for me that time. But reading this time, this profound sentence, life is difficult, and it's great true, but only when you accept that life is difficult, then life is no longer difficult. This time, this sentence really resonated with me, and it was starting point for me when I start to change everything in my life. I suddenly look completely differently whatever happened in my life. I said, it's okay, it's okay. And it was time when I promised myself that from now on, I will be there for people even more than before, and will try to take them through the time when they are really in dark moment. As you may already recognize, my life wasn't easy either. I grew up in socialistic country, and no doubt it has challenges. And it has challenges because now I am international travel, being in Australia, working in Saudi Arabia, now in Japan, and now I accept everything where I am, and it doesn't cause me any issue anymore. But that time, when you will ask me how I went through and how I went through even through immigration, which is another very difficult task, I would say awareness and acceptance. Before I dive deep to my presentation and talking more about awareness and acceptance, I may share with you why this topic is so important to me. A few months ago, I was talking to a friend of mine. In my eyes, she was always the most courageous, most intelligent, most resourceful, and more congruent person on this planet, among my friends, of course. She was practical, realistic, and whenever she makes difficult decisions in her life, I know that it's the right way to go. She's mother of 2 successful children, and whatever she touched before, it was always great result. So that day, when she asked me for a coaching session, we went through her issue, and suddenly she revealed to me that she is not happy, that she's not satisfied, that she does not feel that she's valued, and that she's misunderstood, and that it caused her thinking about that she has not any place on this planet anymore. Once her children will grown up, she probably she has not any goal to be here. So it caused her a lot of sadness, deep sadness. Another case which followed up after talking to my friend, it happened here in Japan. not far away from place where I live. It was tragical incident, when a woman who was a little bit younger than a friend of mine, also with 2 children, finished her life abruptly. In most horrible way. And it's really shocked me and harmed all my senses, because what happened, it wasn't easy, accept, and as well, it gave me question how people who witness this tragedy, this incident, will deal with their life. I'm trained. I know what to do, how I go through challenges and traumas. But this incident took me almost 1 hour to release and discharge this emotional energy from my body. It's taken me a long time. And I am asking, what about these people who witnessed this incident, who are not aware of what's going on, and what they will do with this situation? I would ask another question as well about her children, 14 and 16 years old, how their life will unfold. They probably will feel shame and guilt. And although I believe that they will get some help, some assistance, I wonder if it will be deep enough to unwind this traumatic event, which definitely will affect their life. So why it is that instead of thriving, we are drowning? What we can do to reverse, instead of going downhill, to do something which make us thrive again. Good news is that there are a lot of services, there are a lot of tools, there are a lot of strategies, preventive strategies, which we can implement to assist people. And we know that early intervention is best intervention. And it's a good start that we have these tools and we know about it. And when people feel irritability, stress, sadness, anxiety, or having sleeping disorder, they should already look for some help. It has been really proven again that early strategy and targeting early symptoms is best way how to prevent this mental disorder and even depression. In perfect situation, it would be starting point. However, there is never a perfect situation, perfect time. So we have to look for missing link, such as public awareness, individual awareness, and also strategic medical awareness. When medical professionals would be looking for and be supported and encouraged to focus at mental illness and on the well-being of people by looking in their medical histories and support especially those who has in family or they have a family history of depression. The World Health Organization rated depression as the 4th largest cause of global impact on society in general terms of loss and productivity. My question is, why there is not measurement on and focused at contagious of this depression? And yes, I strongly believe that depression and mental disorder is contagious. Contagious not as a flu or anything like that, but contagious in more term like quantum energy. We communicate through non-verbal cause. We are empath, we are feeling, and we're feeling what's going on around us. When someone in our proximity looks depressed, we probably will change our attitude to sympathize, empathize with this person. We unwillingly as well imitate their behavior a bit and maybe even get depressed. So it's very important to be observative and to be aware that this energy transfer is happening during low moment of the people who are around us. I'm sure that sometimes you enter the room and say, I don't feel well here in this room, because there is very low energy. So referring to fatal event which happened here earlier, I have 3 questions to ask about that. How many people will ask for help when they will experience this trauma? I don't think that many will do that. And as well, how many people will search for help? And it's probably same answer. And most importantly, I would like to ask, what about these children 14 and 16 years old? It's really trauma which is very difficult to heal. Through my life experience, I observed that in large majority of cases, people who experience post-traumatic stress disorder, some trauma, they will suffer for post-traumatic stress disorder. And post-traumatic stress disorder, if unattended, will lead to depression or some mental disease. Through repetitive thoughts and pattern in our brain, it will grow deeper and deeper. And it depends as well on age, on education, on gender, on emotional intelligence and relationship. But majority of time, people are not able to deal with trauma like that by themselves. There is need for help. So trauma, whatever trauma it happens, small or big, it's impact our amygdala. And amygdala start to process our limbic system, and it start to activate a process fight or flight symptom and to respond to the danger. And sooner or later, the impact of trauma affect our life. It is not direct effect, which the individual or people around would be aware about. The moment that trauma happened and unattended and without any treatment, without any intervention, the persons will start to experience more unhappy moments than happy moments, and vicious cycles start. People in proximity may notice little changes, but they don't take a very serious look at that. But this process is very slow and very sneaky. It's an unrecognizable process. And maybe 10 years later from now, somebody say, why this person changed so dramatically? Nobody will look back 10 years ago what actually happened. In this point, I will use a very positive analogy, although it's meant to be in disparaging way. So try to imagine it's springtime and you are walking along with Greenland. You are walking and you see beautiful green grass, and you are walking another 2 days and you see green grass, and very unnoticeable changes happening on this green grass. But one day you go and all grass is blooming, beautiful land, green grass, and a field of full of flowers. So, but these flowers are blooming on this land, not in our brain. Our brain as well, through the processes which are happening in our brain when we don't implement any intervention, it starts to bloom, but in not beautiful flowers or positive thinking. It's opposite way. It's a way of when person develop fear, anxiety, they will stop to trust themselves, and many other things which affect another situation in their life. And they are going just downhill because they cannot help themselves. Nobody can help themselves without any assistance, because untrained person doesn't know what's going on, and they mostly believe that what is happening, it's happening because it's their life, which is probably normal for them. For that reason, public awareness is necessary in order to increase support and mobilize local knowledge and resources and develop skills to help others in need. As challenging as it could be, there are some simple steps to take. And these steps are so simple. And again, if it would be perfect situation, these 3 steps would help resolve all issues. They are good or simple for us who are observing, but not easy for those who are in mental disease. So first step is ask for help. Asking for help is so important. It should be initiated by a person who suffers or some surrogate. Why asking for help is so important? Well, like this woman I talk about, she also covered what's going on in her own personal life. She covered it so well that nobody recognized what is going in her mind. So when somebody asks for help, it means that they bring awareness. They bring awareness that they are not okay and that need help. And when they ask for help, it's very courageous. There is almost 50% of people who doesn't ask ever for help because they mean that they are not adequate, that they are weak, that they are not, that it's not normal, that they are ashamed of what's going on in their life. Second step, it's begin willingness to ask for help. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's a second step is willingness of participate on treatment. And it's another story similar story before. And actually, Kyla Good, Stanford doctor student, she did study and she completed research when she proved that although children in age of 7 and younger can already have this false belief that it's shame to ask for help and it's shame to show that something is not okay in their life. So ask for help and willingness to participate on treatment is so important. And again, on participating on treatment, again, like 50% of people will never agree to participate on treatment. Of course, we need consent. We need collaboration with this person. So without consent and without willingness, we can never progress in treatment. And third point is willingness to change. And willingness of change, it's difficult as same like 2 previous points. How can we encourage people to change? You can ask in your surroundings, your close family, and maybe you experience it in your close family, as I do, to encourage somebody that something needs to be changed. It's very difficult and very sensitive issue, and we have to be very careful how we approach people. And plus, educational system, society, environment, our relationship, all this web around us telling us, okay, you are in this way and nothing can be changed on you. So we personally, we don't see our default. We don't see where we need to be changed. We don't know where we have to untangle some hard wiring in our brain. But when we are going and again around same problem with same result, then we should say, I probably need to change something and I should ask for help. Ask for help, it could be easy. And it could be even your friend to whom you can talk, and maybe it would help many people. But this time, when society is mostly on in friendship with technology rather with human beings, it's difficult to find somebody who will take full attention to you and with whom you can speak openly. So really, it's very important to have flexible, adaptive, and open mind, and willingness to act on current situation. Willingness to ask for help and knowing there is nothing to lose, only gain, and to reach success and avoid probably serious mental problem. I want to reiterate that preventable medical disease required a management of our emotions and self-regulate our emotions. It's never too late to start and to educate anybody, especially young generation. The children are like sponges, and they absorb everything what's going around us, what's going around our families. And we, as a parents, as a grandparents and aunties and as teachers, sometimes we don't know what children actually absorb from us. So to be emotionally open, emotionally intelligent is a very important part. For that reason, I believe that family, pediatrician, kindergarten, school teachers, everywhere should be trained people or should be aware of what's going on and how children are affected by our behavior. And as well, letting them know that they have always support and that it's okay to ask for support, that it's actually very important to ask support. Building emotionally strong new generation is such an important task. I cannot stress enough. And it's a gradual process and a very slow process. So as a self-awareness, I believe that self-awareness is vital skills, and maybe it's one of most important skills we need to develop to try. It means we must be willing to be curious about ourselves and ask ourselves where we are, set ourselves goals and see how we are going to reach these goals, and observe our emotion, how we react. We find that we are procrastinating, that we are giving up on a little things. It means that there is some trauma which happened before. It's really very challenging. And only through face-to-face and social action, we can achieve the goal. We can achieve improvement in our society and decrease a level of mental disorder, mental disease. So we know that easier to prevent than to cure, and we can all help. I acknowledge that this topic is incredibly complex. It has many layers. It has so many layers, and I touch upon today only little part of big iceberg. Many experts and scientists are involved to light up or find a light at the end of tunnel. And my role as a coach, I want to shed light on this urgent topic and create even more awareness and more acceptance what's going on around us. And how I create changes in my surroundings? Well, teaching in kindergarten here in Japan, I give a lot of attention to those children who are already disturbed this age, and letting them go, letting them know that it's always somebody who can support them and give them attention. Being aware that the depression as well is very prominent and anxiety are very prominent at the age of probably mostly around 20 years old. Of course, later on as well, but at age of 20, it's really very critical age. And especially for the women when they are pregnant. So I am teaching as well monthly workshop for pregnant ladies, and I always establish part of this teaching, bringing awareness about emotional hygiene, about emotional awareness, about mental health, that they need to observe and alert them that it's a risk, especially during pregnancy. It's tough time, it's not easy time, and they really need to be supported. And my set goal is in progress. It's not established yet. I wish to teach. I wish to be coach in this here in public school, where can I teach, where I can show that coaches are not only sport coaches, but they are also life coaches, which can create and help to navigate people through life. So to finish my presentation, actually, I forget to tell you, although good ending about my friend's story. She is back on her feet. She's starting a new project and she's shining again. I am so grateful. And now, finishing my presentation by quotation of psychologist Frederick Zucker, can give us constructive proposal where to look for change. As a species, we are psychologically and emotionally illiterate, looking at the world that is broken and that we need to fix it. It's as opposed to the deeper truth, which is that we are broken and that our world is simply a reflection of that. My name is Zdenka Mazourek, and once again, thank you very much for your attention and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zdenka. Thank you for addressing our audience today. If we are now open for any questions for Ms. Zdenka, if any audience should have any questions, please, you can go ahead, or you can write it in the chat box. Okay, Ms. Zdenka, you can leave your contact details in the chat box, and if we should have any questions, we will redirect them to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Coming up next, we have our next speaker, Jane Langley. Ms. Jane?
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Jane, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So meanwhile, you pull up your presentation, I will have my colleague Mercy introduce you to the audience.
Sure, thank you.
Jane. Ms. Jane is a professional doctoral student at the University of Texas in UK, specializing in the field of psychodynamic psychotherapy. As a practicing psychodynamic psychotherapist, she holds a master's degree in psychodynamic psychotherapy and counseling. She has also completed postgraduate studies in family and systemic psychotherapy. In addition to her impressive credentials, Ms. Jane serves as the director of 2 counseling and psychotherapy centers in the UK. Her extensive experience in the field also includes her tenure as a service manager for community health services in the National Health Service in London, UK. Ms. Jane, we are honored to have you here, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, my name is Jane Langley. I'm a psychodynamic psychotherapist and the director of 2 counselling and psychotherapy centres in Colchester and Ipswich in the southeast of England. I have a particular interest in the only child and the idea that as they have not experienced the arrival of actual siblings or the sudden awareness of the presence of older siblings, that they may not be able to negotiate and find a position for themselves within the sibling group. Therefore, my research question is, do only child adults enact a fantasy sibling group in which to find their position within the therapeutic setting? And can this be seen in the transference, which I suggest is a fantasy sibling transference, in which the therapist and the therapist's other patients are drawn into the drama? So I'm currently undertaking doctoral research into this phenomenon to see if it can be identified within the transference through the interviewing of psychoanalytic and psychodynamic practitioners who are working with or who have worked with only child adult patients. And I have found some interesting themes already starting to emerge in the data, which I hope to share with you at the end of this presentation. Now, when I talk about the only child adult, I am referring to an individual who has no siblings, no step siblings, and no half siblings. So early literature around the only child has been marred with negativity, with them being portrayed as developing abnormally and being unable to deal with the demands of social life. Stanley Hall, an eminent American psychologist back in the early 20th century, even went as far as describing being an only child as a disease in itself. And some of the early studies around that time have been sociological and psychological in nature and have suggested only children are neurotic, self-centered, and unable to deal with the rigors of social life, with a high percentage of anxiety, overactivity, crying, and nail biting. And other studies have found them to be fearful and moody, non-competitive, and hypochondrial. Now, Jacob Arlo, who is one of the few psychoanalytic writers, studied his own and his supervisee's only child adult patients and found some interesting patterns. He found his only child patients had fantasies of having destroyed potential rivals in the womb. And this extends Melanie Klein's idea that while in the womb, all the potential siblings are devoured or injured. And there are various symptom formations relating to this. Now, Arlo said that this was a specific fantasy common to all his patients. And he found that some had claustral fantasies as well as claustrophobic symptoms, a fear of closed spaces, and the unconscious fear of being stuck in the womb and devoured by the unborn siblings. And he also noted that there was a fear of retaliation in his patients from these devoured siblings. And he suggested that the only child fears the siblings will come along and oust him from his uniquely favoured position with his parents. And one of Arlo's patients was a 33-year-old woman who suffered with severe phobias, claustrophobia and obsessional fears. And he saw a connection between several of her phobias and an underlying fear of retaliation from the devoured siblings. She had a fear of pregnancy and cancer, and he saw that the fetus and the cancer represented these unborn siblings that were coming back to retaliate for being destroyed. And Arlo found that in his only child adult patients, this fear of retaliation from unborn siblings could take many forms, ranging from a fear of insects in one of his patients to having a fear of small children and the fear that they would turn into these savage animals and attack him. And another had an obsessive fear of dogs, and several of his patients would have dreams of being attacked by animals. But Arlo didn't discuss how these fantasies might manifest in the transference within the therapeutic setting. Now, when trying to understand the psyche of the only child adult, I think it's necessary to have a brief look at the literature relating to the effects of siblings on children, on their emotional and psychological development. And this is really important when we want to understand how the absence of siblings can potentially affect the development of the only child. There was very little literature on siblings prior to the 1980s, with Freud only making scattered references and tending to refer to jealousy and rivalry, which may have been something to do with his own difficult sibling experience. However, Melanie Klein suggested that all humans expect a sibling to arrive, and that if it doesn't arrive, the infant will imagine they have destroyed them and will feel overwhelmed with guilt. She also suggested that siblings allow the infant to come to terms with their own aggressiveness and their own destructive feelings. And we all know, with our own experience of siblings, we can become murderously angry with them. And the fact the sibling survives it and we are the best of friends the next day suggests that our own anger and aggressiveness is survivable. Whereas she suggested the only child believes that their aggression and destructiveness has actually killed off the unborn siblings, making them feel very frightened of their own anger and frightened of the retaliation from other children. From the 1980s onwards, there was a surge of psychoanalytic literature on siblings, suggesting that having a sibling was important for psychic development, but not essential. But British psychoanalyst Juliet Mitchell went as far as to say that having a sibling was crucial and necessary, and is expected by all humans, as it serves to provide the conditions required for the infant to find a position within the sibling group, which is reflected later in life with peers, and where we find our position in amongst our peer, both at work and in family life. And she suggested that even if the sibling does not arrive, the infant will still continue to expect it. But she didn't expand on this. But she did, however, propose a sibling theory, which is something that Freud didn't do. And that sibling theory, she suggested that where psychoanalysis has tended to always focus on the vertical axis of the parent-child, as we know, Freud's Oedipal complex, which is the relationship between the parents and the infant, is central to psychoanalytic theory. But she introduced another axis, which she described as the horizontal axis of the lateral relations, those who were beside rather than above, the siblings, and the significance of these lateral relations should not be underestimated. So Mitchell's sibling trauma theory suggests that the expectation that a sibling will arrive is a universal one, meaning that every human being expects a brother or sister, whether that be the actual arrival of a new baby or the sudden awareness of older siblings. Either will throw the infant into a state of non-existence and nowhere. Their prized and favoured place with the parents has been taken and they no longer have a place. And this trauma evokes a sense of annihilation anxiety. The infant has been replaced. And this sets in motion the law of the mother, which Mitchell describes as the loving bribes and punishments dished out to the infant, preventing that infant from murdering the new baby, which is the immediate reaction to having one's place taken. I will destroy the one who has destroyed me. And this introduction also introduces the process of seriality, which she describes as the idea that the infant is in a series, one of many, and the infant will now have to take its turn in the sibling group and find a new position among the siblings. And this is experienced through the games that siblings play together and the having to wait for mum's attention while she is dealing with a brother or sister. But how does the infant actually find their new position? What's the specific process that happens here? Well, whilst Mitchell is primarily concerned with this existential issue of annihilation anxiety and how the infant defends against this, Janine Vivona, an American psychologist, is much more focused on the issue of identity. And she suggests that the psychological manifestation of position is a way to know where you are in relation to someone else. And we can and do position ourselves with respect to others, with and through our identities. And she asks the questions: who does my position among my siblings allow me to be? What is the shape of my place in the family and in the world? And what is the value of my place? If identity is the psychological manifestation of position, then identity is marked by the sibling trauma and the child's attempts to resolve this trauma, which is to regain a unique position and valued place, both with the parents and within the sibling group, and later in the world of peers. And Vivona suggests that siblings will invite the new baby into a position which is available. I am the smart one, so you can be the funny one. However, this process involves the infant being recognised by the siblings, which confirms its existence and its position on the lateral level. And this idea of recognition is taken up by Jessica Benjamin in her theory of intersubjectivity and mutual recognition. And in her subjectivity theory, Benjamin suggests that the necessity of recognizing and being recognized by the other, I am the doer that does, I am the author of my acts. So recognition is the essential response, the constant companion of assertion. We have a need to recognize the other as a separate person who is like us and yet distinct from us. And the presence of the sibling forces a confrontation with the subjectivity of the other, which is the new baby or the older sibling. So we have a need for recognition by someone who is the same as us, but different. So a separate other, someone who is the same as us on the lateral level, but is also distinct from us, a separate being. And Vivona suggests that only siblings can provide this for each other. So the underlying need in these theories of intersubjectivity is this crucial need for mutual recognition, which is actually a very different need from the recognition from parents. Recognition from parents is extremely important, but that is on the vertical level and not on the lateral level. So the necessity, oh, hang on, sorry, next slide. So if Mitchell and Klein suggest the arrival of the sibling is a universal expectation and the only child does not experience this arrival, what might the implications be? Well, several authors have discussed the idea of the sibling transference, which refers to actual siblings who have been internalized and projected onto the therapist and the therapist's other patients, reenacting the patient's early position within the sibling group. And Betty Joseph, in her well-known paper on transference, suggests that everything of importance in the patient's psyche, based on his early and habitual ways of functioning, his fantasies, impulses, defenses, and conflicts, will be lived out in some way in the transference. Therefore, the transference can reveal, through the counter-transference of the therapist, fantasy sibling relations which have not actually existed in the early life of the patient. And I suggest this is related to the unresolved dilemma of the sibling trauma, which is expected and necessary for the infant to resolve in order to transition him from the baby and into the social world of the child, among others who are the same, preparing for the entry into the adult world of peers and partners. And if this doesn't happen and the expected sibling does not arrive and there are no older siblings, the only child may continue to expect, to dread, and to even search for the sibling to enable the playing out of this necessary part of psychic development. And in my own clinical work with only child adult patients, I have been aware in my countertransference a feeling of being competed with for what I have, or who I am, or perhaps my place or position in the world, which has evoked in me a fear of losing something significant. I've also had feelings of being admired by my only child adult patients and emulated, leaving me feeling a sense of superiority and grandeur. I've also had patients who have found it particularly difficult to sit in the waiting room with their fantasy siblings, as well as patients who have had extreme reactions to seeing others come out of my consulting room, who they have fantasized were my other patients and perhaps potential rivals for their place with me. And this at times has resulted in them bringing dreams to their therapy with themes of exclusion and of being placed on the outside of various situations and events, which has felt unbearable for them. And this suggests to me there is a fantasy sibling transference where the expectation, the dread, and the search is activated in the therapeutic setting. And I suspect in other settings as well. But it is a therapeutic setting where we can pick it up in the countertransference of the therapist and where we can explore this unique phenomenon. So my research so far has started to reveal some really interesting patterns and themes, which I would like to briefly share with you, which I think indicates the presence of this fantasy sibling transference. But firstly, my methodology for this research project is a qualitative approach using semi-structured interviews of practitioners, that is counsellors and psychotherapists who are psychodynamic and psychoanalytic, working with only child adult patients within a therapeutic context. The study seeks to capture their experience of their work with these patients and how they have made sense of the transference within the therapeutic setting, using their understanding of their countertransference, as well as my own countertransference during my discussions with them. They are all practitioners working in private practice within an agency setting, using a waiting room, as this may allow for the manifestation of fantasies around the therapist's other patients to emerge, although this is not always essential. They can emerge without this. And the analysis of the data is through reflexive thematic analysis as developed by Virginia Braun and Victoria Clark. So I've undertaken all the interviews of these therapists and have already started to analyse the data, and some interesting themes have already started to emerge. All these patients, except one, has either the first appointment of the day or the very last. And I'm wondering about this as a need to be seen, a need for a place. So unconsciously, perhaps having a position at the beginning or at the end of the day, maybe coming from a fear of being replaced by the other fantasy siblings. A large number of the therapists I've interviewed have reported to feeling a competitiveness with these patients, not necessarily in themselves, but from the patient. And those therapists with siblings can relate it to a sibling-like feeling, although it doesn't always fit with their own sibling experience. It seems to have more of a fit if the therapists themselves are an older sibling, which is interesting because there are only two only child therapists who also feel this intensely and can relate to this feeling, to what they imagine it would feel like being an older sibling in the transference. So this suggests that there is something happening. There is some kind of sibling experience going on within these only child adult patients. There also seems to be a lack of playfulness, a serious attitude to life in these patients, perhaps the absence of playing out different roles with siblings early in life through games, and the survival of siblings from these murderous attacks and aggressiveness. And also the only child therapists that I've interviewed sense a huge longing for something, a connection on a level that they haven't experienced before with their patients. And three of the other therapists who do have siblings themselves have also picked up this in their countertransference, but have put it down to other issues with parents. And I wonder if this longing, this deep connection that these only child adult patients are searching for is something about the search for a sibling. And more than half of the therapists interviewed have felt intimidated, which I wonder about the patient's fear of being replaced, and so perhaps a need to assert themselves to ward off any potential rivals. And that assertion in the therapeutic encounter may well be experienced by the therapist as quite intimidating. And more than half of the therapists interviewed have experienced a difficult encounter with another patient or other person to whom the patient has reacted strongly with feelings of anger, betrayal, and anxiety. Again, I suggest this could be related to the only child adult's fear of being displaced by the fantasy sibling, and seeing the other person coming out of the therapy room perhaps evokes this overwhelming fear of potentially being thrown into a state of non-existence, and so is defending against that. And all the patients except one, so all the only child patients except one of them, has a job where there is a kind of separation from others. So an isolated manager, one is self-employed and who has contacts with others but is outside the main group. One is a professional working with other professionals of the same training but struggles to be part of the professional group and only associates with the admin staff. Perhaps these are all suggesting a difficulty in knowing where their position is in their group of peers. In fact, all of them have experienced difficulties with groups and feeling on the outside of groups. And this has been with peer relationships, which again, I suggest is about feeling that they don't hold a position in the group because they've never experienced or resolved the sibling trauma where they confined their position in a group. So the research continues, and I hope to find yet more patterns and themes of significance. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for talking today and addressing our audience, Ms. Langley. It was a great talk. I request audience, if anybody should have any questions, you can go ahead or you can type it in the chat box. And if we should have any questions, we will read the same to you, Ms. Langley. Could you please leave your contact information in the chat box?
I can indeed. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Let us have a round of applause for Ms. Langley.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much for the great talk. Next, we have our next speaker, Manisha Timothy, and I will have my colleague, Ms. Chaitanya, introduce her to the audience.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Manisha Timothy. Let me take a moment to highlight your impressive career as a professional life coach and a motivational speaker. As the founder of Dream Catalyst Life Coaching, she has a proven track record of helping people, particularly women, realize their true potential and overcome self-limiting beliefs that hinder their progress. Ms. Timothy, your passion for empowering women shines through in your work, and your dedication to giving back to society is commendable. You generously offer your service on a pro bono basis to help underprivileged women. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Ms. Timothy. The stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Star Conferences, for inviting me to speak at the International Forum on Mental Health and women's well-being and women's well-being. I remember a quote I once read: as women achieve power, the barriers will fall. As society sees what women can do, as women see what women can do, there will be more women out there doing things, and we'll all be better off for it. A quote by Sandra Day O'Connor. A very good afternoon to everyone attending this conference. My name is Manisha Timothy, and I'm a life coach by profession based in Dubai. My coaching company goes by the name of Dream Catalyst Life Coaching. And today I'm here to present my thoughts on what I feel is a very important topic, that is importance of women in women's life. So before I further go on my research, my surveys, and my thoughts on it, I would like to ask the women audience here one question, and you can reply me by just raising your hand virtually on the reactions icon. Do you feel that you're not adequately supported by women around you, whether it's work, family, or friends, or even your in-laws? Do you feel that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for responding, Zdenka. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you so much. So these days, topics such as women empowerment, girl power, gender equality, the list goes on. These are hot burning topics for today, and we are so used to hearing these keywords on a daily basis. In fact, this is the reason for us to be gathering here today, to give form to a basic right that is ours. But have we ever paused to think about the importance of women in another woman's life? Are we so busy in demanding our rights from men that we often forget to support our fellow women? I strongly believe that women are more important in a woman's life than men are. From childhood to adulthood, a woman builds and shapes the life of another woman. The impact of women on each other is very high, as they understand each other better and can help each other in various aspects of their lives. Women play a vital role in supporting and empowering other women. This could be through mentorship, advocacy, or simply being a supportive friend. It's important to recognize that women are not a monolithic group, and that the experiences and challenges faced by women can vary widely depending on factors such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status. My objective for this session is to explore how we can bring about a positive influence and improvement through collaboration, knowledge, and experience sharing, thereby helping other women achieve their full potential, to increase awareness about the significant role women play in the lives of other women, and promote the importance of supporting and uplifting one another. Which brings to my topic for today. What is the importance of women in a woman's life? And why do we need to pause and think about what we can do more to help each other, in turn ourselves? Let me quote Maya Angelou here. Each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all the women. I would like to explore this topic by examining a few key relationships here. Right from the girl is born, her first interaction is with a woman who's her mother. That girl, more often than not, is highly influenced by her mother and strives hard to mold herself in her mother's image, right from copying her dressing style to her mannerisms, and often unconsciously inculcating her habits, both good and bad. The mother's role in being able to imbibe the right values in her daughter, and more importantly, shaping up the personality of her daughter to be fierce, independent, self-made, cannot be measured. But very often we come across situations in most of the countries where a mother herself thinks of a daughter to be inferior to her sons, whether physically or intellectually. Often the mother herself might have gone through various pressures and biases, and rather than warding them off for her daughter, she simply passes them on to her daughters, raising them to believe to be inferior to men. A study published in the Journal of Marriage and Family found that maternal warmth and supportiveness during childhood were positively associated with greater emotional well-being and self-esteem in adulthood among women. The study also found that the quality of a mother-daughter relationship was more influential than the father-daughter relationship in predicting these outcomes. Further, according to a report by the National Bureau of Economic Research, daughters who have a close relationship with their mothers are less likely to experience depression, anxiety, and other mental health problems. The report also found that maternal support can have a positive impact on academic achievement and career success. Another study published in the Journal of Family Psychology found that maternal involvement in a daughter's life was associated with high levels of resilience and self-efficacy. The study also found that the quality of mother-daughter relationship was more important in predicting these outcomes. According to a report by the World Health Organization, girls who have positive relationship with their mothers are less likely to engage in risky behaviors such as smoking, drinking, and early sexual activity. So these are just few examples of the research studies and statistics available on the topic. It is clear that maternal influence can have a powerful impact on a girl's development, and a positive relationship with her mother can contribute to her emotional, mental, and physical well-being. So my objective here is to be able to empower every mother to believe in her strengths, which she can then pass on to her daughter. Unfortunately, whether we like it or not, to expect a suo moto change in the thinking of men is unlikely or painstakingly slow. It is very important that mothers of all ages, but more so young mothers, see the potential of their daughters and are able to stand up for the rights of themselves and, more importantly, their daughters. I would next like to explore this topic by looking at the workplace. I have so many times come across many coaching clients walking up to me and telling me about how they truly admire a leader in their workplace and how much they would like to learn from that woman to be able to succeed in their corporate life. But more often than not, we women suffer from jealousy and biases amongst ourselves, leading to a downfall and lack of progress at workplace. My objective here is to work with these women and help overcome jealousies and also help in uplifting and empowering our fellow women. So an article published in Forbes, March 2019, highlights that women who support women are more successful at workplace. New research in the Harvard Business Review, February 2019, by Yang and Nitesh Chawla, finds that while both men and women benefit from having a network of well-connected peers across different groups, women who also have an inner circle of close female contacts are more likely to land in executive positions with greater authority and higher pay. While there was no link found for the success of men in terms of gender composition of their inner circles. The reason? Women trying to rise up into leadership face cultural and systematic hurdles that make it harder for them to advance, such as an unconscious bias. A study suggests that a way to overcome some of these hurdles is to form close connections with other women who can share experiences from women who have been there, done that. There are many ways in which we can support each other at workplace. For example, celebrate each other's successes. So instead of feeling envious or threatened by a colleague's success, congratulate and acknowledge them. This not only creates a positive and supportive work environment, but it can also help to build trust and stronger relationships. Then next is mentorship and sponsorship. Offering mentorship to younger women in your field or sponsoring them for promotions can be a powerful way to help each other grow professionally. Share your knowledge and resources. Women who support each other by sharing their knowledge and resources, such as industry insights, job leads, or even personal and professional development opportunities. Advocate for each other. So at the workplace, sometimes if you notice that a female colleague is being overlooked or undervalued, speak up and advocate for her. This could be as simple as giving her credit during a meeting or recommending her for a project. Provide constructive feedback. When providing constructive feedback to a female colleague, do so constructively and with the intention of helping her improve. This can be particularly helpful in situations where jealousy or competition may arise. Create a network. Forming a network or community of women in your field can provide a supportive and empowering environment for sharing experiences, advice, and resources. Stand up against discrimination. Women who can support each other by standing up against discrimination or unfair treatment in the workplace, which is, I guess, more prevalent in the workplace. So you can just, it can be as simple as addressing to derogatory language or behavior, or as significant as advocating for equal pay or promotion opportunities. So these were some of the things I thought of which can improve the workplace relationships of women between each other. Then after exploring the early years and parallels to a career building phase, let me touch upon another very important aspects of our lives, which probably takes up most of our years, marriage. I'm sure everyone over here would agree that one of the most challenging interpersonal relationship is with your mother-in-law. And before someone challenges me over here by saying that they have the most amazing relationship with their mother-in-law, I tip my hat to you in advance. So going ahead, as a professional life coach, this is an area that frequently comes up. And I'm sure we all know the reasons why these conflicts arise in the first place, namely territorial insecurities, fear of divided attention, and the list goes on. Conflict between a woman and her in-laws is a common issue everywhere. A study published in the Journal of Marriage and Family found that women who had good relationship with their mother-in-laws reported lower levels of marital conflict. However, women who had poor relationships with their mother-in-laws reported high levels of marital conflict. Homes that are able to overcome these inherent vices, or for the time that our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are able to overcome their differences, leads to some of the most fulfilling and successful phases of relationships. Having supportive in-laws can be beneficial for a woman's well-being. A study published in the Journal of Family Psychology found that women who had supportive in-laws reported high levels of marital satisfaction and lower levels of depression. So some of the ways in which we can improve the relationship between mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law are communication. Have a clear and honest communication to form any kind of good relationship. Then respect. It is very important to respect each other's opinions and decisions. Respect leads to trust, which is valuable in any relationship. boundaries, which is, according to me, quite important in a relationship with your in-laws, because if you discuss your boundaries and expectations, you also come to know about the personal space and time of the other person. Then avoid comparison. It is imperative to avoid comparing one another, especially when it comes to parenting style, family traditions, or cultural differences. Gratitude. Expressing gratitude for one another can help to foster positive emotions and an overall positive relationship. So looking at these various issues and lack of adequate support prompted me to do a quick dipstick survey for about 60 women. Now, mind you that the population used in conducting my survey is highly skewed and comprising of urban, educated women, economically stable, and thus expected to be more evolved. I was, however, surprised to know that to a question which asked whether you are adequately supported by other women in different areas of your life, nearly 51% responded not having adequate support from women around them. I would like to remind here of the skew towards urban, educated, and evolved women. I'm sure the figure would be much higher in a wider population. And then another interesting statistic thrown by the survey was about the negative remarks made by women on women. 61% responded that they have been subject to negative remarks on the basis of caste, creed, color, looks, body shape, or age. This reinforces the point I made earlier about women pulling other fellow women down. So as I conclude my exploration, overwhelmingly indicates the need for women to be able to stand up, influence, and contribute in being able to support other women. As we live in an era where gender equality is highly relevant and traditional biases against jobs that women cannot do are becoming fast obsolete, I wish to be able to make a marked difference in helping my fellow women in being able to help contribute to the success of other women. It is very important for women to get rid of their inherent biases and restrictive thoughts and come forward to encourage the women in their lives and help build their confidence and make them fiercely independent and self-confident to help shape a better society, not just for other women, but for the men in their lives as well. I would like to end my speech with a powerful quote by author and feminist Audre Lorde, which emphasizes the interconnectedness of women's experiences and the importance of supporting and uplifting each other in the fight for equality and freedom. It highlights the idea that women cannot achieve true liberation if some women are still oppressed, and that it is our responsibility as women to support each other and work towards a more just and equal society. I quote, "I'm not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timothy. Thank you for addressing the audience today. And thank you for advocating on the concept that women need support from women. It's really great. It was a great talk, actually.
Thank you.
And now, thank you. Now we will have a break. We'll break for lunch for about 45 minutes, and we will be back. And before we break for lunch, let us give a round of applause for Ms. Timothy for the great talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Timothy. Let us break for lunch now. Welcome back to the International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. We now have our next speaker, Mr. Guy Cassarchis. I have my colleague, Mercy, who will be introducing Mr. Cassarchis to our audience. Mr. Cassarchis, are you here? Can you hear us, sir? Mr. Cassarchis?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Cassarchis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Cassarchis, before you start with your talk, I have my colleague who will be introducing you to the audience.
Okay, thank you. I've been traveling. I'm just trying to get my presentation up as well.
Sure. Meanwhile, you can pull up your presentation and she will introduce you to the audience.
Sure. Okay,
Hello,
thank
Mr.
you.
Guy.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Mr. Guy is a highly qualified and experienced Victorian registered teacher and school leader with over 34 years of international and Australian experience. He holds a BEd in personal development, health and physical activity, and an MA in leadership and management. Additionally, he is an esteemed educational consultant and speaker. Currently, Mr. Guy serves as the principal and CEO at Olasho International School in Osun State, Nigeria, where he has established the Olasho International Football Academy in partnership with Team Nigeria, UK, and in collaboration with Southampton FC in England. Beyond his school responsibilities, Mr. Guy generously dedicates his time to assisting school owners, boards, and executive leaders. With that said, we are honored to have you here, Mr. Guy, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. And hopefully, can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. We can see that.
Okay, thank you very much. And apologies that as I said, I've been traveling with the family, so it's been very busy. Okay. I'd like to, as you see through my presentation, I'll just, okay. Okay, is that better? Can you see the full screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for taking the time to come and listen to me talk regarding the association between school-based physical activity and academic performance, the brain boost. As was mentioned, my name's Guy Cassarchis, and I've currently been traveling back home from Nigeria to Australia, and therefore in the midst of just returning home to do the presentation as well. This is a little bit about me and my background, just so that you get a bit of an understanding of where I'm coming from. I've been in schools for 35 years in a wide variety of positions, but I initially started as a health and physical education and sport teacher many years ago. They're just some of my qualifications. I also, currently being a principal CEO, I also do keynote speaking around the world and also around Nigeria and Southeast Asia. on education. I thought I'd start with this slide. Obviously, being an Australian, but also many of our Western countries, the report cards, I guess, on children, secondary children in particular, is quite low in regards to physical activity, and that's because they spend a lot of their time at school on a daily basis seated. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey in the next 20 to 25 minutes through this presentation. There's obviously been a lot of research in regards to physical activity and academic performance as well, and I'll share some of that research that I found with you. But I'd like to give you some ideas in regards to what we do at my school, but also in a number of schools around the world in trying to keep children active, and the comparison in regards to the data for their students' academic performance. So what really is the issue for schools, generally speaking, all around the world? There's an increased interest in people researching this particular topic around the world, and you'll see that through some of the information I have and the evidence. You'll see there are so many different pieces of research going on around the world. The other thing is that they're generally trying to look at how physical activity has a positive impact on children, and the increase in their participation is supposed to enhance their cognitive functioning and concentration and skills, etc. But the main bullet point I'd like to mention is number 4. It's called the crowded curriculum. Now, as parents and also as teachers and educators, the current curriculum is crowded with a variety of subject areas. So how does physical education and sport and extracurricular activity fit into this crowded curriculum is what I'll also be talking about today. The other thing is that because there are so many different subject areas that keep cropping up every single year, getting introduced into schools, physical activity, or PE, tends to be the time that they're getting tends to be diminishing. I'm not sure what it's like in your schools or your children's schools, but it's something that should be looked at, as you'll see from some of the information I'll be presenting. And then the other issue is that there is also research around saying that physical activity doesn't actually impact on the grades at all. So that's the flip side of what I'm talking about. And then there's also information in regards to the difference between physical activity and organised sport. So some of the questions that have been raised are: how many lessons are allocated to physical activity across your curriculum? The one thing that we've looked at the school I'm at is looking at the structure of the school day, the traditional school day, and trying to break that up to create far more interesting lessons, where I'll be talking about active learning, and also the structure of the day so the children aren't seated for such a long period of time. The other thing we'll be looking at is movement opportunities during the school day. How can teachers plan lessons that are a little bit more interesting and have more variety, and therefore children are actually a bit more active in the actual classroom? I'll show you some sample classrooms, and so the environment of a classroom has a very, very big impact on how children learn. We'll be looking at teacher training, and once again, as I mentioned, what's the difference between physical education and sport? So here is some evidence. The evidence that I'll show you in regards to activity or physical activity definitely has an impact on improving people's grades. Now, I won't read everything to you because it's only a short period of time, but basically it's saying through a number of slides that I'll show you that physical activity and the studies done around the world are all indicating that as long as the children are active, and as it says there, the formula is at least 60 minutes a day, that will increase a child's performance. Now, some of the studies actually relate to if children are physically active, their mathematics results will go up, their English results go up. So there are significant studies that show that as well. And the studies have been done over a period of time. As bullet point 3 says, it was a 2-year program there. Some of the positive links in regards to this is that there's also showed that in secondary schools, there tends to be a dropout of young girls participating in physical activity, especially when they get to year 10, 11 and 12. So the older the girls are getting, those later years of secondary school, there seems to be less girls participating, not such a significant drop in boys. Okay, once again, they talk about aerobic exercise. So aerobic is looking at the cardiovascular, so the heart and lungs, compared to the anaerobic. So it does suggest that aerobic exercise is good for all people. Okay, and then the last one, the exercise boosts your memory and thinking indirectly, etc. So as I said, there'll be a number of slides that will provide this evidence as well. Some more research. So what I've done here is I've just put in the boxes a significant number of different forms of research that have gone on for different areas of physical activity, just to show you that when I start giving you some examples of what you can do or what a school can do to enhance physical activity, there is a number of research and researchers that have gone on from individuals and universities all around the world. And it's been going back to 2008, right up to the last couple of years and happening at the moment. So as I said, there's a lot of research that supports the evidence of physical activity being important for children. Here's some more here. Active kids learn better. Once again, another set of research that has gone on. Okay. Sorry if I'm moving quickly. I just wanted to show you that there is a number of research that has gone on around the world. And they're all looking at different types of areas. One I did find interesting was this slide here, the first one in red. This particular piece of research looked at low-income families compared to the higher income families. And once again, it also showed that there was in this particular piece of research, that there needed to be an improvement in the area of lower socioeconomic environments. So governments and also schools, local communities had to support families in the lower socioeconomic brackets because of the financial implications of participating in structured sport programs. Because unfortunately, all of these also cost money outside of school, but some of them also within school, as schools also travel and have different types of competitions that they participate in, and families need to support their children to be able to participate. Okay, this is another study as well. Okay, looking at the improvement in grade point average. So as I said, everything that I'm showing you so far is to just provide you with some proof that it is important to keep children active, and the more active that they are at school and outside of school, it tends to assist them with their academic grades. Now, whilst you're looking at these slides, I will also inform you that being an Australian, I'm also a level 4 athletics coach. I have coached athletics and swimming at elite level, and my student athletes who have been students at school, predominantly in year 9, 10, 11 and 12, have gone on to represent the country at the Youth Olympics, Commonwealth Games and also the Olympic Games. Whilst teaching these students and coaching them at school, they all had a lot of self-discipline to be able to fulfill the requirements, the academic requirements, and therefore they all achieved very, very high results to get into universities in Australia and also overseas. and then to also receive scholarships from many, many different universities in different countries. So I've also had first-hand experience in regards to working with student athletes and seeing them blossom with their academic performance. Some benefits of physical activity. Okay, I don't think we can, anyone can say that it's not good to be physically active. So once again, it's very good for your physical and mental health, your personal well-being. Sport too, remember, doesn't have to be structured. It can just be, for young children, it can be play. It doesn't have to have rules and regulations. Children spend time sitting at school, doing homework and reading, and it's important to strike a balance. The reason that particular point is there is because children in secondary school tend to have, say, 6 periods a day of at least 1 hour duration. So they're sitting for 6 hours. When they come home and mum and dad gets them to do homework, they're seated. Possibly they'll have some TV time or computer time. They're usually seated. So when you look at the amount of hours a child is awake from the morning to when they go to bed, predominantly they are sedentary or seated to complete different tasks and even to relax. So once again, we as parents and as schools need to try and come up with different strategies to try and break that sedentary or that sitting routine, hence the importance of activity. Obviously, the last bullet point, the more you mix up your activities, you're looking at the entire body in regards to improving its physical ability. There was some research here from Active Living. So this particular group suggested that when you're physically active at school, you've got a 20% more likelihood to earn an A grade in English. So their study was predominantly in that particular area. Test scores, they saw increased by 6% over 3 years. And in regards to just one physically active lesson a week, 13%, and 21% decrease in teacher time managing behaviour. So the students who are physically active tend to have greater self-discipline, and therefore that allows the teacher to spend more time actually teaching because the children are there learning. As I said, schools play a very, very important role in the life of a child due to the fact that they spend many, many weeks at school, usually about 40 weeks out of the 52, and most of their day is spent at school, and then when they get home doing school work. So schools and the school environment has a very big impact. Now, in many, many countries, physical education, or what we call in Australia personal development, health and PE, which is PDHPE, is compulsory or mandatory from kindergarten to year 10. And then in the senior years, year 11 and 12, the years that they study for university, it is an elective. So let's just have a look here at the kindergarten to year 6. So very, very basic curriculum explores these particular areas. So primary school children are usually fairly active and they've got a lot of energy to burn. And I have a little boy, Cooper, who's 4, and I have a little daughter, Sienna, who is 3. Both children very active all day, every day, from when they wake up to when they go to sleep. So there's got a lot of energy that they need to burn. And therefore, health and physical education is very, very important in the curriculum. The health component is looking at the healthy lifestyle, looking after themselves, their personal well-being, and obviously the physical education is the active role. Now, this is the interesting area when it comes to the year 7 to 10, which is also mandatory in many countries around the world. These are some of the areas that the students explore, but in this particular age group is where the teachers predominantly have problems with keeping children active. And it's also one of the big areas that teachers have issues in subjects right across the curriculum with children's behaviour, interest in learning, etc. So This is an example of a school that I used to teach at, a manual school in Sydney. Now, they had a program called Cool Runnings for year 7 to 10. It was a unit of work. Now, its aim was basically to improve fitness, provide an opportunity to be active, and for children to become aware of their surroundings so that they could have a look at things that could possibly make them active in the areas where they live, their local communities. Things that we did in this particular program for our year 7, 8, 9, and 10 students, remembering it was in Sydney, very close to Bondi Beach. We used to jog to the beach from school. On our jog down to school, down to the beach side, we used to stop at that Tamarama Surf Life Saving Club, which is that picture on the right-hand side. We used to sometimes do meditation or some sort of mindfulness program. Sometimes it was yoga, and we created brain breaks. And then we would continue jogging from Tamarama down to Bondi Beach. Once we went down to Bondi, we had lunch, and then we went for a surf, or some groups went for a surf, some went for a swim at the beach swimming pool, and some actually participated on beach sports, and then they were on a rotation. The whole program was based on research from the University of Illinois, and the research basically suggested that the high level of fitness and the increased participation in physical activity in any mode, so anyone who couldn't jog down to the beach could jog, walk down to the beach, or walk. It was around about 3 to 4 kilometres. Basically, this research from the University of Illinois said that these sort of activities will definitely increase academic results. And I'll show you some data tracking that we did in regards to student performance. At the end of every session each week, students, this was their little booklet that they had, students had the activity, and then they reflected weekly on the different type of activity that they participated in. Once again, it was a great program, and definitely benefited the students in learning about personal health and well-being, but also in regards to keeping themselves active and looking after themselves, which we want to hopefully achieve so that when they finish school in year 12 and go to university, that there's not a drop-off, as there tends to be with the research reading, that, as I said, especially with girls, when they go to university, tend to drop off from participating, but also boys at that particular age as well. Okay, once again, this is just a few facts here, just basically supporting the evidence that I've been talking about in regards to physical activity. Sorry if I'm moving along too quickly. I've got so many things I'd just like to share with you, so many different slides. In Australia, we actually have the physical activity and exercise guidelines for Australians. Now, the area I looked at was obviously the 13 to 17 years. And there's also some facts there about the adults. But as in Australia, the physical activity and exercise guidelines range from the 3-year-olds, 3 and 4-year-olds, all the way up to the pensioners. And what they've done is they have little brochures like this for the various age groups. And these particular brochures are provided to schools, which provide them to the children and to families. And once again, in health and PE lessons, they try to strive on making sure that physical activity in some form is presented on a daily basis for children during the school day. That's the front of the brochure, and here is the back of the brochure. As you'll see, and I'll show you in a moment, it also looks at sleep, and it advises people, or especially children in that 5 to 17 bracket, that it's advisable that they shouldn't actually be seated for too long during the school day, which is basically an impossibility for children who are at school, or nearly an impossibility, as I'll show you in a moment. This particular slide here just basically shows you once again the benefits of physical activity from a social, emotional, intellectual and health perspective. Okay, so I'll let you just read each of those particular areas. But as I said, children who are participating in sports seem to be able to have a greater self-discipline. And one of the, especially if it's in structured school, competitive sport, because they need to manage their time properly, because if not only do they attend various numbers of training sessions for their activities during the week and then participate on weekends, so they have to be able to manage their schoolwork to a very good level as well. Now, in regards to what is suggested for children is basically they need to participate in at least 60 minutes of activity each day, or in this slide is suggested by the Australian guidelines, moderate to vigorous activity. Now, the thing that we need to remember not only is when we look at secondary school students, but also as adults, that this does not have to be 60 minutes at one time. So if you think of yourself in the workplace and you may be sitting in front of a computer, having to do your work on a daily basis. So you may get up and go and get a coffee and come back to your desk. You may walk down to a cafe to grab some lunch and a coffee and then come back to work after lunch. You may go for a walk down the park. So basically, any time during the day when you get a break, you can accumulate that 60 minutes. So it can be shorter sessions as well. Now, the other thing is, the third point is they're saying that it should actually be 3 to 5 times per week, whereby you should be doing your 60 minutes a day. And for children, it's very, very important from a young age, because it not only does it develop muscle strength, but it also improves their bone density. Now, what type of activities are these? These moderate to vigorous. There's a list there that can be included in regards to the type of, or suggested types of activities that children could be doing. Muscle strength activities, that should also be part of the 60 minutes of a daily session. And there's some of the activities listed there in what children, but also adults can be participating in. From the moderate to vigorous, the light exercise, once again, still important for children, and also adults. So walking the dog, helping around the house, playing simple games like handball, and going to the friends and just to the park, and just kicking a football, or maybe doing some climbing up some rocks, etc. Anything like that, that light physical activity is also important. Now, limiting sitting time. Now, we're going to have a look at some examples that I'll provide you with schools. Just keeping an eye on the time here. Okay, let's move on. Now, those healthy guidelines look at sleep patterns as well. So you've got the activity during the day and the sleep. So children from 5 to 13 should get 9 to 11 hours of uninterrupted sleep, 14 to 17, 8 to 10 hours. Okay. And I guess we all know, or should try and avoid screen time before we go to sleep. Professor Jo Salmon from one of the universities here in Melbourne, from Geelong, she has a very, very good quote: "The more they burn, the better they learn," which is extremely true for very, very active kids. And here in Australia, during this particular research, they found that 70% of students' sedentary time is at school, sitting. And that's what we're going to talk about in just a moment, because, as I said, it's very difficult not to be seated during school. Why is it important to be moving and not sitting? Okay, so lessons can now be done standing, and I'll show you some stand-up desks. I'll show you some physio balls that students can be seated on for active learning as well. There's also another researcher from South Australia, Dr. Graham Dodd. Okay. He talks about the area of neuroscience. So basically, when you're active or when you're standing behind a stand-up desk doing your schoolwork, you're bearing weight. Now, when you're bearing weight on your body, your heart tends to be working a little bit harder or faster than if you were seated, sorry. and therefore there's more oxygenated blood going to the brain, and then that obviously being transferred all around the body. So once again, standing up and learning is quite a positive mood. If you are interested in looking any further into physical activity and academic results, you'll find this particular slide or video on YouTube. It's by Pear Tree Education. So as I said, if you're interested in looking at some further information about the brain boost and physical activity and its correlation to academic performance, this is an American presented video. Standing up lessons. The school I'm working with at the moment, we've introduced stand-up desks in our senior classrooms. We have 6 at the back of each of our classes, and students have the opportunity to be able to move to the back of the room to stand and continue with their lessons using their iPads and laptops if they wish. Very, very good for students who are hyperactive in class, students who have ADHD, students who keep interfering with the students that are next to them. And they can basically go up the back of the room and they can be stretching and walking around whilst also walking back to the stand-up desk to do their work without interfering and being seen by the students who are in front of them while the teacher's presenting. This is just a fact in regards to the brain performing better whilst it is standing. Okay, once again, the brain boost in regards to standing. And one of the things that I think you'll find if you'd like to trial it is that in the afternoon when you have lunch, you'll find that you're not as productive. You tend to get a little bit more tired and sleepy after you've eaten. That's a very good time to be using a stand-up desk. I've got one in my office and I tend to use it from midday through to the late afternoon when I'm working. And as I said, we tend to see students use them more in the afternoon periods than in the morning. Here's a few myths about the stand-up desks. Some teachers think that their classroom management becomes a little bit more difficult. That once again becomes more of an individual approach to how you structure your classroom and also the rapport you have with the children. Okay. Now, active learning in the classroom. I'll move through this quickly as well, just at the time. Okay, so active learning, as I said, it creates additional oxygenated blood through to the brain and then all around the body, and therefore it keeps you more alert and more aware. Point number 2. Okay. Therefore, the active learning tends to lead to better memory and learning. Okay, and I'll mention number 3 and number 4. Okay, so being active in the classroom also helps with your processing time and also your mood or mood swings, okay, in regards to what we call alertness or engagement within the classroom. Now, let me show you. So the kinesthetic classroom is a classroom that moves a lot, and therefore what a teacher can attempt to do is have different seating arrangements, have things, different types of chairs or seats, physio balls. I think I have a picture in one of these slides to show you, physio balls. A chair that does not have a back on it will mean that the child will need to use their abdominal muscles to support their posture, which is also a good thing in the secondary school. But many of us also, even as adults, will use that in the office. The other idea of active classrooms is it's completely collaborative. So I'll show you a classroom in a minute whereby children can actually come together into different groups. They can write on desks, they can write on a wall, they can write on the windows of the classroom with whiteboard markers. So they can be standing up and doing things in different groups and then even presenting back to the rest of the class. Then you can use something like Google Classroom. You can take pictures of different pieces of work around the classroom. You can upload them on, share it with the other students in the class, and then as a teacher you can arrange for assessments or different activities that relate to what's just been happening in your class. So it can be a very busy room that's very engaging, with learning environments happening everywhere within the room, instead of a traditional classroom where you just sit at the chair and listen to the teacher, or take notes off a whiteboard or copy something down. So once again, the active classroom needs to be engaging, and it needs to keep changing. There's 2 or 3 slides here I'll show you. So this is a classroom that we're currently working on at the school I'm at. The front board is all a whiteboard, the front wall, I should say. So children can write on that. They can also write on their desktops. Where the blinds are down, they will go up and they can write on the glass. Okay. So we're also looking at putting chalkboard paint on the walls. So you'll have whiteboard walls to write on, chalkboard sections of walls to write on, the windows and the desks. Okay, this one here is, once again, there's a bit of a traditional or standard, it looks like an office space there. But once again, when classrooms are collaborative and their workstations are collaborative, they can actually move around into different parts of the room to make sure that they're standing, walking, talking, engaged in some form of learning, then responding and sharing, and then they can go back and be seated. So once again, the diagrams and the information I've just spoken about will help in regards to having an active classroom. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see this what we call physio ball, or a Swiss ball, that children can also be seated on. And that also assists, as I said, not only in posture, but you can actually, whilst you're doing your work, you can slowly be bouncing up and down on that. You also can transfer your weight from left to right. And every time that you are slowly doing these movements, your heart is obviously producing oxygenated blood going to the brain, and that's obviously then going around and keeping your brain awake and keeping you more alert. So once again, a different way of looking at the classroom. I'm just checking the chat here. Okay, sorry, I was just having, I just got, okay. Now, I'm not sure if you've heard of brain breaks as well. So in regards to education, it is suggested through the research that children should have brain breaks throughout a lesson. Now, the research will also show that girls are more attentive than boys for a longer period of time. Girls can usually get through a 45 to 1 hour lesson without too much trouble in regards to concentration. Boys' concentration span, usually after around about the 30-minute mark, it starts to wander. So what they're suggesting in education now is that you have a brain break. This is a sample of a particular brain break activity. And whilst you're listening to me talk, you can have a go at it if you wish. Once again, if I was to do a longer presentation, what I would do is I put brain breaks into the presentation and share the brain break or a movement break with the people in the conference to break it up. But as this is short, I obviously won't do that. But there's a brain break. Here's another brain break activity. You're supposed to, although it says yellow, you're supposed to say green, red, blue, etc. So you're supposed to look at the color or mention the color that the word is in. You've probably seen that one when you stare at it for quite a while. It's supposed to move around. This one here, 3D diagram, the green section at the front and the green section at the back is exactly the same. So basically, when you look at brain breaks, you might do only 2 or 3. They only last 20 to 30 seconds each. You only do it for about a minute to a minute and a half. And what it does is that you stop working whatever you're doing because the children are losing an interest. They may be finding it boring. You take them through a number of brain breaks, explaining each one to them. You get the conversation happening and they start thinking about what that particular brain break was about and why a particular diagram may have looked like it did. After you do 2 or 3, then you put them back on track to what you were doing to then finish your lesson. So if it's a 45 or 50-minute lesson, 30 minutes through, you might do 1 or 2, then you put them back into the lesson and continue for the next 10 or 15 minutes to finish your lesson. And what that does is it basically awakens the brain from the I guess, the sleepiness or the boredom that it may have been in, depending on the type of lesson the child was in. And then it just makes them more alert to be able to finish that lesson. What I'd like to quickly share with you too is what we do at the school I'm at is we actually data track each individual student, their academic performance term by term. Now, we're a British curriculum school, so we have 3 terms in a year. And what we do is we have something that looks like this for every child in the school from year 7 to year 12. So we track their, once they enter school in year 7, all the way through to year 12 on a term by term basis. So the first one here is biology. So this particular sample, mid-year exam in year 10, they got 57. Then a final exam in year 10, they got 59. Then they did a mock, they got 45. This is in year 11 for their IGCSE. Then their grade was forecasted as 63 out of 100 for biology. And then they sat their final IGCSE exam at towards the end of year 11, and they got 75. So what we can also see there is there's added value to that particular student for the school. But we did every subject there. They've got chemistry and English first language and geography and ICT, mathematics, physics, accounting. So basically we do this. Now, what we also do is we link it to this. So we have the academic performance, and then we have a personal fitness profile that the children do every term in term 1, 2, and 3. So the first 2 lessons for their PE classes, they participate in this fitness testing. So they look at the beat test, an agility run, a 40-meter sprint. They do push-ups, sit-ups, a wall toss test for coordination, sit and reach for flexibility, a standing long jump for leg strength, and then their height. And then the 12-minute run is for their cardiovascular assessment. So we also track their performance every term in each of the year groups, and we relate that back to this academic data. And what we've found is that this particular fitness profiling and the report that goes home to their parents has been very well accepted. And they too now are starting to learn about the link between the children keeping fit, not only at school, but at home and on weekends, and participating in sport, and also during holiday periods, because it will continually add value to their child's academic performance. The other thing we've done is we also, we're about to look at partnering Komodo, which is a New Zealand-based company on student wellbeing. So as a school, what we do is when we are tracking academic performance and we have the fitness testing profile, we're now also looking at student happiness at school, because student wellbeing obviously is also linked to physical activity. So we're looking at the student wellbeing, their happiness at school, their happiness in class. We also have day and boarding. So how happy are they in the boarding facilities? How happy are they with each of the lessons and their teachers? What are they happy with the types of activities, the learning beyond the classroom activities that the school also offers that particular child? And this particular wellbeing, we've put together a survey, Now, we survey the children every 2 weeks and we get feedback on their happiness or possibly unhappiness at school. We look at the year groups and we look at individuals. And when it comes up red from a particular individual perspective, there's an issue there that our head of pastoral care and wellbeing addresses with the year coordinator, and sometimes obviously with a parent as well. So in regards to looking at this brain boost, looking at physical activity and academic performance, as a school now, we're looking at the data that we're tracking term by term for every child in the secondary school. We link that back to the personal fitness profile that I showed you, and now we're linking it also to a student's wellbeing, in particularly their happiness at school, because a happy child leads to happy parents, which leads to positive student results. So they all sort of mix in together. And these are just a few apps that you can download on a tablet that teachers can look at. But there are many different types of apps for physical activity in the iStores, that's for sure. There's just some references that I used from around the world, but predominantly from Australia and America. And now I've probably gone over time. Sorry, I had to rush through really quickly. I'm not sure if you've got any questions or answers, or any questions you might like answered. I'll stop sharing there and I'll jump back on here. Okay, I'm back.
Thank you for your talk, Mr. Cassarchis. If anybody has any question for Cassarchis, you can go ahead. Okay, I have a question for you, Mr. Cassarchis, from Christine, one of our audience. And
Sure.
she's saying, while sports are imperative to develop better cognitive skills, how do you deal with introvert kids who are reluctant in participating in any sports?
Okay, that's actually a good question. I can give you an example of what we did with the fitness testing for that Cool Runnings program at Emmanuel School. What happened was that there were a couple of larger girls who didn't like physical activity. So what we did is when we did the fitness testing, we altered the actual test to be able to fit the student so that they would be happier to participate. So instead of doing a beep test, for example, which is the endurance test over 20 meters, we changed it to 10 meters. And she didn't have to run all the time, she could walk. And then she would like to do it with her friends. So she did it with her friends, and we also put some music on for them as well. And we had two setups. There was one set up inside and one set up outside, so that also the student didn't feel like everyone was watching her. So basically, like anything to do in a classroom, actually, if you don't need to change the child, you need to change the environment. And that's what we need to do as educators. Because you can't always keep blaming the children, oh, they don't want to do this, they don't like doing this, etc., etc., etc. So what you do is you change your environment to suit the individual child or children, depending on the group, so they're actually enjoying themselves more. So that's so basically any form of physical activity, the structure and the environment needs to change completely so that the child feels more comfortable in participating. But once again, it's not going to work for everyone. As I said, there will be children who just don't like participating in physical activity, and you have to try a number of different strategies, just like if you're an English teacher or a maths teacher. You don't just say, okay, well, don't worry about learning, the mathematics syllabus. You somehow still have to teach it. So it's a skill that a teacher has. And I'll just go back to the most important thing is the teacher having a positive rapport with the students. Very key. Connect with the children, they will do anything for you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Cassarchis, for talking on a very important topic where physical activity plays a very vital role for brain development, especially children. And on that note, I thank, on behalf of Star Conferences, I thank you for being a part of today's International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Cassarchis.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. We next have our next speaker now, Ms. Paula Delgado. Hello, Ms. Delgado, how are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Delgado, before you pull up your presentation, I will have my colleague, Ms. Chaitanya, introducing you to our audience.
Thank you.
Hello, Paula Delgado. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Good afternoon from Portugal.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we are excited to introduce our next speaker, the remarkable Paula Delgado. Ms. Delgado is not only a seasoned TEDx talker, but also an executive mentor, happiness and fulfillment coach, international motivational speaker, trainer, and happiness corporate expert. She is also a devoted volunteer for Women Leadership Angola, a testament to her commitment to empowering women worldwide. With over 20 years of professional experience in management, Paula brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the table. Her infectious positive energy, joy, and enthusiasm are palpable, making her an inspiration to those around her. Through her talks, she touch of a spark within her audience, motivating and uplifting them to pursue their dreams, no matter what challenges they may face. Paula Delgado, the stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to express my appreciation for all of you for coming this gathering and start at the beginning of the journey of finding happiness even in the darkest moment. I am here to share what happened when I lost my dream job due to the pandemic, and I need to find the strength to fight back and prepare myself as soon as possible to return to work and so-called normal life. I also want to share how I struggle to regain my daily motivation and self-esteem by changing my mindset and starting the coaching journey. During this speech, I will share with you some powerful but easy tips that I used during this journey and helped me to overcome these dark moments and succeed again in the new career path. It was a hard journey, and let me tell you how it began. At the age of 39, after several years combining studies and work, I took a 1 year graduated in graduated in management, and within the world was my oyster, and within a short time, I had secured myself what was then my dream job as a general manager of a well-known and successful hotel apartments development in the Algarve, in the south of Portugal. However, with the pandemic, I, like many others in the hospitality industry, found myself between jobs. In June 2020, at this time, I had two options. I could complain or become proactive. How many of you have already found in this situation? Well, I always was a very focused and determined person, so I decided to take advantage of this difficult period and made it into a positive one. I said to myself, it's time for my personal and professional growth. So I started my coaching journey. Immediately, I stepped out of my comfort zone, and let me tell you, this was a nerve-wracking but exciting experience, and I would like to share powerful tips that I used during this period. The first is be the captain of my own ship. How many of you would like to take your life to the next level? Be the captain of your own ship. There are so many things there are so many things outside of our control, like the pandemic, war, and so on. But yet we give to those things a lot our time, attention, and energy. Please don't waste your time blaming external situations and the others for what happened to you. Pay attention. You can't control these situations, but you can control the way that you respond to them. During my journey, I realized that I needed to take control and responsibility of my life and my actions by being the captain of my own ship. Instead of focusing on the pandemic that I couldn't control, I focused on the things that I could control. I look at my newly acquired free time as a resource that I could not waste. So I decided to use this important research to upskilling. And I fully believe that it was crucial to succeed during this journey and to be here today. Would you like to be the captain of your own ship? Have you ever imagined driving your own ship? It was amazing. It is amazing. It's your life. It's you, not others. You feel the power of living your life. Enjoy this trip with happiness and unleash your breakthroughs. This is what I did. Other powerful tip that I use is use empower affirmations. As you know, the words we choose each day influence how we think and the actions we take, and ultimately shapes our destiny. To step out of our comfort zone, we need to use language that empowers us. When I lost my job, the word unemployed made me panic and gave me a feeling of inferiority. I remember thinking I could sink or swim, but I never lost my self-belief. First, in my mind, I replaced the word unemployed to between jobs, and it made a world of difference. I choose to shift than stuck. Between jobs give me the sense that I was transitioned from one job to another job. Saying between job gave me hope and helped me to move forward. As a result, I spoke with people, attending webinars, focusing on myself on weekly goals, and the results happened. And I slowly overcame the feeling of inferiority too. I would like that you think about it. Are you using your right language? Remember that our tongue has power. It is speaking life or death for your circumstances, your identity, your destiny. Think about it, because this is so important, and this made a huge difference. During this journey, I always believed in my skills. Just because I was between jobs, I hadn't lost my abilities. This self-awareness helped me to overcome the dark moments. Even in these dark times, trust yourself and never give in to those who doubt your skills and values. No matter what stage you are in your career, you are always an asset for society. Be awareness of this. I have other action that I took is to ask for help. We must, and I think that we must also have the courage to ask for help when we need it. I had coaching, formal and informal mentoring, the support of my peer group, my friends, my family. And I can say that when we take this step and reach out to people, we get the support that we need to overcome those dark days when we don't even want to get out of bed. And I have the days that I don't want to get out of my bed. We should never hesitate to ask for help. After all, we are all human beings, right? And there is always someone ready to help us. But it's our responsibility to ask, to take this step and reach out and not stay waiting for the others. We need to take action. We need to move forward. During this journey to step out of my comfort zone, I and maybe so many of you have struggled to overcome procrastination. Please don't be ashamed. You are not alone. All of us sometimes, at some point, procrastinated too. I procrastinated during this journey too. In order to overcome procrastination, I asked to myself 3 questions. The first, if I don't do this, what could be the consequences in my life? The second, if I get this done, how could my life be better? And the third, what is the legacy I would like to leave behind? When I found the answers to these 3 questions, I had clarity on what I wanted in my life. And this helped me to move forward and pursue my dreams. So are you procrastinating right now? Finding the answer to those 3 questions and make it your goal and not waste any more time. When you decide to stand up and take actions towards your next level in your life, your breakthrough will come. And in turn, your legacy. There is the only difference between failure and success is the ability to take action. Make a commitment today and take an action. Don't procrastinate anymore because you have dreams and you need to work toward them. I also changed my daily rituals. I started meditating, visualize my future, practice gratitude, journaling. These daily habits were and are today too very important to assure my well-being and focus. Many people assume that we need to wake up at 5 a.m. and spend hours in these daily rituals, and by this reason they give up on them. So adjust your daily routines to fit within your free time and find what works for you. Some of you may be able to wake up at 5 a.m. and spend 1 hour, and it's great. Others may maybe only be squeezed for 15 minutes, and that's great too. I spend 20 minutes every day, and for me, more important than to spend a lot of time is to keep the consistency every day. We must make time for ourselves every morning to feed our minds and give inspirations and focus for the rest of the day. How many of you, the first things do when wake up is to check the mobile and all the notifications, social media, and so on, email, and so on? So when we don't find the time to take care of ourselves, we lose the focus and get further away from our goals and the life of our dreams. Does this make sense? Think about it. These daily habits might feel uncomfortable now, but they will pay off later. Do you know why? Who you become is the result of the little things that you do each day. To create transformation and master your life, you must change your daily routine. How many of you here want to move forward with your dream life? So put in place powerful daily rituals to get results. Another tip that I use, another tool, is vision board. The vision board is another powerful tool which helped me to achieve my dreams. I attended a TEDx in 2021, and as I was watching those speakers, I thought, next year I want to be here on that stage next year. And 1 year later, it happened. This is just one example of how the vision board, combining with motivation, take action, keep me focused on my goals and make them happen. You can do your vision board as you like. Mine is only a simple paper. It's this, a simple paper with the image that I want to achieve, my dreams. I don't spend much time on it, and I update when I need it. It's so easy. It's so easy to use, and this helped me. What I do is keep my vision boards in front of my bed, and every morning I look at my vision board, and it reminds me of my goals, my dreams, what I can do, what I need to move. So by doing this, we keep our focus, our clarity and attention on what we really want for ourselves. And the vision board acts as a guide in this journey, in your journey. I also draw my avatar, which is an image of myself as I would like to be. I wrote eagle across my avatar because I believe I am an eagle, not a chicken. And the idea of flying is very empowering to me and makes me feel I can pursue my dreams. And I did that during this journey. I achieved my dreams. So what about you? Do you have an avatar? Who is the person you would like to be? This tool will keep you motivated and focused. Another tool is LinkedIn. During this time, I also dived in LinkedIn, which allowed me to be a part of some amazing communities that I belong until today. And I'm so grateful for them. These communities allow us to grow because we connect with people with different life paths. And in this way, we expand our knowledge. It was through LinkedIn that I was invited to participate in lives, in the webinars, and record the podcast to United States. During this period, I also attended events and interact with the people too. With all of them, I learned to transmit the essence of my deepest being, my authenticity. The result, my networking was immediately extended. So I met and bonded with people that I considered before out of my reach, and I achieved them. I connect with them. The networking is so powerful to overcome and don't give up on your dreams. During this journey, I also found a powerful peer group, and I'm really grateful to these awesome people who have supported me and making my dreams come true. They celebrated my achievements, and they are all close to my heart. How many of you have found your peer group? The peer group is crucial to help you to step out of your comfort zone. These are people that support us and encourage us to take that next step towards our wildest dreams. When like-minded high achievers come together, they are unstoppable. So surround yourself with people who uplift you and nourish this relationship. During this journey, there were difficult situations, as I mentioned before, but I never gave up. I knew there would always be challenges. So ask yourself, am I stuck on my comfort zone right now? How I can move forward? Take a look at your life up till now. How many challenges have you overcome? You have done it before. This is one more in your life. You have all the resources within you. You only need to use them in the right way. Trust yourself. You can do it. Be happy. Never give up on your dreams. And to finish, I would like to say that during this journey, there were hard moments. I cried a lot. And some days I didn't want to get out of my bed. I feared my future and developed anxiety. However, coaching taught me to be aware of my strengths and to wake up the giant within. And today I feel confident, positive, and ready to overcome any challenge and reach my goals. So, because this positive impact of the coaching in my life, I become a coach too. Now I help people to overcome their challenges, even in dark moments, and enjoy the journey with happiness along the way. So today I can say I'm grateful for being between jobs. This gives me a lot of opportunity. This give me a new career path. This allowed me to upskilling from Chief Happiness Officer, Happiness Manager, Happiness Coach. Other major breakthroughs were becoming a TEDx speaker, a global motivational speaker. I'm also an executive mentor, a teacher, and a trainer. In addition, as a happiness consultant, I provide happiness experience to companies to create happier workplaces. I am also involved in international projects where I am an active member advocating for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm so honored for being G100 Lady City Chair for Communication and Advocacy. And I am volunteer in the Human Leadership Angola too. I can say today that this storm period led to personal and professional happiness with new beginnings and brighter paths. After all, there is no winter that lasts forever. Never give up on your dreams and believe this breakthrough can happen even in the darkest moments. Just be aware of your strengths. Stay focused, be disciplined, use the right action plan, and put in place some of the tips that I share, and you can do it. Enjoy the journey and you will find happiness even in the dark moments. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Thank you for addressing our audience in today's Global Forum. It was a great talk. If anybody in the audience have any questions, we are open for them. Ms. Delgado, I recommend that you leave your contact details in the chat box so that any questions we have can be redirected to you. Thank you for addressing the audience once again, Ms. Delgado. Now we have our next speaker, Ms. Malina Lawniczak. Hello, Ms. Malina.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Thank you. While you pull up your presentation, I have my colleague Mercy who will be introducing you to the audience.
All right. Hiya.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you, my lovely. How are you?
I'm doing great. Ms. Malina is a highly respected clinical psychologist with their specialization in neurodiversity. She is also a proud member of the neurodivergent community herself. Her dedication to her work is evident in the impressive qualification she has earned, including a master's degree and extensive professional experience in mental health care services. Ms. Malina currently works with clients both in person and remotely at Central Therapy Hub in Poznan. She is also known for her outstanding awareness training on psychology and neurodiversity. Ms. Malina, we are honored to have you here and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to hide you a little bit, but okay. Right, well, firstly, thank you for coming to watch me talk. My name is Malina Lawniczak and I am a Polish psychologist on the spectrum. And today I would like to talk to you about neurodiversity and links with innovation, and particularly why it is important to take a neuroaffirmative approach in a workplace. I'll tell you a little bit about what I mean when I say neurodiversity and what my perspective here is specifically. I'll explain what I look at when I'm thinking about innovation. And it's good to note from the beginning that my own approach, both professionally and personally, is neuroaffirmative, which goes a bit more with a social model of disability where the barriers are usually in the environment, not the person. So just to manage expectations, I suppose. Next, I will show you what I see in my mind when I think about neurodiversity and innovation. We'll look at some trends in neuroaffirmative employment, and finally, we will arrive at some conclusions and some questions to ask ourselves. Right, so just a bit of context on me. I've got a master's degree in clinical psychology. I am neurodivergent myself. I've got diagnoses such as autism, both types of ADHD, what used to be called dyspraxia, some auditory processing things. So we can say that I am thoroughly neurodivergent, I think. I'm registered with the British Psychological Society, and most of my professional experience I've gained at Oxford Health NHS Foundation Trust. NHS is the National Health Service within the UK. And during my time in Oxford, I met Dr. Tim Hart, who is my amazing mentor. And Tim is a development director at Oxentia. Oxentia is an organization that was born out of Oxford University, and they specifically deal with innovation and productivity. And when I talked to Tim and Steve, who is the CEO of Oxentia, and explained how I look at the links between neurodiversity and innovation, we decided to explore these themes a little bit more. We've done a series of interviews with some professionals to see their perspective on it, and we'll be hopefully ready to come out with offerings sometime this year. And in my private practice, I do neuroaffirmative therapy, training and diagnostics at Therapeutic Hub in Poznan, Poland. So that's the background on me. And of course, as a psychologist, neurodiversity became my specific area of interest, and I get to do what I love, which is fantastic. All right, so let's look at what I mean as neurodiversity, particularly here. I propose that we see it from this perspective. It's a minority of people with a different yet naturally biodiverse type of neurological makeup, which impacts on how one perceives one's body, environment, mind, and that translates into how one functions. I like to think about it this way because firstly, again, we are looking at neurodiversity as a natural part of biodiversity within the species, not something that's wrong or something that should be changed. And we can understand that that in turn is something that we are born with and shouldn't necessarily be as modulated as people currently are approaching it. So what can we change within the person, as opposed to looking at what are the barriers within the environment and removing those and addressing those. And also normalizing that we function a little bit differently, we have different needs, and that does not mean that it impacts on our abilities and potential. It just means that with reasonable adjustments, we can function on a very good level and we have really good specific skills because of the spiky profile. All right. I've listed these three things when I look at innovation, because I think they tie in really nicely with how we look at neurodiversity here as well. So the first one is the practical implementation of ideas that result in the introduction of new goods or services or improvement in offering goods or services. So essentially, we're looking at how we enable people within our companies and organizations to voice the ideas, to what is the culture in terms of showing up at meetings? Do people with different ideas and approaches and perspective have an opportunity to speak and contribute? When we look at innovation capability, it will be defined as a firm's ability to identify new ideas and transform them into new and improved products, services, or processes that will benefit the firm. So again, what are the cultures within our organizations? Can we actually see that new ideas might be coming from people who look at the world innately differently? And perhaps that is the key here. And innovation personalities are unconventional thinkers who can generate ideas that earn attention. And then by strategically applying their talent for creativity, they quickly solve problems with fresh and inventive solutions. So again, I would like to direct your attention at that phrase, unconventional thinkers. Well, firstly, people who are unconventional thinkers, they're different from the majority, aren't they? And that will naturally earn and gain attention. And perhaps that would be something to start recognizing. If there's an idea in a meeting that's completely different, perhaps we could stop and ask, how do you see it? Why do you see it that way? As opposed to just saying, well, we haven't done it this way and we never do it this way and we've not done it ever like that. Well, perhaps it's good to ask ourselves, is there a better way of doing what we're doing that's more productive and innovative? So this is how I see it in my mind. So we've got the normal distribution within the species, the population, and where you see the orange arrows, this is where neurotypical population lives. So that will be the majority of people around us. And also whenever they turn, they will see others that think in a similar way to them. They perceive sensory stimuli, they process information in a similar way, they have similar approaches to things. And when we look at the pink arrows, this is where your neurodivergent population will sit. We will always sit at the edges of the bell curve, which is why one of the reasons why we will consider neurodiversity as a minority. And when we look around, the majority of the people think differently to us, perceive differently to us. So that will then impact on how we communicate and how we build bridges. It's important to understand that we're not looking at what's right or wrong, what's the correct way and what's the incorrect way. We're just looking at the whole spectrum of things. We need to think in the orange area, but we cannot overlook the edges of the bell curve, because that would give you a bit of a more wide perspective on the problems and solutions you're looking for within your company. And the green arrow would suggest that that's where innovation sits. So it's going also to come not from where the majority sits, because if everybody thought in an innovative way, then essentially no one would. So the new ideas, the different ideas, are going to sit at the edges of the bell curve. And when I saw it like that, it naturally occurred to me that perhaps innovation and neurodiversity go hand in hand. So I went down the rabbit hole, I did a deep dive, and well, if we're thinking about the definition here, unconventional thinkers in how we look at innovation, we naturally see that it sits one next to the other. And yes, indeed, I am not the first one to notice that link. There is quite a bit of literature out there in terms of neurodiversity, diversity and inclusion, employment. And I thought, to be fair, to sum it up, let's throw in some big names to show you that some serious players are already actively pursuing these things. So we've got SAP, Microsoft, IBM, JP Morgan Chase, Hewlett Packard, Deloitte is here as well. They all have recruitment programs specifically targeted at neurodivergent employees, and seeing them as an incredible resource in the workforce and how to utilize that talent. And there's honestly quite a few things out there, so I'm sure you can find it. But what I wanted to draw your attention to, which is not as known, is that when I explored the links between innovation and neurodiversity with Accenture, they've introduced me to some honestly amazing people, and we decided to have their take on it, how they approach it, and what have they found in their practice. So the first interview we've had was with Mel Francis, who is a neurodiversity trainer, champion, and speaker at Neuro-inclusive HR, and a strategic people partner at London Business School. And Mel has discussed with us how HR departments are starting to develop this awareness and promote acceptance, and are starting to implement strategies that actively try to recruit and retain neurodivergent talent, how they are more and more aware of what reasonable adjustments there are out there to implement that would help the employee to work and perform at their best and utilize their strengths. And later we talked with Placi Espejo, who is an innovation and tech management consultant and coach, and a deputy chair of Oxfordshire Business First. And Placi discussed the importance of mental health within organizations. She observes that one of the things in terms of what you might consider responsibilities of an employer is also taking care of mental health, especially with diverse employees. It could be neurodivergence, it could be anything else as well. And how really we are changing the paradigm from, mental health issues being the taboo to now employment workplaces actively providing support for people who need it. And the last one is with Dr. Tim Hart, who's my mentor and Accenture's development director. And Tim has more and more, the more experience he gained, the more he arrived at a conclusion that you can implement all sorts of new processes and procedures within a workplace, but at the heart of innovation, it's the people. And to be fair, that resource might perhaps be a bit more important in some cases if we want to really look at long-term innovation and how supporting your employees and searching out that talent is essentially key. to an innovative culture within an organization. And conclusions and questions to ask ourselves. Well, we know from research and many different guidelines, golden standards that are coming out, especially within the UK, that having an inclusive workplace, sorry, just 2 seconds. I'm trying to pull up the numbers for myself. We're twice as likely to hit or exceed our financial targets, 3 times as likely to be high performing, 6 times more likely to be innovative and agile, and 8 times more likely to achieve better business outcomes. We also know that there is a decrease of 30% in risk and increase of 20% in innovation. So generally speaking, I think it's important to look at what research questions we're asking and who asks these questions. I believe that's quite important. In psychology, as is natural, we would observe behavior, and then that will translate in how we think about human behavior, emotions, and everything else. We look at something that manifests outside. If the research questions were asked by neurodivergent researchers, more so than not, at the very least, I think we could check our intentions behind it, because in the end, I believe the best way to approach it would be to ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve? Do we want to know why it happened and look at it, as in why it happened, and what can we do about it? How do we change it or even eradicate it at times? There's voices like that as well. As opposed to just saying, well, this is where we are, either way, does it really matter why it is here? Or is it a bit more important and frankly helpful to the people who actually need that help to focus on what now? So what are we going to do with it? How are we going to identify the barriers within our environments, and what are we going to do to fix it? How that way we can all be neurodiversity champions. We can spread awareness and acceptance and normalize that just because someone is different does not mean that they're wrong. Does not mean that there's anything to fix within them. It's more important to accept the way we are and build bridges between the neurotypical and neurodivergent community, as opposed to just trying to change ourselves or each other. Accepting and spreading awareness would be the key to a neuro-affirmative approach, and hopefully that will be the direction of research and practice that we can implement in the world. That will be about it. These are some of the references, and I will copy paste this to the chat. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Thank you for your talk, Ms. Lawniczak. Does anybody in the audience have any questions for Ms. Lawniczak? Okay, if we should receive any questions, we will redirect it to your contact details.
Lovely. There you go.
Once again, thank you so much for addressing our gathering, Ms. Lawniczak. Let's have
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Now we're gonna have a break of 10 minutes. We're gonna take a coffee break, and we will be back with other set of speakers who will be addressing the gathering today. Thank you. Welcome back to the International Forum on Mental Health and Women's Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. We have our next speaker, Mr. Robert Caldwell. Mr. Caldwell.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Caldwell. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Great. So, Mr. Caldwell, we will pull up your presentation from our end. And meanwhile we do that, my colleague, Ms. Chaitanya, will introduce you to our speakers. Audience, I meant to say.
Okay.
Hello, Robert Caldwell. How are you?
I'm fine.
That's great. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Robert Caldwell. Mr. Caldwell is a true polymath with a diverse range of talents and interests that include creative writing, public speaking, photography, graphic design, and research. He holds a bachelor's degree in English language and literature, photography, and a master's degree in journalism. His early career included working for several newspapers and publications. But at the age of 48, he received a diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome, a high-functioning form of autism. Mr. Caldwell, we are truly in awe of your remarkable skills and unwavering commitment to autism advocacy. We are honored to have you here. The stage is all yours. All the best.
My team is trying to pull up your presentation, Mr. Caldwell. Just give us one moment.
Okay. Well, somehow I ended up with doing two presentations for you today. So the first one I'm going to do about work, and the second one is going to be about life. Next slide. Next slide, please. I was diagnosed late. I lived the first 48 years of my life struggling to make and keep friends that had disastrous luck with women and limited success at employment. I didn't know why. I just thought that was just the way things were. Next slide. I didn't intend to include this one on, so just skip. I thought I edited this one out. Go to the next one. And the next one. And the next one. First, I'll go over a few statistics. There's a significant gap in employment rates between people with and without disabilities. The 2015 American and Community Survey estimates that 34.3% of working age adults with disabilities are employed, compared with 76.6% of people without disabilities. Next slide. Labor force statistics for March 2017 estimate that 30.9% of men with disabilities ages 16 to 64 are employed, compared with 78.4% of men without disabilities. For women 16 to 64, these figures are 26.3% and 68.4% respectively. Next slide. In the intellectual and developmental disability system, national estimates suggest that there has been only modest growth in the number of individuals in integrated employment service since 1988. In addition to being underrepresented in the workforce, research indicates that individuals with disabilities have less job security, receive less company-sponsored training, have lower rates of participation in decision-making when compared to workers without disabilities. Next slide. For people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, these disparities are far greater. Data from the National Core Indicators NCI project suggests that in 2014 to 2015, only 16% of working age adults supported by state IDD agencies in the community were employed in a paid job in the community, and only 9% were employed in an individual integrated job. Next slide. For individuals with IDD who do obtain employment, data consistently show that the majority work part-time in entry-level positions, have low income, have limited access to employment benefits. People in individual supporting jobs included in the NCI project data worked an average of 13 hours per week and earned $113 per week. Despite these low rates of labor force participation and limited outcomes when employed, individuals with IDD clearly express a desire to fully participate in the typical labor force, have an increasingly escalating, have an expectation to obtain competitive employment as an outcome of formal education. And that's the source that I got these from. Next slide. Despite my obvious intelligence and college degrees, I have barely ever had a job, full-time job, or a job that used my talents. Next slide. First actual job I had was a grocery store called Food Max. And I was in conversation one, just making conversation, I said, going to college. It's like, what? You go to college? What are you doing working here? A job like this, if you go to college, that seems to be less common now. There are actually people who have gone to college, and they're more so now than then. Next slide. So I went to attended Murray State University in Kentucky and to study photojournalism. And the pictures you see in the slide are pictures I took. And I found that the newspaper culture was not innovative. And the newspapers have declined since then, perhaps partly because they discouraged any innovation. And I had ideas of how to do a photo essay as a photographer, but the advisor told me, this is the way you're supposed to do it. Next slide. I'm kind of embarrassed to show this because I finally got to do a photo essay. It said in lieu of writing a thesis, but there's a mistake in it. That one of the paragraphs went out of place. She told me that paragraphs were too long, had to redo it, and I was leaving the next day to go on a trip for the convention. I didn't get to see it again. I got the paper, I noticed that big glaring mistake in it. And then one person I said it to said, I have too many of the same thing. There should have been more variety of different activities going on going on. That had said, I kept asking her for that, and the student editor said that they could do dump truck any time. They did one when the new platoon came out, but for some reason the faculty editor say, no, you can't do one. No, we can't do a double truck. Next slide. Yeah, this is a slide I meant to take out, but I maybe could have been a little more active. And when I got settled in one place, I was afraid of changing and didn't change. And next slide. When I did go turn down a newspaper in Paris, Tennessee, called Paris Post in Ginsert, I got along well fine and had no problems there. It showed that I really could work in newspapers. Next slide. Next slide. But then I got a job in Mississippi at the Delta Democrat Times in Greenville. And yeah, I've been singled out like I had a target on my head. Yeah, it seems like the perfect job, but it wasn't long before problems started to occur. Next slide. There was one incident that they got a call over this police scanner, heard of a police scanner that a pickup truck had been hit by a train. And so they sent me out with one of the reporters to go find. He driving along, and we came upon a wrecked pickup. He got out and he had a camera and he shot the picture. And I thought, why did you bring me along? I took a picture anyway, but got it back. I developed the picture. It ran in the paper. The problem was it was not the right truck. It wasn't the same wreck. And the editor was gone for a few days. The reporter kept agonizing, oh no, he's gonna come back. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna say? What's he gonna do when he come back? And we came back and called us both in the office, and all he told the reporter was never to assume anything. And it seemed like he treated that reporter a lot better than he treated me. The reporter was one of them. He was neurotypical, but I was an outsider, and they seemed to have some different traits, some odd behaviors. Next slide. This phrase, "got a minute," became the most terrifying words in the English language. The editor would walk up to me and say, casually say that, then come to his office and had something negative to say about my performance, the work that I was doing. Next slide. And see, any mistake I made, no matter how small, was punishable like a death penalty for any mistake, no, period. But of course, if you're terrified of making a mistake, what happens? You make more of them. Next slide. Yeah, they brought in another editor. Is a guy, when I first saw him, a wave of revulsion just went over me. It was kind of strange, like the demon from hell had clocked in. I would have had that kind of reaction. But in spite of him seeming like a really horrible guy, I thought I was reaching out to try to make a friendship. I went off, but at some time, looking for feature pictures. I have to look for people to drive around looking for something interesting that's going on, a human interest story. And I just hadn't had luck that day. It wasn't my day. And I told that new manager that what I was doing was I gave them fuel. They could turn around and say, hey, this guy's goofing off on company time. Next slide. At the time, I internalized what had happened and took it personally. I've learned better since then. Next slide. Well, I went back home and licked my wounds, and then I got a job at a Wendy's. And speaking of being what people are different from me, they bring in people on work release from jail. Yeah, often I thought I could fit in anywhere, but I think really the case is I don't fit in everywhere. Next slide. Yeah, one guy could be too efficient. One time during the rush, I put on the fries. I scrambled to get the supply caught up with the demand, but then all of a sudden, the rush was over and there's a big surplus of fries. And they called me. I don't know what happened to them. Next slide. And then back at that time, Wendy's had a super bar. It had salad and other things on it, even like soup and toast. I've been working there for several weeks, but I learned I was supposed to hate it. And I told her I was the best person they had worked on the super bar. And I kind of took a sense of pride that I'll take the job that people hate and I'll do it. That I don't mind doing the job that other people had told me to do it, I'll do it. Next slide. And also while there, though, I'd go to my photograph the art directors, and I could walk in and talk without a problem because I was passionate about the work I was doing. And I was approaching people who were looking for, they're in the market for photographs. And I had like about 6 people who regularly walk in and show my updated portfolio, but I got very few assignments nonetheless. Next slide. Said also, though, that I got a job up north of Birmingham, Alabama, a part-time as a photographer at a place called the North Jefferson News. The editor there liked me, and I was working there fine until the publisher did not like the editor, and we fired the editor. They didn't need me anymore. But while I was there, I made just this casual comment that our paychecks were going to be delayed. I said, if I don't have it, I can't spend it. And one lady indignantly replied, well, if I don't get it, I can't eat. I had not intended to come across being arrogant. I just thought I was making a kind of an amusing comment. Next slide. And also, that's another paper I wrote. I volunteered to work there for free, but after about a year, I realized that just wasn't working because I actually have to pay. That cost money to work for free, and the editor was not even thinking of letting me come on as a hired employee. But this is during this time, a day consisted of going around showing my portfolio art directors, going to work at Wendy's, then driving down to Columbiana. That's what the other newspaper was. Another newspaper to do photography for the Shelby County Reporter. I was sending out flares, but my ship refused to come in. Next slide. One of the art directors told me about the school in Atlanta called Portfolio Center. And for the first time in my life, I came to the group that I fit in. And I think this guy, the picture's actually autistic. His son is autistic, but I think he's autistic and doesn't know it. And next slide. Next slide. But then things started to go wrong at Portfolio Center. The professors treated us rudely, and actually they did a favor by being rude to us, like that hard and fast rule that changed. That we told you this, and I remember them having told me that, and seemed to have flowing expectations and making things harder than they had to be. And next slide. You know, like the head teacher had a library of books. You're supposed to go in and pick a photo book, go in and thumb to it so he could see you there. I didn't know I was supposed to play the game. I was just going to try to learn and for photography. I didn't know these rules I had to follow, like go and stand with his book and he will give you better scores because he came in his office and thumbed through the books. Next slide. It's strange how teachers are creative in school instead about punishing creative out-of-the-box thinking and the eccentric behavior that comes with it. My ASP traits that gave me the talent were assaulted. Next slide. I edited this one out. Next. Yeah, I didn't want this slide in there. Next slide. This one also was edited. At least you get to see a pretty picture, but next slide. Well, I left the school without graduating, and I got a job at a place called Richard's Variety. We had to finally face the beats, get a real job. It was a small, kind of one of the last five and dime type stores. And so small that everyone was friends. We got along and had an eccentric boss who could be tough at times, but you just had to realize that's just the way he was. And I found he'd had a relationship with his father that was kind of confrontational, and he'd been fired and rehired, and he fired me. I won't go into reasons why, but then he took me back. And then he said, back, I joined the club. I was hired to be fired by father, like I had joined the club. But one day when he got on the case and on the top, and I just said, okay, enough, and walked away. Next slide. Then I got a job in the Atlanta area in Kennesaw, Georgia, at a home decor store called Garden Ridge. I made, it was amazing. I got along with the managers, and it was just amazing that they told me how good a job I was doing. I got along with them. And to some extent, today, that's even kind of, if I'm working out at Walmart, like I tell me to do something and I'm walking around the store, go get something and find that past the manager, what is he going? But they don't. So next slide. And then I got a job at Atlanta called Witches. The other manager told me that she tells me what to do, and she can go off and leave me without having to come back and check on me. In spite of my master's degree, nobody ever saw it had greater potential. I overheard a manager telling a kid that he should enter manager training. When he came up with objections such as scheduling, she came up with ways to work around them and insisted he enter the program. No one ever made such suggestions to me. But then again, I didn't try, but I guess I just figured it would work anyway. Next slide. Then I came home. I think I'm going to work retail. I might have to go back to Birmingham, Alabama, and work retail there and be able to spend holidays with my family. At Target, I was put on carts, back to carts. My first job was working carts. And they knew if they put me on the cart that it was taken care of. I did better than people half my age. I know some guys were standing around doing nothing when the cart supply is almost empty. Next slide. While going to work at Target, I thought I would try to pursue web design. Seems like that'd be the perfect combined writing and photography. I told him a teacher about a master's degree. She went, "What are you doing here?" I was going getting an associate's degree when I had a master's degree. And then I did well. I made almost straight A's. But after graduating, I found the field was flooded. And it got to a point where I just seemed to just go around knocking on doors, because web design is not a job they usually post web designers needed. But I found I'm simply totally unsuited to be a salesman. Unlike when I was calling on art directors trying to sell them my photographs, I just can't walk into, say, a cold call and try to convince people to buy something they don't know that they need. And so that just completely fizzled. Next slide. So it was back to getting a real job. I went to work at Rich's. It's that store that's at Brookwood Mall in Birmingham, a mall that it's actually closed down a few years ago. One supervisor liked me. He said something like that as a cool cat. Another supervisor said that I was the quiet kind of guy who might either be a serial killer or walk in one day with a blind. And I wish you could have seen that when that happened. But when making rounds, I'd go around to pick up hangers and sensor tags. I'd chat with the other employees. And one lady would simply comment, I was looking at her hair. She's self-conscious about that. But when I look at someone, it's hard to look at their eyes, so I would look at their face and find some feature on their face. And in this case, I would look at her hair, and I tried to explain that nothing wrong with her hair. I tried to explain that to her. I wasn't successful trying to explain that to her. Next slide. And then Macy's cut my hours way down to practically nothing, so that I went to Publix. They have updated the slide. It's not my most recent job, but it was just like others for making friends with everyone and getting along. My last manager, however, was bad. He gave the only bad review of anyone in retail I've ever worked for. Yeah, he never gave me full time yet, but my friends, I was only there for 2 years. I got sent to full time. And I decided on full disclosure. I had a representative who came in from a agency that works with, helps people get job placement. So when I came in, the meeting with that lady and me, he thought that the autism thing seemed to act the way he acted. He thought that the autism thing was poppycock. Next slide. Well, I have some ideas for what it's worth about how to find jobs for people on the spectrum. I found that agencies that I worked with didn't seem to dig deep enough. I'm a person with creative talent. Don't have talent in tech. People can program computers or something that's already is something that's needed. And these agencies need to be real proud of themselves and getting people placed in medial jobs. So, but say a lot of jobs such involve networking and other social skills. Higher level jobs also tend to involve competition or get employment. Those more successful at competing get the jobs even if they are less qualified. Aspies, though, can think they had a successful interview when in fact they did not. Next slide. And some people believe that one shouldn't disclose unless it becomes necessary. But my experience has shown that even though autism is an invisible disorder, there are behaviors that mark one as an Aspie, even as if we had a target on our head. Next slide. Since I've read about autistic workplace, the whole community of autistic people, that sounds all well and good, but I'm looking for more practical for notions of people staying with their families and communities and interacting with the non-autistic world. One of the an autistic person who got a job at a cleaning service. that goes as way to employ people on the spectrum. That is well and fine, but I seek positions for those with talent to give them a chance to use the talents. Like the cleaning service is good for starting out, but is that what they want to do with their life? Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, the person you place in the burger flipping job today will one day be 65 years old. Will they want to flip burgers the rest of their lives? Will they have a retirement? Next slide. An aspirant can be trained to try to fit in, leave the interview training, resume writing, and try to tell them you must make eye contact. Or try to look like eye contact. Well, I don't go by this trying to make us fit in and to be something we're not. My idea is to bypass the usual process. And I never qualified for Social Security either. So not necessarily depending on that. Next slide. But I think an experienced neurotypical should accompany the autistic person to the interview to compensate for our weaknesses and to be our back. The person doing the interview can be informed of the prospective employee's Asperger's, but the applicant demonstrates his capabilities. Next slide. And let's the potential employers know how we fit in. Take the approach of pointing out the benefits of hiring an ASPE, educate employees about neurodiversity, build on autistic strengths, focus on ability, not disability, show what autism looks like, expand the concept of normal. Next slide. So I found this in a book, Never One of Them, by a guy named Lance Earl King. He said, back in my days working at the hotel, my manager's wife discovered that I was adept at proofreading business ads. She would run hotel coupons by me, submitting them for publication. I would point out weaknesses in the wording of each offer, potentially mitigating financial losses from guests who might take advantage of loopholes. If you're a business owner, an autistic employee can be an asset to your bottom line in more ways than one, precisely because he or she sees the world in ways that you cannot. Next slide. And so I hope I can help others like me find marketable skills that can be used as guidelines for finding a worthwhile job. And I think they should have funds for classes so people can develop their skills. And hope that people don't have to be like me, who always spend their whole working life stuck in low for end jobs. Next slide. Yeah, I've done research and haven't found very many people doing kind of following, but I am suggesting it to be part of a team where the autistic person leads the team. So I haven't put them. So I stopped trying to look and make a list of those. Yeah, right now I'm working at a Walmart. I felt like I've gone backward. My first job at the Food Max. People tend to be from lower income bracket and whatnot, but I do have full time and I do have benefits. Next slide. Well, any questions? I see this chat.
Thank you for addressing the gathering today, Mr. Caldwell. Your life experience highlights the need for society to understand and embrace neurological diversity. Your advocacy for this cause is truly inspiring, Mr. Caldwell. We appreciate it. And if audience, if you have any questions, you can go ahead. Okay. We will post contact details of Mr. Caldwell in the chat box. If you should have any questions, we will redirect it to Mr. Caldwell. Thank you so much again for being a part of this global forum, sir. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Caldwell. Now we have our next speaker, and before we go ahead with the speaker's talk, I will have my colleague who will give you a brief introduction about the speaker.
Moving to the next speaker, Elsayed. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Elsayed.
Ms. Elsayed, can you hear us?
Yes, clearly.
So let me have a quick bio. Dr. Elsayed is a licensed specialist psychiatry in the UAE with a master's degree in neurology and psychiatry. She has dedicated the past 19 years to working in the field of general adult and psychiatry in several countries. In addition to her clinical work, Dr. Elsayed also serves as an adjunct lecturer in the medical school and has been a trainer in the MHGAP training program since 2018. We are honored to have you here, Dr. Elsayed, and we look forward to your valuable insight. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this nice introduction. Today, I'm gonna talk about management of sleep disorders. I'm not sure whether the screen you can see clearly.
Yes.
Excellent. Our agenda for today is about evaluation of insomnia. Then we talk about guidelines for treatment of insomnia and guidelines for treatment of narcolepsy. And at the last, we will end with the guidelines for treatment of parasomnias. Treatment guidelines for insomnia we start with. Insomnia, by definition, is difficulty initiation or maintaining or sleeping for less hours. If you can see with me in the algorithm, if this is happening to you and you have adequate opportunity and circumstances for sleep, then this can be considered only to change your behavior that led you to have insufficient sleep. But if you have adequate opportunity and circumstances for sleep, and you still have difficulty in initiation or maintaining of sleep or non-restorative sleep, and when you are awake, you have some of these symptoms, feeling fatigued, lethargy, and impaired concentration and attention. Then if you have all of these, if you don't have all of these, you can consider short sleeper and then you are gifted by longer day. But if you are awakened with some of these symptoms, then we will assess things more. Are you having abnormal pattern of sleep-wake timing? If no, if yes, then you just consider circadian rhythm sleep disorder. Are you having restless leg symptoms, snoring or breathing symptoms, abnormal sleep movements, daytime sleepiness, then we will consider those disorders: restless leg syndrome, periodic limb movement disorder, and sleep breathing related breathing disorders. If you have medication or substance temporary related to insomnia, then we should consider insomnia due to drugs, substance, or alcohol. If you have medical disorder that temporarily related to insomnia, we should consider insomnia due to medical condition. If you have a psychiatric disorder that temporarily related to insomnia, then we will consider insomnia due to mental disorder. What about if having abnormal pattern of sleep-wake timings, but we don't have any of what we have mentioned before? Then we will assess each category, whether it starts during childhood, whether it's preceded by perceptant, if their marked subjective or objective mismatch extreme sleep symptoms, is there any behaviors and practices incompatible with good sleep? Is there any presence of acute environmental or physical or social stress, like what we had during COVID-19? Some people only complained of having insomnia, or during the earthquake that happened here in the area in Turkey soon. A lot of people just presented with insomnia due to this environmental and social stress. Do you have conditioned arousal or learned sleep preventing associations? If you have a childhood onset, we should consider idiopathic insomnia. If you have marked and subjective mismatch extreme sleep symptoms, you should consider paradoxical insomnia. If you have some behaviors that incompatible with good sleep, we should consider inadequate sleep hygiene. And if we have insomnia due to mental medical condition, we should conditioned arousal, learned sleep preventing associations. If none of these, we should consider unspecified insomnia and re-evaluate again from the start. Maybe we missed something in our diagnosis. So what we should do? First, we should monitor sleep pattern, measure sleep efficiency, used to monitor improvement, progress, change relative to the person, total time of the patient thinks they are asleep, and total time spent in bed, multiplied by 100. We should provide sleep hygiene advice, and this really helpful. We can ask them not to use stimulants like caffeine to avoid sleep naps. Like this really helps patients. If this improved, no further treatment required. If it doesn't work, we will wait for 2 to 4 weeks. If it's not working, we can suggest to have cognitive behavior therapy approach. If improved, there is no further treatment. If no improvement and insomnia is severe or disabling, causing extreme distress, we should consider hypnotics, sleep maintenance medicines. If improved, no further treatment required. If unsuccessful for 2 to 4 weeks, again, we can repeat these. If no response, we have again to stop and review our diagnosis. If partial response, we can continue to another 2 weeks and review. These are the European insomnia guidelines for diagnosis and treatment of insomnia. It matches mostly with the previous slide. In the presence of comorbidities, clinical judgment should decide whether insomnia or comorbid conditions is treated first, or whether both are treated on the same time. as recommended for CBT, is recommended as first-line treatment of chronic insomnia in adults of any age. Pharmacological intervention can be offered with CBT, or if not CBT, if not effective or not available. For example, like benzodiazepines are effective in short-term treatment for insomnia, less than 4 weeks. And the new benzodiazepines, moderate quality evidence, with shorter half-lives may have less side effects concerning sedation in the morning. Long treatment of insomnia with benzodiazepines is not generally recommended because of lack of evidence and possible side effects. In patients using medication on daily basis, reduction to intermittent dose is strongly recommended. Sedating antidepressants could be used. They are effective in short-term treatment of insomnia. Contraindications have to be carefully considered. Long-term treatment of insomnia with sedating antidepressants is not generally recommended because of lack of evidence and possible side effects. We can use also antihistaminics, but because of insufficient evidence, antihistaminics are not recommended for insomnia treatment. And psychotics, again, they are not recommended for insomnia treatment. Melatonin is not generally recommended for treatment of insomnia because of low efficacy. Valerian and other phytotherapeutics are not recommended for the treatment of insomnia because of poor evidence. Light therapy and exercise regimens may be useful, but as only adjunct therapies. Complementary and alternative medicine like acupuncture, aromatherapy, foot reflexology, homeopathy may be all helpful, but they are weak recommended because of very low quality evidence. The pharmacological treatment of chronic insomnia in adults, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine Clinical Practice Guidelines. First one is licensed is sulforaxant, and this is the commercial name is Bilsmore, and it's orexin antagonist. And this recommended is based on trials of 10, 15 to 20 and 20 milligram doses. Recommendation, we suggested that clinicians use sulforaxant as a treatment for sleep maintenance insomnia. Benzodiazepine receptor agonist like zolpidem and zolpidem, and we suggest that clinicians use them treatment for sleep onset and sleep maintenance insomnia in adults. Benzodiazepines like triazolam, temazepam. This recommendation is based on trials of 0.25 milligram dose of triazolam, and recommendation that usage of triazolam as treatment for sleep onset insomnia in adults. And temazepam, it was compared to no treatment, and of dose of 15 milligram. Clinician is recommended to use this for treatment for onset of insomnia, early onset insomnia, and sleep maintenance insomnia. Melatonin agonist like Remya, and this recommendation on based of 8 milligram doses, and to use it as for sleep onset insomnia. And it was compared for no treatment in adults. For doxepin, this is heterocyclic, and this recommendation is based on trial of 3 milligrams and 6 milligram doses of doxepin, and it was recommended too that it's helpful for treatment of sleep maintenance insomnia, and it was compared again versus no treatment. For trazodone, it was based on the dose of 50 milligram, and it was recommended that it can work for sleep onset or sleep maintenance insomnia, and it was compared versus no treatment in adults. Some anticonvulsants also can be used, like tigapine, and it was helpful for sleep onset and sleep maintenance insomnia. Diphenhydramine, melatonin, L-tryptophan, and valerian, these are over-the-counter preparations. For diphenhydramine, the trials was on 50 milligram dose, and the recommendation suggested the clinician not to use for treatment for sleep onset and sleep maintenance insomnia. It wasn't helpful. Melatonin of the dose of 2 milligram, not to use again melatonin for lack of efficacy, as we suggested before. L-tryptophan, and this recommendation based on trials of 250 milligram doses of tryptophan, and again it was recommended not to use it. And valerian, again it was recommended not to use. Antidepressants. What we know about antidepressants, that there is limited evidence for their efficacy of doxepin, trimipramine, trazodone, paroxetine, and insomnia. Antidepressants may affect a wide range of brain receptors and have longer lasting carryover effects than traditional hypnotic drugs. Antidepressants are associated with increased risks of road accidents, especially early in treatment and depression. And what we don't know is how efficacy is the antidepressants on insomnia lasting. Are they more effectuous than traditional hypnotics? Do they improve mood or reduce the risk of emergent depression in patients? So, because of what we don't know and what we know, it was recommended to use these drugs according to the knowledge of pharmacology, and we can consider antidepressants when they're coexistent mood disorder, but not to use in therapeutic doses, and to be aware of the toxicity of the tricyclic antidepressant in overdose. For antipsychotic, what we know that olanzapine and quetiapine improve sleep in healthy volunteers, and quetiapine improves sleep in primary insomnia, and side effects are common because of the pharmacological actions of these drugs. And again, it's not compared to traditional hypnotic drugs. So the recommendation is side effects are common because of the pharmacological actions. So to be aware of these, and together these indicate that it cannot be considered as a first-line treatment. Antihistaminics have a limited role in psychiatric and primary care practice for management of insomnia. Now we will move to treatment guidelines for narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is a chronic neurological disorder which is caused by the brain's inability to regulate sleep cycles. At various times during the day, the patient can fall asleep from a few seconds up to a few minutes. The patient has little or no control over falling asleep, and it can happen at the most inconvenient and embarrassing times, for example, whilst driving, during a meeting, or conversation. Narcolepsy normally manifests itself in patients' teens to early 20s. The primary distinguishing features of most cases of narcolepsy are extensive day somnolence and cataplexy. 3 other symptoms are common in narcolepsy: sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, and disturbed nighttime sleep. Non-pharmacological treatments are there, and pharmacological treatment. Pharmacological treatment is used to relieve excessive daytime somnolence and cataplexy. Adult with narcolepsy, first line of treatment will be sleep hygiene and lifestyle changes, plus we can offer them CNS stimulants alone or in combination. Adults with cataplexy, they should avoid the triggers, sodium oxybate and or antidepressants, and second line will be monoamine oxidase inhibitors. For primary options, the first line protocols, modafinil, 200 milligram orally once daily in the morning initially may increase up to 400 milligram per day, given in divided doses in the morning and at the noon. Or armodafinil, 150 to 250 milligram orally once daily in the morning. Secondary options, second line protocols, methylphenidate, 10 to 60 milligram per day orally, immediate release given in 2 to 3 divided doses, or 10 to 60 milligram day orally from the sustained release given in divided doses every 8 hours. Or dexamphetamine, 5 to 10 milligram per day orally given in divided doses in the morning and after noon nap initially, increased by 5 to 10 milligram per day every week, maximum of 60 milligram per day. Second options, second line protocols for narcolepsy, modafinil, 200 milligram orally once daily in the morning initially, then increased to 400 milligram per day given in divided doses in the morning and the noon, and methylphenidate, 10 to 60 milligram per day or immediate release given in 2 to 3 divided doses together. Or armodafinil, again in combination with methylphenidate. For cataplexy, the primary options, the first line protocols, sodium oxybate, 3 to 9 gram per day orally given in divided doses at bedtime and 2 to 3 hours later. Secondary options, second line protocols, fluoxetine from 20 to 60 milligram orally once daily in the morning, or paroxetine 20 to 60 milligram orally once a day in the morning, venlafaxine 75 to 150 milligram orally twice daily, or atomoxetine for 40 to 100 milligram per day given in 2 divided doses. And last, we will talk about treatment guidelines for parasomnias in adults. Parasomnias, there might be presented in confusional arousals that person awakes in confused state and may display disoriented behavior, and the behavior can be agitated or even aggressive, especially after a forced awakening. They might experience hallucinations. Sleep-related hallucinations are vivid, perceptual experiences that occur as a person falls asleep, hypnagogic, or wakes up, hypnopompic. Rapid eye movement sleep behavior disorder, and this REM sleep behavior disorder occurs when a person begins to physically act out a dream during the REM stage of sleep, and these dreams tend to be unpleasant or violent. Upon waking from an episode, the sleeper becomes rapidly alert and can describe a dream with a coherent story that corresponds with the unusual actions. Sleep terrors, sometimes called the night terrors, is a sleep disorder that occurs when a person sits up in bed with a loud scream or cry and the look of intense fear. Adults may jump out of bed and run, attempting to leave through a door or window. The person tends to be unresponsive and will be confused and disoriented if awakened. Attempts to console the person may prolong or intensify the episode. And this is the difference between the sleep terror and the rapid eye movement sleep behavior disorder. Parasomnias in adults, this is the guidelines for confusional arousals or sleep terrors. First, safety modifications and correction of predisposing factors, adjunct psychotherapy, second line benzodiazepines, third line psychic antidepressants. For sleepwalking, first line is safety modification and correction of predisposing factors, adjunct psychotherapy, second line benzodiazepines, third line antidepressants. For sleep-related eating disorder, first line topiramate, second line dopamine agonists. Safety modifications and correction of predisposing factors, confusional arousals or nitrogen really do not require pharmacological therapy. Simple reassurance that the condition is not harmful and is likely to resolve over time is indicated. Simple measures such as removing objects that may cause harm to the patient from the sleeping areas and avoiding perceptions that such as sleep deprivation are warranted, especially if episodes are frequent and if they occur in others. Physical restraint during unconfirmed arousal or night terror is not indicated. For treatment, we can use clonazepam 0.5 to 2 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or temazepam 15 to 30 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or diazepam 5 to 10 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or oxazepam 10 to 20 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. From tricyclic antidepressants, a third line of treatment, clomipramine is dose of 25 to 100 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or imipramine 10 to 50 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. For sleepwalking, safety modifications and correction of predisposing factors, like again, avoiding of correcting predisposing factors, sleep deprivation, school home stress, making safety modifications of the sleep environment to avoid injury, like locks on doors and windows, are first-line therapies. Pharmacological therapy should not be instituted unless these measures have failed and the sleepwalking is chronic and severe enough to cause significant disruption in patients' sleep. For primary medicine options, clonazepam 0.5 to 2 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. And for secondary options, diazepam 5 to 10 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. For antidepressants, clomipramine in doses from 25 to 100 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. Or antidepressants, imipramine 10 to 50 milligram orally once daily at bedtimes. For sleep-related eating disorder, we can use topramate 25 to 150 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, and dopamine agonists like pramipexole 0.125 milligram to 1.5 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, robinerol 0.5 to 8 milligram orally, this is immediate release once daily at bedtime, or carbidopa/levodopa 25/100 milligram orally, immediate release once daily at bedtime. For rapid eye movement, sleep behavior disorder, again, we can use a sleep improvement modification plus pharmacotherapy like melatonin 3 to 12 milligram orally once daily, or clonazepam 0.5 to 1 milligram orally, or secondary options like pramipexole or paroxetine 10 to 40 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or donepezil 10 to 15 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, and tertiary options like zopiclone 3.75 to 7.5 milligram orally once daily. Carbamazepine also can be used in doses from 500 to 1,500 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. For recurrent isolated sleep paralysis, we need to observe and patients reassured that isolated sleep paralysis is very common and has no unwanted consequences. For nightmares, we can use first-line cognitive behavior therapy, and for medicines, we can use pyrazosine or clonidine. Pyrazosine in doses from 1 to 4 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, and clonidine in doses from 0.2 to 0.6 milligram orally daily in divided doses. Second pharmacotherapy is gabapentin 300 to 3,600 milligram orally once daily at bedtime, or topramate 75 milligram once daily at bedtime, or olanzapine 10 to 20 milligram orally once daily at bedtime. Thank you, and I'm open for questions, hoping it wasn't that boring to you. Yes, we done. Is there any questions? I'm open for questions.
Anybody has any questions? Okay. Ms. Elsayed, thank you so much for addressing our gathering today. If we should receive any questions, we will redirect it to your contact details, which will be posted in the chat box. Since we are running out of time, I have to call upon our next speaker. Before I call upon our next speaker, let's give Ms. Elsayed, Dr. Elsayed, a huge round of applause. Coming up next, we have our next speaker, Mr. Farag, and I will have my colleague Mercy introduce Mr. Farag, Dr. Farag to all our audience. Dr. Farag, are you here? Dr. Hossam Farag? Yes, sir. I see that you've logged in. Can you hear us, Dr. Farag? Let's give, yeah, she's here. Hi, Dr. Farag, can you hear us? Could you please unmute yourself? We're waiting for Dr. Farag to come on live. Meanwhile, let's just give us one moment while we try to pull up his presentation and bring him on live. Dr. Farag, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Before you start your presentation, I will have my colleague introduce you to our audience.
Yes, please.
Hello, Dr. Hossam Farag. Dr. Hossam Farag is a licensed specialist in psychiatry in the UAE with 19 years of experience working in the field of addiction and general adult psychiatry. He completed his master's degree in neurology and psychiatry and holds a PhD in clinical counseling and management of addictive disorders. Dr. Farag, the stage is all yours. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with thanking everyone for being here, attending my presentation, which I believe it is about not a purely psychiatric or medical topic, but a general topic, a societal challenge, which have some legal consequences also. So today I'm speaking about prescription medication abuse or misuse. So I thought first it will be good if we can differentiate between the different terms we use to describe this challenge. Misuse, they are saying that it is to use the medication not as a substance of addiction, but not in the exact way it was prescribed by the doctor. However, abuse is using the medication for a reason to get high, apart from any other like medical indications to take the medication. So the difference between misuse and abuse lies mostly in the intentions or motivations of the individual to take the medication. If the person is taking the medication in order to get a pleasant or euphoric effect, this is an abuse. If he is like taking the medication to help him with a certain medical problem, but he is taking the medication not as prescribed by the physician or the treating doctor, this is misuse. And one example for prescription medication misuse will be if my doctor prescribed to me a painkiller and he advised me to take only one tablet, but when I took one tablet, it wasn't enough, so I took another one. This will be an example of how someone can misuse the prescription medication. So if we will discuss more ways of how people can misuse or abuse the prescription medication, it can be like taking someone else's medications, or like taking more than the person should take per day or per week. Sometimes it is by changing the route how the medication is taken. Sometimes they are like injecting the tablet, dissolving the tablets of painkillers, and then they will inject it IV to take it alternative to heroin and other drugs of abuse. Or it may be related to getting the drugs from multiple sources and from unsanctioned or illegal sources. Maybe also misuse or abuse the prescription medication takes the form of refusing or reluctant to be involved in other modalities of treatment. For example, someone who is taking like painkillers, he is not regular or doesn't want to attend the physiotherapy sessions in order to keep taking the painkillers. What are the types of medications commonly misused or abused? The list is very long, really, and it includes many medications for different reasons. Some antitussive or anti-cough medications are there. Some antispasmodic medications are there. Of course, painkillers, stimulants used to treat different neurological and psychiatric disorders like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and other disorders. Many number and the types of medications were reported to be used. However, the most common three categories of drugs are the opioids, and the central nervous system stimulants, and a group of medication called the anticholinergic medications. The anticholinergic medications are used for different reasons. Some are used in psychiatry to treat side effects of antipsychotics, and they are used also as anti-allergy, and for different really uses they are present. Well, the question now is that from where those who are misusing or abusing the prescription medications are getting their medications. Well, in one analysis in USA, they found that like most of the prescription medications abused are coming from friends or relatives. 55%, and then like 10% it was bought from friends or relatives. That means like the 55% they took for free, they bought 10%, and then like from one doctor, 18%, from one doctor, 18%, and 5% bought from drug dealer. So we can see here that the vast majority of the like medications misused or abused are coming from friends and family for free, or bought from family or friends, then from the doctor. One doctor prescribed it to the individual. What are the health risks and associated with prescription medication misuse or abuse? Of course, there are a lot of health-related hazards, and it has to do with the type of the medication, if it is a painkiller, if it is a stimulant, because like taking these medications and exceeding the maximum dose will cause a toxicity, and this toxicity will differ from one medication to one medication. Just to show how it is important, how it is like risky, I will like point to this study, which showed that this is from opioid pain relievers alone exceeded all this is related to all illegal drugs. And I think it was evident across all the age groups. As you can see, between 15 and 24 like years, between 24 and 34 years, between 35 to 44, across all the ages, only one medication, which is the opioid, this is related to it, exceeded all that this is related to all other drug using. So again, just to mention if it is a big problem or not, I will mention that in the World Drug Report in 2013, 103 countries provided information on the non-medical use of medications or substances. 60% of the countries reported ranked the prescription medication misuse or abuse as among the three most like misused types of substances in the country. While nearly 15% of the countries ranked them as the most commonly used substances. So that means prescription medication came like number one on the list of used substances in 15% of the countries, and it came one of the top three in another 60% of the countries. I think this will, or this tells us how the problem is big, how the problem is wide spread all over the world, and it is also represent a health risk we cannot ignore. So why people misuse or abuse their prescription medication? It is due to a AAA. These medications are available and are accessible and are affordable. These medications usually, they are advertising for it as being safe and they can be used with no major side effects. And it also provides a good alternative to drugs with a less risk, with less legal consequences. If I'm using an opioid with a medical prescription, is quite different than using heroin from the street. Some people also are taking these medications by prescription from the doctors in order to sell it because it is known to have a high street value. It is also related to lack of education. People doesn't know risks and hazards associated with misusing and abusing the prescription medication. So who abuse the prescription medication? Teens, individuals with painful condition and diseases, elderly, and women. In addition to, these are the four major categories. In addition to incarcerated criminal offenders, persons suffering from psychiatric or other health conditions, individuals dependent on alcohol or with a history of alcohol or drug substance. In pain patients, opioids are the most abused drugs. And the prevalence of lifetime substance use disorders ranges from 36 to 56 in patients treated with opioids for chronic back pain. The same for the teens. According to Michigan University in 2010, monitoring the future study, prescription and OTC drugs were among the most commonly abused drugs by 12th graders after alcohol, marijuana, and tobacco. In the elderly, the problem is really complicated in the elderly because they have different metabolism and their ability to deal with higher doses are very limited. And the age range most at risk appear to be from 50 to 64. For women, adolescent girls and women use drugs to cope with stressful situations, while men use more to use alcohol. Women are known to have more depression, more anxiety, and higher rates of physical, emotional, sexual abuse, and this all can make a woman misuse or abuse a prescription medication. Now we will speak a little bit about how to combat, how to stop misuse and abuse of prescription drugs. In 2011, the Office of National Drug Control Policy in USA released the Prescription Drug Abuse Prevention Plan. And in this plan, there were four major topics and areas to be tackled if we want to reduce or stop abusing or misusing the prescription medication. First is the education. We have to educate everyone that medications, yes, they are safe, but they are safe when they are used as prescribed. But apart from this, they are risky. Monitoring. Prescription of drugs should be monitored through prescription drug monitoring programs, and disposal or dispensing first and the disposal, it should be also monitored closely. And law enforcement, we have to stop doctor shopping and pill mills. So sometimes really the challenge is that you can't control the behavior of the patient, but you can control the behavior of the prescriber or the doctor. That is why in combating the problem of drug misuse or drug abuse, really the prescriber has a greater role. And it was observed that in every problem related to misuse or abuse of prescription medication, there was one of four category of doctors involved. The doctor is either deficient, that means he is too busy to keep with continuous medical education, or he is unaware of controlled drugs category, or he prescribes to friends or family without patient record, or the only education he is getting from the media or the medical representatives. This is a deficient doctor who will prescribe because he is a deficient. Or he is dumb. That means like he assumes the best. He believes whatever the patient will tell him without like relying on any form of scales or any form of tests or any form of lab examination. He will leave the script beds lying around, or he can't say no simply when he is like asked to prescribe any controlled medications. The third option or the third category of doctors are those who are prescribing deliberately. That means they are selling the prescription or they are dealing with drugs. And the fourth is the drug dependent, is the addict. The doctor himself may at any point start using the medications, and then he will start by samples, and he will prescribe for the stuff for friends, for family, and then he will use for himself. Prevention drug like abuse or misuse is important. However, refuse to prescribe painkillers, sedative hypnotics to patients who need it is also something we don't want to see it happen because we are afraid of prescribing painkillers to the patient. The American College of Preventive Medicine in 2011 mentioned that adequate pain control is a fundamental right of every patient. A consensus statement from 21 health organizations and the Drug Enforcement Agency conclude that effective pain management is an integral and important aspect of quality of medical care, and pain should be treated aggressively. This is an example of how our fear from misusing and abusing the prescription medication shouldn't prevent us from prescribing these medications if, as doctors, we felt the patient needs it. Some strategies I will quickly review can help us in making or achieving this balance. We should be aware of the risks for abuse. If there is any past history of alcohol abuse or addiction, if there is cigarette smoking, history of mood disorders, especially the unipolar depression, younger age, history of childhood sexual abuse, all this will predispose the patient to abuse or misuse the medications. We need to be aware of the red flags and the yellow flags when prescribing to any individual. The red flags, they are the serious behaviors that suggest an existing substance use disorder, deteriorating functioning at work, multiple episodes of lost prescriptions, refusal to comply with monitoring, using medications in ways other than prescribed, other drug use, and legal problems. The yellow flags are the behaviors that on their own may not indicate addiction, But if too many of it should make us more alert to prescription to a particular individual, like missed appointments, requesting specific medications, increasing the dose without any discussion with the doctor, obtaining similar medications from other sources, doctor shopping, and complain of needing more medications. Now, how to make balance? We should be aware of the common diversion tactics. We should be aware of the tactics patients will use in order to get more prescriptions. Doctor shopping, visiting multiple physicians to simply procure drugs for personal use or sale. So, how to prevent this? By communicating with each other and by exaggerate or fake the symptoms. And how to deal with it? We have to be like examining patients' complaints, not only like subjectively but also objectively. We have to implement thorough history taking and if there is any physical examination, and we have to inquire about OTC over-the-counter preparations used or any medications used. These prescriptions will bypass the protection system. Really, sometimes it is difficult. How we can deal with this problem using triplicate copies of the prescriptions and don't leave the prescription beds. Of course, the electronic medical records will make the possibility of doing such a tactic is quite low. Corrupt physicians, physicians, doctors who are issuing prescriptions should be monitored and should be asked if the behavior started to be suspicious, and they also should be advised to seek help if they are addicts. Drug theft. We have to be cautious when dealing with controlled drugs. We have to keep in locked cabinet, and we have to keep a record for these drugs. Improper prescribing. Okay, improper prescribing be referred to a variety of attitude toward script writing. Treat pain aggressively and appropriately. Use opioid medications only when indicated. Prescribe lowest effective dose. And in brief, I can say that we have to follow the guidelines, because the guidelines were developed based on studies. It is better always to follow a guideline when prescribing opioids or any other medication. Family sharing, as we saw, 70%, almost 70% of the prescription medication come from family or friends. 55% for free, and the 10% they are paying for it. So we have to educate families the dangers associated with sharing the medications. And we have to emphasize on the concept that doing street drugs is the same like doing a prescription medication if we are taking the medication outside the scope of their prescription or legal use. Thank you very much. I finished my presentation, and I will be very happy to receive or to answer any questions if there is.
Thank you for addressing our gathering today, Dr. Farag. I have one question from Ms. Lisa.
Yes, please.
She asked if there are any behavior patterns you can observe in a patient who misuses prescription drugs.
Yes, we spoke about red flags and yellow flags, let me just bring these slides again so that we can this is the red flags and the yellow flags. We said that the red flags, it means that there is a pattern of abuse or misuse happening already. The yellow flags means the behaviors by itself doesn't mean the person is 100% abuses the medication, but if there are 2 or 3 of the yellow flags behaviors, we should start paying more attention to what the patient is saying and his regular attendance to his appointments and things like this. So the red flags, deteriorating functioning. If I'm seeing my patient functioning level at home or at work is deteriorating, that means something wrong is there. Multiple episodes of lost prescriptions. If the patient came to me several times claiming that he lost his prescription or he lost his medication, I should start thinking that there is a pattern of abuse or misuse. Refusal to comply with monitoring. Sometimes we are asking a family member to supervise the medication or the patient to have urine drug screening to make sure that he is taking the medications. If the patient started to refuse family supervision or to refuse doing urine drug screening, here we should have some suspiciousness. Using medications in ways other than prescribed. Also, this is one of the legal presence of legal problems. As long as that my patient was involved in many legal problems, this is something also we are considering a red flag that there is a pattern of abuse is going on. The yellow flags are the behaviors that it can happen without a pattern of misuse or abuse, but it should make us focus more with the patient and discuss more about his behaviors related to the medications, his or her pattern of medication use.
Thank you so much for addressing the gathering again, Dr. Hossam Farag. And a huge round of applause for Dr. Farag for giving us an informative talk today. A huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If we should have any questions, further questions from audience, we will have them redirected to your contact details. And if you can, please post your contact details in the chat box. Up next, we have our next speaker, Mr. Mohammad. Mr. Harani, are you here?
Hi, I'm here instead of Mohammad and I present his presentation.
Okay, may I have your name, please?
My name is Marzieh Bahrani and I'm a physician and I'm CEO of Autism VR company.
Okay, great. So we have Ms. Bahani here. Ms. Bahani, I request you to first go ahead with your introduction and then go ahead with your speech because we don't have your introduction on us right now. I request you to first introduce yourself to our audience and then go ahead with your speech, ma'am.
I'm a physician and I have about 12 years experience on visiting patients. I'm a CEO of Autism VR company, and in this company we are producing a virtual reality game for training autistic children. I will explain more in my presentation. I want to talk about virtual reality and autism spectrum disorder. As you know, autism spectrum disorder predominantly center on difficulties with social interaction, communication, and executive function. Autism can seriously impact on individuals' life, affecting how they function and how they interact with others. And so the long-term effect of this condition on parents who taking care of a family member suffering from autism. Autism spectrum disorder are typically diagnosed as neurocognitive disorder that hinder children learning and memory. Some kids with this condition experience problem in daily life activities such as talking. As you know, there is no cure for autism, but training can improve their quality of life. Many interventions for children with autism suffer from high costs and low practical feasibility due to lack of qualified personnel and resources. This problem results in longer and inefficient treatment periods. Virtual reality is simulating the real world. It's used by educators and therapists who provide children with a safe learning environment. Virtual reality can provide patients a safe and controlled environment to learn while saving time and many different procedures. Virtual environment duplicate the natural world as it's create new events so patient can experiment and understand concept without risk. Their repetitive nature allow them to be run anytime without additional costs. Another important benefit of virtual environment is how they remove confusing and competing stimuli from the environment and social context, and also time manipulation to use short breaks to define the different variables that have set up regarding your interaction process. And also VR virtual reality make learning enjoyable. Virtual reality tools are becoming increasingly popular in the field of autism. This opens up new doors of possibility for caretaker and educator. Self-care, social skills, and daily life habit could potentially be vastly improved by using virtual reality assistive technologies. Various approaches have been used to teach social skills to children who have autism, and most of these methods include the video modeling or cognitive behavioral therapy. It's better to transform educational content into visual to create new educational capability for children with autism. For example, it's difficult for a teacher to teach cross the traffic light and show children what to do in a real life situation, but can teach it via virtual environment easily. We have the technology for creating virtual environment for people to be able to practice social experience easily. Autism VR is a virtual reality game-based therapy for training ASD children. They can learn social, behavioral, and emotional skills in a safe virtual environment. Children can play the games frequently, and their parent and trainer can observe their progression. We combined virtual reality games with artificial intelligence and machine learning together. In this way, eye movement and heart rate of children captured and analyzed to update the trainer on real-time basis to prescribe ongoing therapy. To investigate the effectiveness of utilizing VR as a learning tool for individuals suffering from autism, we use questionnaire and interviews with our film customers because our final customers are individuals suffering from autism. Parents made the population of our study. The data was collected from participants with previous experience using VR system for autistic children's skill development. Our interviewees answered some questions about their child experience with virtual reality educational games. A satisfying number of participants have admitted the effectivity of VR-based learning. Accordingly, 40% of respondents believe that VR has enhanced patient overall quality of life. 32.5% and 25% have chosen sometimes and often option respectively. As the patients successfully transfer VR-based learning tasks to real-world context. Ease of use, safety, saving time and cost, and effort efficiencies were found to be the most prominent advantages of VR-based learning. On the contrary, balance loss, dizziness, and nausea were most frequent side effects reported by the respondent that was seen in a small number. Future research shall shed light on teaching particular skills to be practiced and investigate how to overcome current challenges in this field. Nonetheless, due to the flexible nature of VR and the virtual environment, future study can aim to provide new ideas on how to integrate virtual reality into the field of cognitive disorder therapy. As a startup company established only recently, we had access to a small sample size considered for this investigation, and accordingly, future studies shall include larger sample size. In the nutshell, there are numerous opportunities in operating VR device as a therapy tool, such as developing more game and activities, ranging from learning how to cross the road, shopping, going to dentist, library, and etc. Thank you very much, and you can contact us in this way. If you have any question, I can answer if you want. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing our audience today, Ms. Marani. If anybody has any questions, you can go ahead among the audience. Okay. Well, if we have any questions from the audience, we will have them redirected to Mr. Marani's contact details. Thank you so much for addressing our gathering today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We again have our next speaker. We again have Dr. Elsayed talking to us about psychiatric aspects of Parkinson's disease. Dr. Elsayed, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm gonna share the screen right now.
Great. Dr. Elsayed, we can
Is
see
it
your...
clear now? You can see the screen?
Yes, we can see. You can go ahead with your presentation, ma'am.
Okay. We will be talking about the psychiatric aspects of Parkinson's disease. The Parkinson's historical data, the disease first described as the shaking policy by James Parkinson. The one you can see his photo here in 1817. Jean-Martin Charcot proposed its current name honoring James Parkinson, synonymous paresis agitans. Prevalence and incidence. The incidence of Parkinson, 8 to 18 per 100,000 persons per year, and the age is above 55 years with sharp increment after 60 years, and more in males, the ratio between males to females in 1.5 to 1. Parkinson's diagnosis, symptoms, and signs, we can summarize it in the word trap, as if the symptoms are trapping the patients. T for tremors, shaking and usually starting on one side. R for rigidity, stiffness of the limbs, neck, and or trunk. And A for akinesia, loss or impairment in power of voluntary movements. And P, posture and balance. And this is how the Parkinsonian patient looks. He will have stooped posture, masked facial expression, forward tilted, a tilt of trunk, rigidity of the muscles, flexed elbows and wrists, reduced arm swinging, slightly flexed hips and knees, shuffling, short step gait, and trembling of extremities. Parkinson's symptoms and signs, we have motor symptoms like bradykinesia or hypokinesia, resting tremors, muscle rigidity, posture instability, gait disturbances, and freezing phenomena. And we have non-motor symptoms like in GIT, urinary, autonomic, and psychiatric. And today we will explore more the psychiatric symptoms that associated with Parkinsonian disease. Psychiatric symptoms may include depression, dementia, sleep disturbance, and difficulty smelling. UK Parkinson's Disease Society Brain Bank criteria. Step 1, diagnosis of Parkinsonian syndrome. It necessitates to have bradykinesia and at least one of the following: muscular rigidity, resting tremor, and posture instability unrelated to primary visual, cerebral, or vestibular, or proprioceptive dysfunction. Step 2, exclusion criteria for Parkinson's disease: history of repeated stroke with a stepwise progression, repeated head injury, antipsychotics or dopamine-depleting drugs, definite encephalitis and or oculogyric crisis on no drug treatment, more than one affected relative, sustained remission. Step 3, the supportive criteria for diagnosis of Parkinson's disease: 3 or more required for the diagnosis of definite Parkinson's disease: unilateral onset, excellent response to levodopa, rest tremor, severe levodopa-induced chorea, progressive disorder, levodopa response for over 5 years, persistent asymmetry, affecting the site of onset, most clinical course of over 10 years. Diagnosis should be first clinical, then radiological can support the diagnosis. Radiological, we can have the MRI brain, CT brain, SPECT, DET scan, and here is an image taken by DET scan for normal patient compared to a patient with Parkinsonian syndrome. Psychiatric aspects of Parkinsonian disease: psychosis, depression, suicide, cognitive impairment, and dementia. We will start by Parkinsonian disease psychosis. Parkinson's disease psychosis Arising in Parkinsonian patients, it's defined as the occurrence of hallucinations, delusions, or both. Around 50% of patients may develop these symptoms over the course of their disease with progression over time. Parkinson's disease psychosis is a major risk factor for prolonged hospitalization, nursing home placements, and mortality. Prevalence of Parkinson's disease psychosis. The prevalence varies widely. Among untreated patients of Parkinson's disease, it's reported to occur rarely. It increases with treatment. In treated patients, the prevalence widely differs in the literature, with reported illusions or hallucinations occurring in 15 to 40% of treated Parkinson's disease patients. It was up to 60% of Parkinson's disease patients after a 12-year disease duration, around 70% in advanced Parkinson's disease stages. So it's there and it can be of risk, and it's not only related to motor problems of Parkinson's. We need to consider the psychiatric symptoms as well. The symptoms of psychosis in Parkinson's disease usually comes with delusions, usually involving topics of persecution, imposters, or grandiosity. Specific forms of delusion might include Cotard syndrome, implying nihilistic delusions, hypochondriacal delusions, and delusions of immortality, Capgras syndrome, including having the conviction that a family member or a friend has been replaced by another, or Othello syndrome, being described as delusional jealousy. It was usually associated with dopamine agonist therapy and improved after its reduction. Hallucinations. It's mostly of visual character, including complex perceptions containing animals, persons, or objects, and other modalities could be reported. Most occur in poor light conditions and reduced stimulus environments, more often at night, and last for seconds to minutes. A common form of visual hallucination with the perception of bugs on the walls or on the floor. Later occurring auditory hallucinations are mostly described as indistinct sounds, like radio playing in the room. Risk factors for psychosis in Parkinson's disease: dopaminergic medication, polypharmacy, age, later disease onset, Parkinson's disease severity, longer duration, sleep disorder, cognitive impairment, depression, diurnal somnolence, visual disorders, autonomic dysfunction, and high medical comorbidities. There are some scales for assessment of psychosis in Parkinson's disease. The scale of Parkinson's disease non-motor symptom scale, and its objective to monitor risk for developing psychosis. MDS-UPDRS-1, item 12, presence and severity of psychosis, Parkinson's psychosis questionnaire, presence and severity of psychosis, scale for evaluation of neuropsychiatric disorders in Parkinson's disease, presence and severity of psychosis and other neuropsychiatric symptoms, scale for assessment of positive symptoms, presence and severity and impact of psychosis. Proposed treatment strategies of acute secondary psychosis in Parkinson's disease. General measures like re-establishment of circadian rhythms, re-establishment of normal level sensory inputs, hearing and vision aids, re-establishment of familial environment. Treatment of specific triggers like treatment of infections, dehydration, balancing electrolytes, glucose, vitamins, hormones, and treatment of heart insufficiency. Elimination of non-essential medication, particularly anticholinergic, antiglutamatergic, sedating drugs. Reduction of anti-Parkinson medications. Anticholinergics, amantadine, MAO-B inhibitors, dopamine agonist, COMT inhibitors, L-DOPA rated, L-DOPA non-retarded, cholinesterase inhibitors in cognitively impaired patients, rivastigmine, we can add from 6 to 12 milligram per day, or dombazil 5 to 10 milligram per day, or off-label galantamine 4 to 32 milligram per day. Antipsychotic medication like clozapine, this is the first line, or quetiapine, because it's short-acting and with no extrapyramidal side effects. Non-pharmacological treatment in Parkinson's disease psychosis. Here comes the importance of multidisciplinary approach for treatment of Parkinson's disease psychosis that implies the involvement of psychiatrists and other mental health professionals, neurologists, and functional neurosurgeons if needed. With regard to non-interventional treatments, music therapy in Parkinson's disease patients showed benefits in behavior as well as in motor and affective functions. Pharmacological treatment of psychosis in Parkinson's disease, role of antipsychotics. Clozapine, a double-blind placebo-controlled study on clozapine for the treatment of drug-induced psychosis in Parkinson's disease, showed an effectiveness of low doses of clozapine without worsening of motor functions. Quetiapine, there is currently insufficient evidence to conclude on its efficacy for Parkinson's disease psychosis, but its safety profile shows benefit with no need of monitoring, like clozapine. Olanzapine, no evidence of efficacy and not recommended for use in Parkinson's disease psychosis. Risperidone might be effective in the treatment of Parkinson's disease psychosis, but it will cause worsening of the motor function, so it's not recommended again as a treatment for Parkinson's disease psychosis. Aripiprazole, it causes worsening of the Parkinsonian symptoms. Role of pimavanserin, it's a selective 5-HT2A inverse agonist without dopaminergic, adrenergic, histaminergic, or muscarinic effect. And it has been approved by the FDA in September 2014 and has shown to be effective and safe in treatment of Parkinson's disease psychosis, reducing hallucinations and delusions without affecting motor function. Role of cholinesterase inhibitors. Although the use of cholinesterase inhibitors showed benefit for the treatment of dementia, but it did not show beneficial effect on Parkinson's disease psychosis to date. They might be beneficial in psychosis in Parkinson's disease that associated with cognitive impairment. For electroconvulsive therapy and Parkinsonian disease psychosis has shown beneficial effects in the treatment of neuropsychiatric symptoms in Parkinsonian disease. Discussing depression in Parkinson's disease is common in Parkinson's disease, with prevalence of about 50% of patients who develop Parkinson's disease will suffer from depression. And depression occurs in 40 to 50% of persons of Parkinson's disease at some time in their illness, 5 to 20% moderate to severe depression. Occur at any stage of the disease. It might precede the onset of motor symptoms by a few years. More commonly develop with increasing disease severity and disability. More prone to have an anxiety disorder, psychotic symptoms, or dementia. Parkinson's disease is associated with pathology in all the brainstem monoaminergic nuclei, causing a profound reduction in serotonin and noradrenaline concentrations. The diagnostic criteria for major depressive disorder, the DS5 coded, it's 5 or more out of 9 symptoms, including symptoms 1 and 2 in the same 2 weeks period. A depressed mood or anhedonia, subjective or observed, can be irritable mood in adolescents and children. Loss of interest or pleasure in most daily activities, change in weight or appetite, insomnia or hypersomnia, psychomotor agitation or retardation, loss of energy or fatigue, inappropriate guilt or sense of worthlessness, impaired concentration or indecisiveness, thoughts of death, suicidal ideation or suicidal attempt. These symptoms cause significant distress or impairment, and these symptoms are not attributable to substance or medical conditions, and episodes not explained by other psychotic disorder, and patient hasn't had a previous manic or hypomanic episodes. Risk factors for depression and Parkinson's. The risk factors include female gender, previous history of depressive illness, hypo or bradykinesia, gait instability, greater function disability, the greater degree of left hemisphere involvement, earlier age of onset of Parkinson's disease, and medications like amantadine, bromocriptine, and levodopa. Challenges in diagnosis depression and Parkinson's disease. Somatic symptoms of depression mimic the physical effects of Parkinson's disease, like psychomotor retardation mimic bradykinesia, flat expression, slow speech. Parkinson's can also cause apathy, which looks like depression, like loss of interest in previously enjoyable activities, flat expression, losing interest in eating or taking care, and symptoms can come from either Parkinson's disease or depression, fatigue or less energy, low sexual function, trouble sleeping, weight loss, and memory loss. Suicide in Parkinson's disease. Patients with Parkinson's disease are more likely to suffer from suicide than the general population. Risk factors include physical health problems, comorbid mental disorders, depression, sleep disorders, alcohol abuse, and treatments will be dopamine replacement therapy and deep brain stimulation. Rating scales for depression: PICS depression inventory, geriatric depression scale, Hamilton depression rating scale, Montgomery Asperger depression rating scale. Depression in Parkinson's disease tends to be underrecognized and undertreated in patients with Parkinson's disease. Around 40% are not treated and not referred for treatment, associated with impaired quality of life. Treatment options include pharmacological, like SSRIs, SNRIs, tricyclic antidepressants, and non-pharmacological, like ECT and TMS, and psychosocial interventions. Coming to selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, it could be considered as the first-line treatment, is effective in treatment of Parkinsonian disease-associated depression. Most medicine used are including citalopram, sertraline, paroxetine, and fluoxetine, but SSRI might worsen the Parkinsonian disease-related motor symptoms, like worsening of the symptoms and causing restless leg syndrome. The tricyclic antidepressant usually used as second or third choice medication due to side effect profile. Although the evidence that tricyclics are more effective than SSRIs, it's not preferred for depression and Parkinson's disease, as they has effects on thinking and can cause confusion to the patients, can cause low blood pressure when standing, and that cause dizziness that can lead to falls. Sedation, weight gain, and sexual dysfunction are common side effects. Nortriptyline is less sedating with less orthostatic hypotension. Other antidepressants like mirtazapine, it's useful for depression with anxiety and insomnia, but it may increase appetite. Propion, this is very useful with fatigue and poor concentration due to stimulant properties. Side effects: seizures are rare but serious. Venlafaxine has anti-anxiety properties. Side effects include nausea, dizziness, constipation, and sweating. Blood pressure monitoring is recommended. Duloxetine, side effects like nausea is common, along with constipation, dizziness, and sweating. Non-pharmacological treatment like electroconvulsive therapy, effective treatment for depressed patients with Parkinsonian disease, particularly in drug-intolerant or drug-resistant cases. And ECT has beneficial effects on motor symptoms of Parkinson's disease, which are independent of its impacts on depressive symptoms. Repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. This is non-invasive brain stimulation method, which has already been proven effective for the treatment of idiopathic major depression among patients with depression and Parkinson's disease. psychosocial interventions like efficacy of cognitive behavior therapy administered for 10 weeks was associated with a significantly greater reduction in depression scores than clinical monitoring only, social support, physiotherapy, and occupational rehabilitation. Thank you. This was the end of my presentation. I'm open for any questions if there's something need to be more clarified.
Thank you for addressing our audience today, Dr. Elsayed, once again. If our audience should have any questions, we will have them redirected to you through your contact details. Next, we have our next speaker, Ms. Hamilton, Jenny Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton, are you here? Ms. Hamilton, you have to unmute yourself because we can't hear you, ma'am. Ms. Hamilton, can you hear us? Ms. Hamilton, you might have to increase your volume. While we wait for Ms. Hamilton, I will have my colleague Mercy introduce Ms. Hamilton to you all.
Ms. Hamilton is a highly accomplished senior lecturer in counseling and psychological therapies at the University of Lincoln, where she shares her vast knowledge and expertise with her students. In addition to her academic work, she also serves as a counselor and mindfulness teacher in private practice, providing much needed support and guidance to those in need. Her areas of expertise include film therapy, mindfulness, grief, trauma, and mindful self-care of her therapist, making her a true asset to the field of psychology. Ms. Hamilton?
We're going to give Ms. Hamilton a minute to resolve the technical glitch, and we will be back in a minute. Hamilton, can you hear us? We are unable to hear you, ma'am. You're not audible. You might have to raise your volume. We are trying to reach Ms. Hamilton. I request all the audience to take a 5-minute break and we will be back. Unmute. Hello, Ms. Hamilton, can you hear us? Ms. Hamilton, I see that your video is on. However, I guess there's some problem with the audio. Ms. Hamilton, can you hear us?
Then could you check on the options below? Could you try to change the audio options and speak out so that, you know? So left bottom, there will be options available. So change the microphone option so that you'll be able to listen to your talk.
Mrs. Hamilton, we request you to check your chat. Our team has messaged you a couple of instructions. Meanwhile, we'll try and connect with our next speaker, Melissa Talal. Hello, Ms. Talal.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Talal. How are you today?
Good, thank you. Hold on a minute.
Sure.
All right. Hold on. So my presentation, I don't have slides. I'm going to be presenting my story. My recovery story. So my comeback story.
That sounds great. So before you start with your talk, I will have my colleague, Mr. Ajay, giving a brief about your biography.
Okay.
Hello, Melissa. How are you?
Good, thank you.
That's great. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Miss Melissa Talal to the stage. So she is a true mental health warrior, having overcome numerous obstacles to achieve great success in her life and career. As a mental health survivor herself, she now works in refuge resettlement as a skills trainer, where she has made a profound impact on the lives of countless individuals. With a bachelor's degree in psychology and master's in science, she is an accomplished professional who has faced her fair shares of challenges. During her time in law school in New York City, she was first diagnosed with manic depression and struggled with hospitalizations. So her ultimate goal is to pursue a political career at the federal level, and she remains dedicated to inspiring others through her incredible life story. So Miss Melissa, the stage is all yours.
So my recovery story begins. So I was first diagnosed at the age of 23 when I was in law school in New York City at Cardozo Law School. And I went from a law school student to a mental patient practically overnight. I remember the 24 hours I spent in my apartment, where I lived in the living room of a one-bedroom apartment in New York City. And it was 24 hours of pure hell. And I remember I had the roommate from hell. When I was new to so I grew up in Maryland. I was born in Washington, D.C., spent my first 4 years in Maryland, moved to California when I was 4, moved to Texas when I was 15, lived in Texas on and off for 17 years. So I did 2 years of high school in Texas and 2 years of high school in California. I did my college career in Texas, and I completed my college career without being diagnosed with mental illness. Then I took a year off, and I'm Jewish, so I spent 2 months in Israel. And in Israel, I struggled being in Israel because I didn't think I was on a kibbutz opan, which means you go to live and study in Israel and learn Hebrew. And many people who convert to Judaism actually go to Israel through this opan program. So I was there I was supposed to be there 6 months. I was only there 2 months because I was very unhappy the way the program was run. I came back to Texas, where I live with my family in San Antonio. And then I would move to New York for law school, where I spent 8 months. And then at the end of March, right before finals, I got sick. And I was admitted to Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. I remember knocking in the game room, I remember knocking some puzzles on the floor and being dragged away and chained in restraints, not knowing what I was doing. This was 1990, so it was before the most major renovations in medication had happened. I was not told why I was being admitted, or I was told why I was being admitted to the hospital. I don't remember. I spent, I was in the psych ward for not knowing why, and I was restrained, not knowing why, unable to use the bathroom. So fast forward, my brother, who was in medical school, came up from San Antonio at that time and brought me back to Texas. And I spent some time in Texas. I divide my life with my illness into 3 categories. From 1990 to 99 is one period. From 2002 to 2013 is another period. And from 2013 till now is my 3rd period. I just successfully completed 10 years out of the hospital in February. So I have celebrated 10 years of being hospital free. And in the last 10 years, my trajectory of success has increased phenomenally. But I will go back to when I was in 1990, when I was first admitted to the hospital. So my brother brought me back from New York City to Texas. And in those years, I spent time in and out of, I was in my 20s. I was struggling with my illness. I was in and out of hospitals every 6 months. I did volunteer work mostly. I attended graduate school. I was married for 1.5 years. I was in between hospitalizations. I attended graduate school and I did internships. I actually had 2 very successful internships, one at the Mexican consulate and one at the Free Trade Alliance. This is when NAFTA was first written. So I was able to successfully do these internships, and they lasted about 6 months each. And I had been, and this time also, I had spent 4 months on a farm in Massachusetts, a farm in the Berkshires called Gould Farm in Monterey, Massachusetts. And then in 1999, my parents sent me back to the farm. And that is when I came to Massachusetts from Texas. So in 1999, the reason I left the first hospitalization, the first farm stay might have been more successful in 1994 if I had gone to their Boston-based programs, but I had returned to Austin, Texas, where I worked successfully for 5 months. But in those years, I had a lot of trouble holding jobs. I would get jobs and they would last about 6 weeks, and then I would go, and then I would have to find something else to do. So I ended up on disability, which I was on for 20 years and was able to get off successfully in 2017. So now I will go back to 1999, where I went back to Gould Farm in Monterey, Massachusetts, and I was there for 10 months. Then I went to their Boston-based programs, and I lived in a house in Lincoln, Massachusetts. And I worked the local Pizza Hut, and I also had a job in a museum as an event coordinator. And it was probably my dream job, but it didn't work out. I wasn't ready for that job. I was 34 years old. I had a job coach. I was still having trouble with psychosis, still not on the right medication. So I had been placed on medication when I was hospitalized in 1990, and I'd been on medication since then, and I'm still on medication. And I feel medication is important to my recovery, but I will get back to that. So then I moved to the Boston-based programs from this farm, and I was living in Lincoln, Massachusetts. And I worked at Pizza Hut, and I worked in the museum. I worked at Pizza Hut for about a year. And then I started working in a movie theater. in 2002. I started there in right after Thanksgiving in 2001, which is November. Thanksgiving is in November in America. So then in 2002, when I was working at the movie theater, I met my partner in April, and we've been together over 20 years. And also at that time, I moved in with a roommate. So I was living in, moved out of the Gold Farm program, which was in Boston, which was in Lincoln. And I had subsequently moved to a house in Waltham, Massachusetts. This is all suburbs of Boston. So then I met a woman, and we roomed together in Cambridge for over 2 years. And she had a boyfriend and I had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend's name was Mike and my boyfriend's name was Mark, and her name is Marissa. So it was Marissa, Melissa, Mike, and Mark. And I brought my cat up from Texas, my cat Charlie at that time. So then I worked at the movie theater, tried odd jobs, tried different positions that didn't really work out. And then in 2012, I went in for my last hospitalization, and I was in 2 different hospitals. And one I will say was the worst hospitalization I was ever in, and one was the best hospitalization I was ever in. So in one hospitalization, I was in something called St. Elizabeth's, and I was there for a couple of weeks, and I got pneumonia from being in the hospital. So they put me on the medical ward, and I was there. I didn't even know what was going on with me. They said I had a bug in me, and I thought it was a cockroach. I mean, so I didn't understand that the bug meant I had pneumonia. So I was in the medical ward, and then they discharged me from the medical ward, and I went back to my life with my boyfriend, who I've lived with, like I said, for 20 years. So after we lived in Cambridge, we lived in different towns in Massachusetts, finally settling in Lexington, Massachusetts in 2012. And we have lived here in this condo from 2012. In that period, in between 2002, when I met my boyfriend, in 2013, I lost 3 pregnancies. One was an abortion due to medication that I was advised by the doctors at Mass General to abort the fetus. The other 2, when I was 41 and 43, nearly killed me, and the pregnancy had to be terminated. So then in 2013, I ended up, so like I said, I was in one hospital, St. Elizabeth, which I hated. And then before my birthday, which is in December, I was admitted to Beverly Hospital, which I think is a wonderful hospital. I also finally I had a new nurse practitioner, and I finally got on the right meds, which to me was something extraordinary. And I've been on, my medication has been declining. The use of my medication has been declining ever since. I was started out when I came out of the hospital. Then I was on 3 meds, and now I'm only on 1, and we've been lowering it. So I'm successfully maybe migrating off medication, which I feel is very powerful for me. So then in 2013, I had met people in the hospital who got me involved. So there was a woman who was coming to run groups every week, and she worked for something called the Recovery Learning Community, and there are 5 recovery learning communities across the state of Massachusetts, and she worked for something called the Northeast Recovery Learning Community. And I learned that I could, and these are all peer run. A peer is someone with mental illness, and I learned at that time that I could run groups as a volunteer and get paid a stipend. So I would commute to Wakefield, Massachusetts, twice a week to run groups and to take part as the hub volunteer manager. So I was doing that 3 times a week. Plus, I was telling the National Alliance on Mental Illness is a major organization in United States, and it's a big mental health organization in the United States. And I was affiliated with the Massachusetts office, and finally got affiliated with my local affiliate, Central Middlesex, Nami affiliate. And so they have a program called In Our Own Voice, where you tell your story, It's a formula that they've created, and you watch a video and you tell your story. So I was running these groups 3 times a week and telling my story for Nami twice a week. And for both of those, I was getting a stipend. Plus, for Nami, I also got mileage cut reimbursed. And if you went to different parts of Massachusetts, it could add up to a lot of money. Plus, I was on disability. So I had, like I said, I'd been on disability for 1997. I got on disability in Texas. I'd been on it since then, and I was getting all these nice stipends coming in. So it was a good year. And then I stopped doing the NAMI program, and I stopped doing the group facilitating because they stopped their funding for paying for volunteers to run groups. And for both of these programs, you had to go through trainings, and I went through the trainings. And then I worked at a clubhouse. If people don't know what a clubhouse is, it's like a center where people can go with mental illness and spend the day. So I worked in the kitchen at this clubhouse, and that job didn't work out. And then going back to the Northeast Recovery Learning Community, which I had been volunteering with when I first got out of the hospital in 2013, they had an opening as a group facilitator in one of their, what they called their hubs. They had regional offices in different cities around the Northeast of Massachusetts, and their area extends from Gloucester to Lexington, where I live. So I started as a volunteer in the city of Lowell, which is where I work now for the International Institute of New England. But I was working for the Northeast Recovery Learning Community, and this is December 2015. And the woman who had hired me went on leave. So like they said, they felt that the Lowell hub went on life support, and I was running it. I mean, I was a 15-hour-a-week person. She went on leave, and we were good friends. She went on leave 2 weeks after I started. So I was running this office, and then they hired someone, and I was to run it full time. And I was doing groups and counseling people 15 hours a week. I did that for a year and 8 months. And then I became what's called a bridger, which is, I got a full-time position with the Northeast Recovery Learning Community. I became a bridger, which means I transitioned people from a state-run facility, psychiatric hospital, to the community. And when I first started, which was September of 2017, I was anxious all the time, and I was going home early. So I also deal with anxiety, which has been very much under control since November of 2022. And I was leaving early every Monday to go home. And my boss was very supportive around this. So finally, December came, and I was put on probation for 2 days. And that was actually something I wanted because I was struggling with the anxiety, and I was having, and then my birthday came, and then I went away for a week. And when I came back the 1st of January, I was determined to get the anxiety under control. I got the anxiety under control. I was successful in this program. I got up disability that year. That was January 2018. I got up disability. I successfully worked as a bridger. I increased the popularity of the program. We had a waiting list because of the success that I had shown with the people I was working with. And then my boss left. So essentially I was reporting to the director of our program, and I was running the program. Then the pandemic hit. Everything had to be changed. It was March of 2020. My boss said, "Oh, we can't do bridging anymore." I proved her wrong. I successfully transitioned our program to the computer. I had a coworker at that time who I'd known, who had come from another part of the company, and we were working together, and I was essentially running the bridging program from when the time my boss left in February of 2019 through the pandemic. And then in 2021, I left that position because the leadership was poor. So in 2020, we successfully managed, we would meet with all our clients on the computer. We increased the popularity of the program even in the pandemic. So the bridger's position, you take people, the job is to take people on paths from the hospital to the community. And we, of course, when the pandemic hit, we couldn't take anyone into the community. So we we were doing everything. We were meeting with our people online through the help of the psychiatrists at the facility. Fast forward to 2021, July of 2021. I left the company. I started working as a case manager in a group home. I did that for 8 months. Also in this time, I had started my master's in 2019 at Northeastern University. And I worked full-time and I went to school part-time. In 2022, I did 1 semester, 1 quarter, full-time work, full-time school. And then that summer I graduated, the summer 2022, I graduated and I now have a master's. Also in August of 2022, I started a job at the current company I work for, which is the International Institute of New England, where I work with individuals as a skills trainer. And my job is to train them for a better life in the United States. They come from, we have a lot of people from Afghanistan, Ukraine, also Haitian, Cuban entrants coming in. My job is to train them for a better life in the United States. Right now, I'm running a program which is called the Certified Nursing Assistant Program. I am training them to help out in nursing homes and assisted livings in Massachusetts. We have programs for, I also did a hospitality training, which was for the boss. We have 3 offices across the state, 1 in Lowell, where I'm working now, 1 in Boston and 1 in Manchester, New Hampshire. So we have 2 in the state of Boston and in the state of Massachusetts and 1 in New Hampshire. And my job is to train them for better careers in the United States. I've been doing that since, like I said, since August of 2022. I'm getting active politically. I was able to tell my recovery story at an event to my Lieutenant Governor. I am going tomorrow and Wednesday to something called Citizens Legislative Seminar, which is where I will be going to the State House to learn about state government in Massachusetts. And I live here in Lowell, Lexington, Massachusetts with my partner, Mark, and our 2 kitties. Thank you. Questions? I'm done. Questions?
Thank you so much for addressing our gathering today, Ms. Talal. It was, thank you for sharing your life journey. It was really inspiring. If audience, do you have any questions for Mrs. Talal? Ms. Talal? Okay, if we should have any questions from audience, we will redirect to your contact details, which we will post in the chat box.
Okay.
Coming up next, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we have our next speaker, Catherine Wallish. I'm sorry. Our next speaker will be Jenny Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me this time?
Great. We can hear you. Ms. Hamilton, we've already introduced you to our audience. You can take over from here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Look, nice to be here today. Thank you for having me along. I'm hopefully you I'm going to talk today about film therapy. And I'm just going to tell you a bit about the work I've been doing with film therapy and some of the, just to sort of explain to you what it is and tell you a bit about my work in this area. I'm not sure if you can see my slides at all. I don't think you can, so I'll just come back. I'm Jenny, and I'm a counsellor and I teach counselling. I'm a senior lecturer, and I'm also a mindfulness teacher. And I've been looking at film therapy in my work as a therapist as my clients just began talking about films and TV. And I kind of thought, well, how do we kind of work with this in therapy? So I began sort of looking into this area and researching it and kind of developing methods. What I kind of began working on was thinking about how to work on this in therapy. However, I then began to look at how to use it in mindfulness as well, and thinking about how we might engage with film and TV mindfully. Just first to kind of explain what is film therapy. Well, film therapy is watching or discussing movies or television shows as part of a therapeutic process. So in my work, we began just really talking about movies. So clients would talk about what it means to them, how the issues that the characters went through crossed over with their own issues, who the characters reminded them of. And they would kind of, think about what it meant, what movies or TV shows meant in their lives. So when I began looking at this, the first genre that I really looked at was reality TV. In the kind of programs where some kind of therapeutic process takes place. So maybe programs about hoarding or obesity or some kind of coaching or therapy show. And what I noticed was that many of the participants kind of went through a therapeutic process during the TV shows, and I wondered if the audiences did as well. So I noticed that there was a stage of catharsis and a stage of disclosure, and then a stage of action, and it seemed to follow some of the processes of therapy. And looking into this, I discovered that these shows could kind of raise awareness of some issues and kind of destigmatize them. While obviously with it being the medium of reality TV, there was some ethical issues to be aware of. That it was kind of commercial TV. But overall, many people felt empathy for the participants as they were going through a change process. And so clients in therapy may have come to therapy having watched these shows and have gone through some kind of therapy process while watching themselves and become aware of issues that in their own lives that may have brought them to therapy. I also looked a bit later on at the relationship between monster imagery in movies and dreams and hallucinations and post-traumatic stress, and how this kind of imagery has come to kind of symbolize different fears and traumas, and how people engaged with some of these movies. And I noticed that a monster popping up unexpectedly in an everyday setting could resemble the process of post-traumatic stress, where you have kind of intrusive thoughts or intrusive experiences of fear. So I kind of talked about how monsters in some movies seem to also where it was representing grief, seemed to also represent grief feelings and also guide the characters through their grief feelings. And so thinking about how audiences and therapy clients kind of engage with some of these shows and imagery, and how it seemed to represent some of the things that they were going through themselves. I've also used film in counsellor education, so to kind of illustrate issues to therapy students who are training to be counsellors. So we've watched clips or movies showing depictions of things like grief or diversity. And what I found there was that students really engage with some of the themes, such as learning about grief, not just in a theoretical way, but also they go through some emotions watching a movie, and learn kind of how people might deal with grief and the issues that they might face. In a bit more of a kind of visceral way that brings the theory to life. So I kind of thought about, well, what's therapeutic about watching movies? It kind of goes right back to Aristotle and the idea of catharsis. Aristotle noticed that the audiences of Greek tragedies seemed to go through a process of emotional purging that seemed to help their well-being, through going through all the emotions of the play, and they seem to kind of feel a bit better afterwards. And movies kind of fit into a long tradition in therapy of using story, imagery, music, and metaphor to talk about issues in therapy. And they're a very immersive experience. So we get very absorbed in watching movies and TV. When we talk about them, because we're talking about characters or movies, the distance that we have is enough to create a bit of safety and make it easier to talk about. So even though we can talk about our own feelings and our own issues, because we're talking about them in relation to movie characters, it makes it a little bit easier. And some issues that can be quite difficult to talk about, like issues surrounding diversity, or social issues that people might have strong opinions on, because you talk about a character and what they've been through in relation to it, it makes it kind of easier to talk about and less polarizing, because people are coming from a place of empathy rather than being entrenched in their own opinions. And through watching movie characters go through the difficulties that they face, people can learn skills, problem solving, think about how they might approach some issues in their own lives differently. It can increase empathy. People might feel empathy with movie characters. And I felt that it could also be kind of like self-care, because you take some time out and concentrate, and go to kind of a different world sometimes, and you physically stop for a while. And while we're kind of watching movies, I thought it's quite important to explore in therapy what was going on for people. So in thoughts and feelings, what personal meanings did they attach? And how did they relate to the characters and issues? So I kind of developed a way of working with movies. So thinking about checking in to see if it's okay to talk about the movie today, if how we're feeling in our emotions, and then thinking about noticing how we felt and what was going through our minds when we watched the movies. Who did we relate to? What did the movie mean to us and our lives? How did it symbolize personal experience? And we might also explore how were the characters and issues portrayed, because we don't really just want to absorb any stereotypes or inaccurate portrayals around, you know, social issues or diversity or mental health. So we might just check how everything was portrayed and if how it matches up to our own experience. And we might explore any new possibilities and strategies for growth that kind of came up for us out of the movies. So what did we learn from watching and reflecting on the movie that we can take forward? And how could it help us in our lives? How did the story of the movie cross over or resonate with our own journey or story? And would we change the story in any way, you know, for ourselves going forward? Would we write a new chapter or a new ending? So just a few ideas from thinking about how to use things like movies and TV in therapy. Another way is that a therapist or a client might suggest watching a movie, and then the therapist and the client kind of discuss it during the following session. But it can just be used when clients naturally often talk about movies and TV, thinking about how to explore it and how to use that. It's something that is very accessible, that most people engage with, and that can be very powerful. You know, we can really go on an emotional journey watching a movie. So using that in therapy and in to explore with the clients how the movie made them feel. It can also be useful if a client's having difficulty articulating some of their issues or difficulties, to kind of ask them to think, is there a kind of a movie or TV show that sort of it reminds them of? So it can be a way in to explore issues. Also, I've developed into a mindfulness practice where you can mindfully reflect on the experience of watching a movie, observe, what thoughts and feelings are coming up for you, and think about what that means to you, and what you could take forward from that. So there's a few different ways to kind of work with this. And it's just a very kind of accessible way to, have a therapeutic conversation, but in a way that makes it kind of easy for people to talk about their issues and their feelings in a relatable way. Okay, so just to open up, I'll leave it there then, and just to open up for any questions.
What movies do you use?
Hi.
Do you watch?
Is it Robert? Hi, thank you for your question. Well, often it will be something that the client brings up. So we'll talk about, the movie that's resonated with them. But when I have suggested or showed movies to students, for instance, some movies I've used has been Alice in Wonderland and Inside Out to talk about emotional authenticity and learning to be your real self and how you really feel. I've used the movie A Monster Calls to talk about grief, which is where a young boy is visited by a tree monster who kind of guides him through his grief feelings when his mum has cancer. So a few examples, but sometimes it will be what the client or a student kind of brings up, and then it's a helpful way to have a discussion. I've also showed the movie Rabbit Proof Fence, which has themes around colonialism. And the thing about that one is it's kind of centered around children. Indigenous children in Australia, and because the main characters are children, everybody identifies with the children no matter what their age or cultural background is. So everybody could really just identify with the experience that they were having, which was really, then made for a really sort of different kind of conversation, because rather than taking their own position, people were coming at it from a position of having empathy. I hope that gives you a few examples of the sort of things that I might talk about.
Thank you very much for addressing our audience, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you.
Any other audience? Does anybody else have any question for Ms. Hamilton? Okay, so thank you so much once again. Now we have our next speaker, Catherine Wallish. Ms. Wallish, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Wallish, while you pull up your presentation, I have my colleague, Mr. Ajay. He will introduce you to our audience.
Okay.
Hi, Wallish.
Yes, hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for your concern. So it was a great pleasure introducing you. So Ms. Wallish is an international consultant, neurodiversity expert, CEO of Autism and Brain Institute, autism specialist, president of Wallick and Associates IMC, keynote speaker, author, and podcast host. She completed her Bachelor's of Arts degree in Communication Sciences and Disorders and Master's of Science degree in Speech Language Pathology. So Ms. Wallish is a passionate advocate for the right to communication, believing that it is a fundamental human right. Her impressive credentials and contribution to the field of neurodiversity and autism advocacy are truly inspiring. We are grateful to have you, Ms. Catherine Wallish, here with us today, and we eagerly anticipate the insights she will share with us. The stage is all yours, Ms. Catherine.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction. I'm excited to be here and to discuss unlocking communication for autistic minds. So I, as it was done in my presentation, as in my introduction, I am an AAC expert. I'm a certified autism specialist, and I'm also a pediatric and feeding swallowing specialist. So I work with children who are very medically involved and very complex. I do run a private practice currently, and I do autism diagnostics, as well as treating children on the spectrum. And I train families on how to incorporate devices when your child is nonverbal in everyday life and getting them those that equipment. So today, really what I'm wanting to focus on is I'm going to discuss kind of what autism is very, very, very briefly. What is kind of neurodiversity, natural language acquisition, the hidden senses, inclusivity, and why this is important. And so really, it's very hard for me to see. So basically, in terms of autism, autism is a social communication disorder. And I don't want to go into too much of kind of the details medically, because I really don't have the time, but the reality is that social communication portion of autism is really where the struggles are, and the communication breakdowns are very much focused. So in terms of kind of what does that mean with the new movement that we call neurodiversity, and how has that shifted our therapy as speech language pathologists, as any clinician working with an autistic individual, or even a colleague or a peer that is trying to communicate with an autistic individual. So the definition of neurodiversity is that basically you're viewing autism as a neurobiological shift, like change. And it's a diversity in, so there's a range of what we would call neurotypical, and autism would be part of that range. And therefore you don't try and fix the problem. There is nothing to fix. Their brains are not disordered, they are just diverse. And that's really kind of what the neurodiversity movement and focusing on the strengths. So not trying to constantly focus on what an autistic individual cannot do, but really focus on what they can do and using and building that to get them the support and strategies and accommodations rather than trying to correct a disorder. So that's really the focus. What I do in my practice is I really I'm not trying to fix my patients who are autistic. I'm really trying to give them tools so that they can be the best versions of themselves. That being said, that helps them develop social skills, educational growth, and really get a higher quality of life. And the kind of flip side to what, that the movement is kind of making it that if you're assuming that disabled individuals are less capable, we call that albiism. So really that's more kind of having this shift that just because they're autistic, they're not able to do certain things. And that's really not the definition or the pathway. That's really kind of what has always been done. And I think a lot of families have felt kind of a stagnation in the therapy and not getting any advancements, versus when we really focus the therapy on the strength of the child or the strength of the autistic individual, you're really going to see massive growth. And I've seen it personally in my own practice and with the patients that I treat. So the next thing I really want to touch base on is, alongside this neurodiversity movement, is also called the 2 natural language acquisition platforms. We have always treated children on the spectrum and autistic individuals as a sense of that they follow analytical language development. And that means that, I think about like my daughter very much follows analytical language development, very, very neurotypical in that sense, where she started with single words, then 2-word combination, and she's 2. So you're starting to hear that 2-word combination in her, then using an emerging grammar in first phrases, and then complex, and then typical language, usually at about 4. Now, a Gestalt language processor. Now, Gestalt is just another form of natural language acquisition. A child who has Gestalt language processing does not mean they have autism. Those do not equal. But a lot of children with autism or autistic children do have Gestalt language processing. So what that means is they tend to use echolalia, and they are breaking apart language in chunks. They have scripts that they use, so scripts are more meaningful to them. And they kind of sometimes will use very long scripts. So you'll hear them repeat like full sentences and full kind of scenarios from movies or from conversations they've heard. And then they start isolating words. Then they start moving kind of those segments of the sentences around. And then they get to more complex grammar down the line. So it's almost kind of an upside down pyramid. So an analytic language developer or processor is going to start with the words are the most meaningful. However, a Gestalt language processor is going to have the scripts are more meaningful. So the whole sentence is more meaningful. And they use a lot more echolalia in the beginning parts of their development. And then they get through the rest, and eventually they also end up with very neurotypical language. So tips on kind of how you want to improve that communication. What you can do when you are working with a Gestalt language processor, when you're trying to communicate with a Gestalt language processor, is don't ignore the Gestalt. Echolalia is communication. Prior to this kind of this new research, we really were used to saying like, oh, they're just like repeating what they're saying from before. It doesn't mean anything. It actually means a lot. It's very meaningful. So you want to kind of respond using phrases and comments on the intention of the child's speech. So for example, if a child always says wheels on the bus every time they want to go outside, you would say, yes, you want to go outside. Okay, let's go outside. So it is a bit of a detective work trying to figure out what these gestalts mean. So like I had a child that I was treating and he would always say, I want go car. And I thought that meant that he wanted to go play car. And his mother eventually told me that it meant that he wanted to go home. So we really had to work on teaching him how to say, I want to go home in the correct gestalt. So I didn't teach him I, then want, I taught him the whole gestalt and then had him say it through his talker, and then I would let him go home. So that is one way of kind of helping them really communicate more effectively. You're also wanting to use core words. So, core words make up 85% of our language, and about 15%, 20% would be what we call fringe words. So nouns and things like that. So core words are going to be more verbs, pronouns, articles, etc. That makes up the majority of our language. So you really want to use a lot of core words when you're working with and trying to communicate with Gestalt or autistic individuals. What you don't want to do, you want to reduce or avoid asking too many questions. You don't want to use long, complex utterances. Simple, easy, functional phrases is better. Do not take their echolalia as a literal meaning. You want to acknowledge it, but it's not literal. So it's going to be, their echolalia is representative of something that they want to talk about. Don't force them to use only verbal mode to communicate. If you have a non-verbal autistic individual, you need to give them multiple modalities to communicate. You cannot, if you force the verbal, they will shut down. They tend to go within themselves, and then you may or may not have a behavior that ensues from that. Now, a lot of autistic individuals have sensory difficulties that very commonly come alongside with some of their needs. And so I'm going to very briefly go over some of these sensory difficulties and why this is super important. We all understand the senses of smell and touch and sight and, taste, but these are what I call the hidden senses. So you have the first one is the vestibular sense, and that's your sense of balance, postural control, muscle tone, spatial awareness. As I'm talking to you guys here today, I am sitting in my chair in my office, and I am able to keep my postural control and balance sitting in my chair with very minimal effort. Children with vestibular difficulties will tend to find this very difficult, which means if your child is autistic and they're in the classroom, you may see a child who, if they have vestibular issues, they're usually spinning, maybe they're splaying on the floor, they're trying to get comfortable, they're moving around. And it's going to be more than what a typical child may do just because they're bored. So you're really starting to see like seeking behavior. They're trying to do it. You can also have children who want to avoid vestibular input. They get too much of it. And so that tends to be children who won't climb playgrounds. They hate the swing. They really find things that, make their vestibular imbalanced. When they're out of balance, they get very uncomfortable with that. So that would be one difficulty that children, autistic individuals may have. A second sense is what you call the proprioceptive sense. Now that's really, your proprioceptive sense tells you where your body is in space. So it's stimulated every time you move, okay? And it's little receptors within your joints. And so what you're really looking at is, for example, I'm sitting in this room. I am very aware of how far my arm needs to go or how high the ceiling is in relation to my body. So a lot of children who really struggle with proprioceptive sense, and this is very common in children who are autistic, and you will see this probably the most often, but they will tend to run into walls. They tend to bang on things. They tend to like rough housing, rough play. And again, it's going to be more than what you would say is kind of like a rough and tumble child that likes to do that. It's really seeking that input. They're doing that. They like to do push and pull things, and they're doing it because they're trying to give their body that sensory input in order to know where their body is in space to regulate. You can't do anything cognitively and language-wise unless your body is regulated. Your body will always trump regulation over language and cognition. So if your child is running around the room or you're very dysregulated, you won't be able to communicate. And I usually, the way that the example I tend to give to people is I say, when you're really, really angry, and you're really emotional about something, and somebody's trying to give you rational arguments about why maybe that anger isn't necessary, or maybe helping you calm down, you cannot think, you can't communicate, you can't think logically or use any frontal lobe higher cognitive skills until you have calmed down, until you have regulated. Now, autistic children sometimes they are not able to do that regulation themselves. And so they need to be taught or given tools to help regulate their bodies so that they are able to communicate, and you can unlock that part of their brain in their communication so that they can verbally give you that output. The third and final hidden sense is the one that's probably the least known or the least researched, is the interoceptive sense. And that is the processing and central representation of afferent internal bodily signals. What that means is it's your body's sense of awareness of hunger, thirst, needing to go to the bathroom, your internal pain, temperature. So all of that is your interoceptive sense. Children with interoceptive sense difficulties either can be hypo or hyper responsive. Now, if they're hyper responsive, what that tends to mean is that when they're hungry, they have to eat right this minute. They feel like they're starving. They could have just eaten something earlier, but like now they're hungry, and it feels like a sense of like just over hunger or over thirst, or the pain is super intense for them. So they their reaction is very high, and don't like to have wet diapers, don't like to, very much, they tend to be easier to potty train if they are autistic when they have hyper reactivity. Then you have the children who are hyporeactive, and that really is the children who, they won't eat, they won't feel hunger until they are really, really hungry. It's been hours. It's been, longer than what you would feel. It's like, you're like, they just haven't eaten. Or thirsty, the same thing. These children also tend to be more difficult to potty train because they don't have those internal receptors to tell them when they need to go to the bathroom. So very difficult to kind of work with. And we have lots of different tools that we use, but the interoceptive sense by far is one of the hardest ones for us to work on with families and kiddos. Now, I want to finally kind of bring everything together on kind of inclusivity and the impact on the quality of life. And why is it so important that we work more on being more accepting of neurodiversity and inclusive of these children in our community? Children with autism now have the opportunity to really engage in mainstream education with supportive and inclusive practices. This really gives them the best chance at having what we would quote unquote, and I hate using this word, but really kind of what we would say is like a normal life or the normal experience of a child. And the impact and empowerment that we really want to focus on. Now, a lot of times what's kind of happening right now, or kind of what we call like what happens with children or autistic individuals, what they experience is these next few steps that I kind of talk about, which is not understanding another's perspective. So lack of effective communication creates tension and negative feelings. There's a lot of autistic verbal adults who are now coming out more often and talking about kind of how they don't always feel understood and how those negative feelings have impacted them. This really leads to frustration with the communication partner. And this really is across the board. I think even if you're neurotypical, if you do not feel like your perspective is understood, then you're going to have negative feelings. And this happens very often in an autistic individual because we in the past, we very commonly have always tried to make them fit into the neurotypical world, and they are just not. And we need to really be okay with that and really accept them and for who they are. The lack of support, inadequate support, can have a drastic consequence. So really, and I think we can all agree I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the support out there for families of autistic individuals and for children and the services is really dismal, and it's really sad. And it's actually, I feel, as I kind of work more and more across the United States, because I did used to work in England, I do feel like this is across the board. Really, the lack of support for these individuals is intense, and I do see it as a bit of a crisis because of the lack of support, not understanding, kind of not always being inclusive and accepting of the neurodiversity. It leads a bit to stagnation, right? So even though we all had well-intended efforts of trying to give these children their tools, the kids were really just kind of stagnated. They don't, because there isn't enough support and stuff, they don't really progress. And we think that it's because of them and not because of us, and what we can do externally to really help and support them. So, and, but there is hope. There's hope for the future. I think the shift is becoming more and more clear. I do think that there is more acceptance in this world today than there was even 10 years ago when I started practicing. But having really the right support and external resources is really important. And so also early intervention, if you think your child may be on the spectrum, or you're thinking that there's something that you need to have looked at, I really do encourage you to find the right professionals out there to really help you. That really does increase with quality of life. The amount of children that come to me, and I don't mean this to toot my own horn at all, but it's just what I've heard from families, is the amount of children that come to me, at 8, 9, 10, they just go, I just wish I had found you when they were 3 or 4, is really it's just massive. So really finding the right professionals who are specialized in your child's needs is super important. And then, understanding you're not alone in this. I think that a lot of parents and families, they feel, the medical system does not give them enough tools to kind of really find the support system they need. I really feel like usually the amount of stories I have heard of families who tell me, well, I got this diagnosis, I have no idea what it means. I don't know where to go. I don't know what professionals to see. I don't know who to talk to, is astounding to me. They really have no idea where to go. And so I really it's made my life mission to make sure to create resources for these families, a one-stop shop resource for them to be able to not feel like they're alone, that there are professionals who are on their side. There are people who are willing to link them with other families who are going through the same journey as them, and to really help them feel like a sense of community. So, and finally, empowerment. So parents, really finding and striving to identify systemic changes that could provide relief is super important. And I think that by really my mission and my practice, and through this presentation, is really trying to get the word out there that by educating yourselves as families, or as individuals who are autistic, etc., that you empower yourself to know what to search for to get through the struggles, and to get through, and really helping identify the changes that need to happen in order to help more and more individuals who are on the spectrum. So it is crucially important with proper guidance, these children discover their own resourcefulness and are empowered themselves to really envision their future. So thank you guys very much for listening. And I'm just going to quickly stop sharing this. Can I not get back to my? Can't get back to the bar. You won't get me. Let me get back to the bar. So I do want to share that back here behind me are these pictures behind me are a nonverbal 13-year-old autistic boy who makes them. And I have them all over my practice, in my one here and also in my one down south in Las Vegas. I love them and they are amazing. He is super, super talented. And this is just a reminder. I always show these to families. I go, just please remember, even if your child is nonverbal, they don't speak, doesn't mean that they don't think and that they don't have hidden talents like this, because his art is just unbelievable. So really something to keep in mind. I'm sorry, I can't seem to stop the share really quick for whatever reason. It's not giving me the, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Okay, does anybody in the audience have any questions for Ms. Wallish? If any audience has any questions, we will have, you can write them in the chat box, or we can have them redirected to the speaker's contact details. Thank you so much for addressing the gathering today, Ms. Wallish. It was a great talk.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry if there's a way that you guys can stop the share from your, oh, here it is. I don't know why I couldn't find it earlier. There it goes. Sorry, I got it. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for making it today, Ms. Wallish. We have our next speaker, Robert Caldwell again. Mr. Caldwell, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Caldwell. Since we've already introduced you to the audience, you can take over from here.
Okay. Need to put up my slides.
No, we are, Mike's trying to pull up your presentation. Just give us one moment while we pull up your presentation, sir.
Okay, my name's Robert Caldwell. I was diagnosed with Asperger's when I was 48 years old. And next slide. When I was diagnosed, it kind of was this aha moment that slain the dragon. I knew what had been the problem all along, why I always had trouble making friends and had difficulty finding a girlfriend, and why I did have luck finding gainful employment. Next slide, please. If I hadn't grown up with a middle-class family who's able to support me and knows what might have happened, that could afford to take me through college and whatnot, I don't know. Next slide, please. I'm modest. I have a green thumb. I started my garden for this year. A lot of house plants. I'm a handyman. I can cook. I'm a writer, a researcher, photographer, an all-around Renaissance man, which is typical of people on the spectrum. They have a lot of interest. Next slide. I always have had the sensitivity to light, and I didn't know there's anything like, I knew that not everyone did, but now I know that is one of my Asperger's traits. Sometimes light seems to be set up and just someone had designed this to be uncomfortable for me. They could have done a better job. Next Next slide. And among my many hobbies, one is growing carnivorous plants. Next slide. Collecting fossils. I'm a member of the Paleontology Club in Birmingham, Alabama. And this is a shark tooth. Next slide. I also collect 19th century photographs, tintypes, daguerreotypes, ambrotypes. Next slide. And I'm interested in games. This is Chinese chess, or Zhang Qi, is the most popular strategy game in the world, but hardly known in the West or in America. And like I've been playing this on my computer when waiting in line for the bank or at the bike or something. Next slide. And I also like dabble. I got a video course on how to do hieroglyphics and ran the course and tried my hand at learning hieroglyphics and drawing them. Next slide. And I'm also interested in history, and not necessarily the most well-known or most popular subjects. Next slide. And I'm a writer. These are just some of my books, which are available on Amazon. Next slide. And this is one of my cats, Bandit. And I'm trying to work on a computer, do something on the computer. He can come up and get them. And to move the keyboard away so I wouldn't accidentally hit a wrong key. And he taught me that there's a way to turn your screen upside down. And I had to go to Google to find how to get it back up. Next slide. Well, since autism is a spectrum, you might be on the spectrum. But how would you know if you're on the spectrum? Well, here's the next slide. You might be asked me if you astonish people by petting a dog named Killer. You visit a historical site or museum and know more facts than the guide or curator. You can carry on a conversation by using nothing but movie quotes or song lyrics. You're perfectly content spending your Friday night in front of the computer on the internet. In class, you make comments and answer more questions than all of the other students combined. You'd rather spend time with the person's pet than with a person. You can never answer questions with just yes or no. You contain more random information than an encyclopedia. Next slide. You might be asked me if your idea of a hot date is a trip to the office supply store, bookstore, or whatever store. Your mother says it would be nice if you could sort of clear the table, and you wish to God she'd just say, clear the table, please. You might be on the spectrum if your desk is messy, but you have a good idea of where everything is. Your collection of collections is crowding you out of your apartment. You look forward to spending your entire week's vacation alone. Wonder why the world would hate a person because they are overweight. Someone mouths or something, a hand motion to you about something, and you have to walk up to them and have to speak to you about it before you understand it. You suspect that imprisonment or solitary confinement would be a pleasurable thing. Next slide. You look at news headlines about celebrities and think, I don't know these people, so why should I care? You don't mind the ants in your kitchen, in fact, you like them. You live in a pigsty, but your office desk at work is in complete order and you are complimented on your neatness. When your boss or workmates say something good about the work you have done, but you feel embarrassed that you feel it was nothing special. At one time, you knew all the names of dinosaurs and which period they lived in, along with other facts, and you still know most of them. You remember things from childhood that even your parents have forgotten. When your tolerance for hot and cold is greater than most of those around you, you tell jokes or use expressions that no one gets. Next slide. Yeah, one of the stories I wrote in my books, I wrote about aliens and infant family on Earth going to school and being bullied. Kind of interesting. I seem to have a subconscious idea of of Asperger's. Next slide. Many aware that people are different, like autism or Asperger's are not a disease. And I had trouble growing up and I had trouble dating. Next slide. I tend to hang on to faded friendships. I take comments like drop by anytime seriously. I take things literally like sweep the whole store. I don't follow fashion trends unless I am actually interested in them. And I think of a friend that said that she'd agree with people just to get along with them. And when the same friend said to me, I'll just stay silent. And they drop by any time, then some embarrassing situations, like a photographer came to speak at the Camera Club meeting, and I went towards her studio, and then she said, well, drop by any time. Well, she's near the place where I get film developed, so I went and dropped by, and she was about to do a shoot, and obviously too busy. So I discovered that any time that's not going to work with her. And then I went to the grocery store, and I had like 15 minutes before I was supposed to get off, and I told the manager, and then she said, oh, go sweep the store. I thought, why do I only have 15 minutes? I thought sweep the store might make do a thorough job, really getting in there, really getting, but not just to take the broom, just push it around. Next slide. I repeated first grade, so I was always a year ahead of the other students. In fact, I was 2 years ahead because my birthday is the next to last day of the year. And a second grade teacher that said I was retarded. My mother, they wasn't going to have that. She wasn't going to take that at all. She got me tested. And then I was transferred to a different school, and she made sure I stayed in the mainstream schooling. And a neighbor that moved in next door, and we were great friends, and I was the ringleader and came up with things to play. We do let's pretend and stuff. Then one day they discovered soccer. And the playing for them, they were the same again. I wasn't any longer the strongest that won and whatnot. They weren't interested in let's pretend games anymore, and sort of they were lost to me then. And I did read some reports in high school, took a class in high school, an aerospace class, and I did a report on, I found it interesting in what the worst aircraft used in World War I became obsolete during the war called the BE-2. And the students were more interested in like super high supersonic jets or other famous airplanes World War I, like Sopwith Camel, not this clubby BE-2. I also did a report about the Flat Earth Society. It's just kind of funny and thought it'd be a fun thing, but instead they thought I was serious. They made fun of me. But I was doing these things that were above their heads. I went to college. There was a guy in the dorm. He was studying to become a preacher, but he was always rude to me and unkind. And I never did or said anything that I'm aware of that would have caused them to not like me. In fact, I tried to be friends with them. I always just acted and tried to be like a friend. The worst thing was when he was around, other people were around, they'd follow his lead and also be not quite as kind to me. And next slide. And when I tried to date, usually their phone was to ask her, want to go something, she'd say, you're a nice guy, but, and usually meant that another guy they're interested in. Sometimes I contracted someone and I didn't act on it. I don't know why. It's like this guy in my head knocking on the back of my skull saying, you idiot, why don't you say something? But then if I did, so I did get something going with someone, I picked the wrong people. My counselor said that I'm a good listener, so I'd kind of fall prey to selfish women who just want to talk about themselves. And next slide. Now, the girl I met when I first started college, and then I asked her whether to go to dinner with me or something. She said, I don't want to get deeply involved. And I found to be a perfect answer because she said, like, I could like you, but I'm choosing not to. And I mentioned this to a counselor. He told me, well, she had issues. She was working out some problems. And here I was with problems, trying to work them out, only to stumble upon someone who had problems, which didn't help me to overcome my problems or difficulties. Next slide. Then when I lived there, I worked in Atlanta through a dating service. I met this woman, and the reason here I'm bringing up a Jerry Springer moment is that she seemed to tap into, seemed to be aware of my autistic traits. She didn't know what they were. I had finally got through my thick head, I needed to break up with her. She's a woman, wouldn't do anything her way, would tell me what she wanted to do, would then punish me if I didn't take her advice. And we're supposed to meet. He'd go me play racquetball. And so I go down. I was in Atlanta. She lived south of Atlanta, down to Jonesboro. And I drove down there. And I realized that going the later time to meet would be better. And I'd called, left a message that are going to be changed the time I'd be down there. I got down there, first thing she was mad at me because I was late. But there are several times that she'd call and leave message saying that she was going to be late to come up, and then, well, I hope you got my message. Like, it's okay if she did it, but not me. But so it did get off to a good start that she was yelling and fussing at me and whatnot and lecturing to me. And she said that I have certain mannerisms that turn people off and that I would never have very many friends and that I need counseling. Without her, I couldn't accomplish anything. And after that, I was just jaw-dropped, astonished. And the first thing that came to mind said, you're not a friend. Then she literally assaulted me. And I just turned around and walked away. And one of the things she said when I was trying to tell her why I break a relationship, she said, you freaked out on me. Notice the centering toward her, the self-centering, how that phrase is. Next slide. And well, in my previous lecture, I told you about food banks, where I was a fish out of water at my first job, having gone to college and working with people who, most of me, the manager, never pursued higher education. Next slide. And then at Wendy's, right, I worked with people on work release, and that I did the super bar. I didn't know that I was supposed to hate it. I just told to do it, I do it. And I actually take pride in the fact that I do a job that other people hate. Next slide. Also, the previous lecture talked about portfolio syndrome, where I felt like I fit in with some people for the first time. Next slide. And then I landed, I worked at Garden Ridge. I got along with the employees and actually was friends with the managers. Like the manager of Garden Ridge named Barbara, and there's something up on the high shelf needed to get. And I told her, look away briefly. Like I'd break the rule and step on shelf to reach up and pull it down, like, oh, look away and don't. A pit like this doesn't happen. He said, no, we'll just get someone. And the assistant manager came by and he did exactly that, just put his foot on, reach up and pull it down. But the fact I can act like that with a manager is something totally different than what I'd experienced before, even at food banks. And next slide. And I got the job at Riches, where the manager said that she could just leave me, tell me what to do, and leave me. Didn't have to keep coming back and checking on me. But that no one ever saw that I had more potential. I get good at one thing, and since I'm good at one thing, I get stuck on it. Next slide. Then moved back home, and I'm a Target with a case where I got good. I was so good at the carts that when I asked to get moved to another area to get on and a sales associate, they kept delaying, they kept not doing it. And I finally had to say that I would quit if they didn't take me off of carts. And next slide. And then I moved to from there to Macy's, where I really did get along well with the people and to go talk to people and my friends there. And say, like I said, that the lady who was conscious because I kept looking at hair, just because that's how I look at people when I don't make eye contact. I look at some feature on their face. Next slide. And then, well, there's a slide that's missing from both of these. One important slide was that this agency in Birmingham, Alabama, they got me a job that looked like it would be the perfect job, where I'd work 36 hours a day, get benefits. It was at a warehouse. Then it turned out that that job was probably the worst possible job that could get for me, because it was big cavernous area, is a shoulder to shoulder with a large number of people, regimented like an ant colony. You all go to break, let's say that lunch at the same time. Any deviation that's pointed out. I wandered back 2 minutes late. They got on my case about that. Didn't seem to take into account intentions, that if I just lost track of time. And also, when our way was put long hours, we were working 11-hour days, like 3 11-hour days a week, and working 6-day weeks. And it just made me physically, mostly exhausted. And I got a permanent headache, and there was this belt where the things came through that I was supposed to pick and put in a box. A buzzer would go off at odd times. Unexpectedly, and I would jump every time that happened, that the job became so soul draining, and I just had to quit. And then on my own, I went out and got a job at Publix, where I got a lot better. I made a friend. Friends there, I had particularly one friend that became my best friend, who unfortunately has moved to Denver, Colorado. But even though I got the job on my own, I had a contact with that agency who came in, worked with me there. I had trouble with my boss who came in to talk with with a consultation, me and the boss and her together. And the first time I had any manager in retail give me bad reviews. Next slide. And the current job is at Walmart, but unlike the Office Max, where you had to be either could work or not, had to work enough hours, had to go break lunch at time, then Walmart is able to make accommodations. And I first started and my job was unloading a truck. Oh, I thought I'd unloaded trucks before, but these were like monster trucks. These are trucks that take like 2.5 hours to take things off. And the belt that they run down automatically, try to slide towards you. That builds up and stops until you can build a badger. They need to work more quickly. But I found after a few days that I wasn't going to be able to handle loading trucks, particularly several days in a row of trucks. And particularly one day there were 2 trucks in one day, where at the end of the first truck, I just had to tell the manager, I'm out, I'm pooped, I can't do any more. I have to do something else. And at Walmart decided they wanted to keep me, and so gave me an exemption. I went to a doctor, I got my doctor's note saying that I'm not physically capable of working on the trucks. So I'm still working there. I just don't have to unload the truck. But I have found that when on the weeks I do work the full-time schedule, 2 to 11, and I get kind of tired and I want to just do nothing but rest until I go to work. So I'm wondering how well I am able to hold up to full-time work. But I'm just keeping with it, seeing how that goes. Next slide. That one day I just kind of woke up and realized I've been texting a woman friend and trying to go to lunch or go to concerts or go walking, and thought, how did that happen? Hey, I have a girlfriend. Well, I had a girlfriend back in college, but anytime I tried to aim the idea that I want to get romantic, she'd say, no, push me away. But since then, I even went out with the girl when I was working at the variety store. But after that terrible woman at Atlanta, though, attacked me, it set me back, and I had trouble getting up the nerve to start trying to date women again. So I kind of realized, hey, this has already been happening. Though she didn't really not considering this a date, just being with a friend, but she's been an awful lot of committing quite a bit of time with this. So it does seem that she at least may have some serious intentions toward me. The signs seem to be pretty good. Next slide. I had a counselor. The first counselor I had told me that most people in my position were given up, and that just astonished me, because it never occurred to me to give up. I didn't know that I was on the spectrum. I just knew that, at this friendship didn't work out, it didn't last. There's always another one. This girlfriend didn't work out, there's always another one. This job didn't work, always another one. I just always, next slide. But after I got the diagnosis and I started getting around the autistic community, do things like make these lectures, get invited on to join councils and things. Sometimes I feel like, hey, I'm the token person on the spectrum. Like I walk up to Pat one day and say, "Isn't this cute? Isn't this little Ashley person? Isn't it cute that he's here?" And well, people ask me to drive. Yes, I could drive. Well, he's an autistic who can drive. I can go shop at the mall. Oh, not supposed to go to public and shop at the mall. Wow. Next slide. First thing I got invited to, got a government employee for this council, the Alabama Interagency Autism Coordinating Council, about picking pickled peppers. Is got the government appointee as a person who's representative of a person on the spectrum to be in that council. Next slide. And one of the outgrowths of that is the Regional Autism Network. I got asked to get on the board of that. But the first program they did about when I showed up on here for that, they did a program on toilet training. Thought, I know nothing about this. I'm useless at this particular seminar. And they kept talking about children, what do to help children? And children this, children that, and not very much focused on adults. What about adults with autism? What about adults like me who weren't diagnosed until later? And next slide. And I was asked to join the Autism Society of Alabama and go to their meetings. And I listened in. Sometimes on these committee things, I get to say something. Sometimes people might listen. Maybe it make a difference. At least I'm there. I'm present. Next slide. In fact, now I'm in the room where it happens. If you're familiar with the play Hamilton, where Alexander Hamilton gets to be in the room where it happens, and Aaron Burr wishes he was in the room where it happens. Well, get to be in that room now. At least I'm there, and I might figure out. At least my presence, maybe people who follow me may be able to make more of an impact, but I'm leading the way, just the fact that I'm there. Next slide. And autism is an invisible disorder that I just try to live my life, to make friends, to date, and to work. And I find myself being disliked, taken advantage of, and abused. Their behaviors that mark me as an aspie, as if I had a target on my head. Next slide. The world needs to get used to autism, not autistic people need to get used to the world. That's a good quote I came across. Next slide. And this is me. Next slide. And this is where you can find me on Facebook and Instagram and Amazon. And I haven't updated this slide to include LinkedIn. So if anyone has any questions, ask away.
Thank you very much for addressing our audience, Mr. Caldwell, once again. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Caldwell? Okay. Now let's move ahead, and we have our next speaker, Essential Anne.
So up next, it is my honor to present Essential Anne, a globally recognized functional breathing specialist and women's wellness expert, who founded Women's Wellness and authored the Your Essential Breathe program. This program includes a breathing app, breathing affirmation cards, and a breathing e-course. With over 2 decades of experience in yoga, meditation, and aromatherapy, Miss Anne has become a passionate advocate for women's wellness and following several life-threatening surgeries and hospitalizations. We are delighted to have you here. You can take over now, Miss Anne.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much. My name is Essential Anne. I am an international functional breathing specialist, and I travel around the world sharing about dysfunctional breathing patterns. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen, and I will give you some information on your essential breath. So part of my program, Your Essential Breath, includes a breathing app, breathing affirmation cards, and a breathing e-course. And the reason why I am passionate about breathing, as our moderator explained, is that I actually had several life-threatening surgeries. So I've had a total of 9 surgeries, a dozen hospitalizations, and during that time, I actually was going through several painful surgeries that allowed me not to breathe optimally. And what do I mean by that? I mean that I was having anxiety, I was having panic attacks, I was under a lot of stress, and I went through depression. So during that time, I was unable to breathe at a regular optimal level. So that is the reason why I'm so passionate about breathing. And believe it or not, we all need to breathe optimally, especially during and after the pandemic. So what is the one thing that we learned about the pandemic is that most of us were not breathing optimally. So I want to bring awareness to your mind and body through your breath to restore correct daily functional breathing patterns and proper nasal breathing, especially during sleep. And that is where we need to really optimize our breathing, is during sleep. So what is functional breathing? And why do we need to learn how to breathe? What if I told you that everything you think you know about breathing is wrong? So functional breathing is discovering the core issues behind dysfunctional breathing patterns. So what are dysfunctional breathing patterns? People with anxiety, people with asthma, people with allergies, people with COPD, sleep apnea, snoring, right? Rhinitis, and long COVID. So those are some of the ways of dysfunctional breathing patterns. So basically, it's basically how we breathe on a daily basis. How do you breathe when you work? How do you breathe when you play? How do you breathe when you exercise? And most importantly, how do you breathe when you sleep? So why is breathing vital? It's vital because it oxygenates the body's cells so that they can efficiently burn fuel and produce energy. Breathing is all about producing energy. Now, there was a study done during the pandemic in China where they studied 100 children who were wearing masks, right? So when they were wearing the mask, they took off the mask and they discovered the children were breathing through their mouths and not through their nose. So they were actually using their mouth for breathing versus their nose breathing, and they were not producing energy. So this is why we've studied why we have to breathe functionally. So here are some things I want to share with you, a little bit of science of how and why we breathe. So breathing is all about chemistry. So we understand oxygen, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide, but there's another gas called nitric oxide, not nitrous oxide, not the laughing gas, but nitric oxide. And where do you get that? You actually create it in the paranasal sinuses, which is in the back of the nose. And when you inhale and exhale through the nose, you create nitric oxide. So why is that important? Because it prevents viral infections and it's a vasodilator, which means it opens up your blood vessels so that oxygen and blood can flow. So it's very, very important for us to breathe in and out through our nose. Your nose is the first defense. The first line of infection is through your nose. So that's why it's important to breathe through your nose and not through your mouth. Now, here's another thing that most people do not understand or even realize. Carbon dioxide is not a waste gas. We always say, oh, we exhale carbon dioxide, inhale oxygen. But did you know carbon dioxide is the primary stimulus for us to breathe? It is not oxygen. You need the balance of both. You need enough carbon dioxide, enough oxygen in order for the oxygen to flow into your cells. And it is an actual research called the Bohr effect. So you want to look into that, B-O-H-R. So carbon dioxide and oxygen has to be balanced. And we have to have a level of chemosensitivity to carbon dioxide in our body. And what do I mean by that? Well, when someone has a panic attack, they're hyperventilating, right? They're going. So they're exhaling through their mouth very quickly. They're exhaling too much carbon dioxide, which means it depletes the carbon dioxide in your body and it doesn't get the oxygen into the cells. So in your Essential Breath breathing program, I teach you how to breathe slowly and calmly through the nose, not through the mouth, so that you can create that nitric oxide and to balance the carbon dioxide and the oxygen in your body. So now let's talk about the causes of dysfunctional breathing. Well, the first one we talked about already is the biochemistry, it's the balance of O2 and CO2, okay, and the production of nitric oxide. The second one is biomechanical. It's all about our posture. So as a yoga instructor, we always talk about standing up straight, keeping your posture aligned. And the reason is because we want to breathe in and bring it to your lower abdomen. And it's also good for digestion, right? So if you're sitting up straight, you want to imagine that you have a string pulling the top of your head. Always have proper posture so that you breathe in through the nose and all the way down into your diaphragm or your lower abdomen, which is 2 inches below your navel. Okay, so your diaphragm is connected to your nose. Your mouth is connected to your chest. So if you're a mouth breather, you're breathing through your chest, which is very shallow. If you're a nose breather, you're actually breathing through your diaphragm. Okay. The third one is psychological. So we talked about emotional states, anxiety, panic attack, depression, that influences your breathing. Now, here are other causes of breathing, anatomical. So I also worked at a dental office. It was actually a wellness center. And we also looked at the structural problems of the nose. Some people may have a nose injury, deviated septum, or any kind of constriction in the pharynx and the throat. So we always look at what is causing the dysfunctional breathing. Is it anatomical? And then, of course, physiological. We want to look at your health. Do you have allergies and colds or congestion? You know, do you always clear your throat? Those are things that are physiological. Okay, so you can alter that, or you can remedy that with changing your diet, taking probiotics. Helping your nutrition also helps with your breathing. And the third one is behavioral. So basically your habit. What is your habit? Is your habit breathing through your mouth, or is your habit breathing through your nose? So those are some of the causes of dysfunctional breathing. Now let's talk about anxiety, stress, panic attacks, depression. Those are very common psychological reasons why we don't breathe. And I'm speaking to women because I'm a women's wellness expert. I speak to women about anxiety and stress. You know, women are multitaskers. We can do anything, but you know, why should we do everything? It's just too much. So we need to take more time for us to breathe. So when you're breathing, it affects your sleep, okay? It affects your body and affects your emotions. And then it goes back again to breathing. So breathing affects your autonomic nervous system. It affects everything in your daily life, you know, how you feel in the morning when you wake up. Do you wake up tired? Do you wake up rested? So sleep is the most important part of breathing. How are you breathing? Is your mouth open? Are you snoring? You know, do you wear a CPAP machine? Those are the things you want to look at to find out, are you breathing optimally? Because that's really the focus of functional breathing, is breathing at an optimal level. Now, based on research, 80% of panic and anxiety disorders are prone to breathing pattern disorders, meaning that you are a dysfunctional breather. So anyone that has anxiety, and anxiety has been on the rise since the pandemic, and it's just rising more and more. Our young people are having panic attacks, anxiety attacks. We really need to focus on our mental health and wellness, and that's what's causing our anxiety. What's the trauma that's triggering us to become anxious, right? And have these panic attacks. And panic attacks and anxiety attacks can lead to other diseases in our body. Because if we're constantly stressed, chronic stress causes inflammation in our body. And what does inflammation cause? Disease. So everything goes back to your breath. Now, for women, I'm speaking to women here. What do women want? Based on what we've gathered in research, women want to look younger. Women want to lose weight. Women want to have more energy. Women want to have more money. And independence. Women want to be independent so that they can do things for themselves. But what women need is to breathe. We need to take time to breathe, whether it be 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day. Focus on your breath. We also need to slow down. Women, you know, I know we can do it all, but guess what? We don't have to do everything. You can delegate to other people, delegate responsibilities to your children or other people in your, if you work in an office, if you're a manager or a CEO, delegate responsibilities, but slow it down, okay? We're always in a high productive anxiety area. Part of our lives is we're always on the go. So we need to bring it down and slow down. I live in California. People are on the freeway constantly, right? So we just need to bring that down. And you can also practice your breathing when you're stuck in traffic, okay? When you're in a conference, in a meeting or a conference room, you just want to practice your breathing all the time. Another thing we get to do, women, is listen. Listen to your body. Your body gives you signals and signs that something is wrong. And guess what? It's probably because you're holding your breath. Most women, we don't realize that we're holding our breath, especially if we're working too much, too fast. We are holding our breath. So you want to breathe in through the nose and then exhale slowly through the nose. The other thing women get to do is receive. Women give all the time. We give ourselves so much to our families, our communities, our jobs, and it's time to receive and give that back to yourself. And part of that, and a main part of that, is taking care of yourself. Self-care is an act of self-love, and it starts with breathing. And then last but not least, surrender. Let go. Let go of all the worries and all the things that are on your shoulders, the heavy burdens. Just surrender all your problems and really understand that everything you have right now is right here, right now. And all you need to do is breathe. Okay. So the result is optimal health if we practice all these things, peace of mind, infinite energy, calm, serenity. You feel grounded and centered. And for those who are entrepreneurs like myself and people who work, you are more productive. You want to be more productive. That's really the point, is to have more energy and be productive. So the power of the pause is breathing. So for women, again, we're focusing on women's health. Progesterone is the breathing hormone. So when you're going through the luteal phase of your menstrual cycle, that's between the time between ovulation and menstruation, your progesterone peaks and then drops. Also, when women are pregnant, your progesterone peaks and drops. So what happens during that time, we end up not breathing. You actually hyperventilate a little bit more. So until the hormones are leveled, whether if you're going through menopause or perimenopause, progesterone levels will fluctuate. You end up becoming hyperventilating. So again, you want to focus on breathing slowly. And I would like everyone and invite everyone to do this with me. You're going to place your right hand on your chest, okay? The other hand you're going to place on your lower abdomen or your belly. You're going to close your lips. You're going to place your tongue on the roof of your mouth, and you're going to breathe in through your nose. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this exercise is just about awareness. Where are you breathing? Are you breathing through your chest, or are you breathing through your lower abdomen? You just want to find out first where you're breathing. So that's first and foremost. So during your menstrual cycle, if you're in pain, you want to breathe, excuse me, slowly and deeply through that pain and allow the breath to help relax the body. Again, it's all about surrendering. All right, what is the normal rate of breathing? So on average, we breathe about 12 to 15 breaths per minute, which is about 25,000 breaths a day. Can you believe that? We breathe all day, but how many of those breaths are actually optimal and going into your cell? So not very many. Now, a normal or healthy person, I should say, breathes about 5 to 6 breaths per minute. So if you've ever practiced yoga or martial arts, or if you were a singer, a musician, you actually have a slower breath or lower breath, which is about 5 to 6 breaths per minute. Now, someone who is hyperventilating or has an asthma attack breathes 20 to 30 breaths per minute. So again, we talked about that is too much, okay? We want to slow it down. We want to create that oxygen and CO2 balance. We do not want to decrease the CO2. We want to balance it with the O2. So what are the benefits of breathing through your nose? Your nose is the primary source of filtration. It cleans out everything. And those little nose hairs in your nose actually filters all the toxins. So you want to make sure you breathe through the nose. And then when you breathe through your nose, it slows down your breathing. If you're breathing through your mouth, you're breathing too fast. Your nose, as I mentioned, is connected to your diaphragm. Your mouth is connected to your chest. So we want to make sure we're breathing through our diaphragm. Nose breathers have better quality sleep. So you want to breathe deeply and optimally when you sleep. And so you want to make sure you're breathing through your nose and not through your mouth. Next thing is nasal breathing reduces anxiety. It also reduces high blood pressure. Okay. Cardiovascular disease is probably one of the deadliest diseases. I know here in the USA, it is probably the top is cardiovascular disease, then cancer, then diabetes. So again, it all starts with our breathing. And then it opens up the airway in our lungs. Okay, so we want to breathe in. You don't want to breathe in through the chest. You want to breathe in through the diaphragm. So if you don't know where your diaphragm is, I want you to place your hands on your rib cage, right here on your rib cage. Okay. Now, when you breathe in, inhale, feel the rib cage expand. And when you exhale, feel your rib cage contract. Inhale, feel your rib cage expand, and exhale, feel it contract. You're right below your rib cage, so place your hands right below your rib cage. Underneath that is where your diaphragm is. It's an actual muscle. So your diaphragm is like a jellyfish. So when you inhale, it goes like this. And when you exhale, it goes like this. So that's your diaphragm. And it's right underneath the lower rib cage. Okay. So nasal breathing warms and moistens the nose. You want to keep it moist all the time. So breathing through the nose. When you breathe through your mouth, have you noticed that your mouth gets dry? It gets dry when you breathe through your mouth. That's why when you sleep, you have water by your nightstand. You're always drinking water because your mouth is very dry. And then if you breathe through your nose, you have less colds and flus because if your mouth is open, guess what? You're breathing in all the toxins from the air, the environment, viruses, bacteria. So you don't want to breathe through your mouth. You want to breathe through your nose. And then last but not least, we talked about nitric oxide. All right. So here's some questions you want to ask yourself. Are you a mouth breather? So here are the things you need to know. Do you wake up with a dry mouth? Do you wake up tired? Do you have water by your nightstand? Do you have insomnia or sleep apnea? Do you have frequent colds or congestions? Do you talk for a living? I talk for a living, and I know there's a lot of people out there that talk for a living. So right now, as I am speaking, I am breathing. Do you have TMJ? TMJ is basically right here on your crown, right here on your bone where the bone meets the jaw. And if you place your hands in your ears and open and close, if you have a clicking, that means you have TMJ. You want to see your dentist or a specialist for that. And then do you get chapped lips? So when you have chapped lips, when you wake up in the morning, that means you're a mouth breather. So if you answered yes to any of these, then you're probably a mouth breather. Okay. Now, when you're stressed, again, do you breathe through your mouth or your nose? We talked about stress a lot, especially, again, for women. Are you breathing through your chest or your diaphragm? Do you hold your breath? Most people don't realize they're holding your breath. Right now, are you breathing or are you holding your breath? Do you sigh more or less? Does your heart rate increase or decrease when you're stressed? Usually it's increase. Do you breathe faster or slower? Is your breath quiet or is it loud? You want to make sure it's soft and quiet, right? And then is your mouth dry or moist? We talked about dry mouth versus moist. All right, here's a photo. And if you would like, I would like for anyone to comment to see what the difference is between these two runners. And you can actually post it if you want on the chat. Whoops. Oh, hold on. There we go. Post it on the chat to see what the difference is. I'm sorry, I can't see the chat right now for some reason. But if you are looking at this photo, there is a difference between these two Olympic runners. If you look at the Russian runner versus the USA runner, the first thing you probably notice is one is breathing through their mouth and one is breathing through their nose, right? And there's probably something else that you don't see other than the energy. We talked about energy. So who is actually winning here? It's actually the USA runner versus the Russian runner, because you can see that she is ahead. Now, another thing you want to notice is the neck muscles. Look at the neck muscles. When you're mouth breathing, look at the tightness of the neck muscles. That affects your scalene muscles, your neck and shoulders when you're mouth breathing. But look at the USA runner. She has very soft muscles around the neck, okay? So this is someone who is actually hyperventilating because they're breathing through their mouth. Now, another thing you may not notice or you have noticed is the Russian runner looks tired. The USA runner has more energy. We talked about breathing and energy. Here is a perfect example of someone breathing slowly and deeply through their diaphragm who produces energy. Now, this practice has been practiced by Navy SEALs, by firefighters, by people who fight in the war. They teach breathing techniques to people who are in very stressful situations. So this is an example of someone who is over breathing and normal breathing. All right, the 6 ways to breathe normally, or optimally, I should say. The first one is you want to make sure you clear your nose. And I do a practice called alternate nostril breathing. So you inhale and then exhale, and then inhale and then exhale. You want to make sure that your nose is open and clear. I also use a nasal spray called Xlear, and I also use this oil called Breathe for opening up the nasal passages. So this also helps to open up nasal passages. So you want to make sure your nose is open, okay? The next one is you want to bring your tongue up, lips closed, breathe through the nose. We practiced that earlier. And posture. Remember, sit up straight and make sure that you create what we call slow, tolerable air hunger. You breathe very slowly, exhalation. You want your exhalation longer than your inhalation. And then number 4 is low, slow, deep diaphragmatic. So what does that mean? Breathe low, breathe slow and quiet, and deep in the diaphragm. So you remember we put our hands on our rib cage? Now you want to breathe even deeper, 2 inches below your navel. That is your deep diaphragmatic breathing. Now your diaphragm will expand and contract, but 2 inches below your navel. We call that your core, your center in Chinese, your dantian. You just want to breathe 2 inches below your navel and expand your belly as you inhale like a balloon, and then contract and pull it in. So inhale, expand your belly, and then contract and pull it in. The next one is mouth tape. I actually share with my clients mouth taping. And if you haven't heard of it, there are several tapes on the market called mouth seal tape. And I actually use it when I sleep because our mouth tends to open up when you sleep on your back. Now, if you sleep on your side, your mouth will not tend to open as much. And if you're a snorer, it's better to sleep on your side versus your back because your mouth opens. And your tongue is actually a muscle We use our tongue to maximize the airway. That's why we bring the tongue up to the roof of the mouth. And also it stimulates what we call your vagus nerve. The vagus nerve runs from the brain all the way down to the abdomen. So your tongue up, lips closed, tape the mouth, and breathe through the nose. Now, if you don't feel comfortable taping your mouth right away, you want to practice during the daytime, like 30 minutes a day, tape your mouth and see if you can breathe through your nose. When you feel comfortable, then start doing it at night. I've been doing this for many, many years, taping my mouth every day. And there's many, many people that mouth tape. There's a book called Breathe by James Nestor that you definitely want to read more about. Okay, last but not least, probiotics and digestive enzymes. Everyone needs to be taking a high quality probiotic digestive enzyme. Everyone. It will help with your gut. It will help with your breathing. It will help with your digestion. Okay. Everyone, I cannot say this enough. Everyone needs to be taking probiotics and digestive enzymes. All right. Here are some ways to remove or to breathe more optimally. Remove dairy from your diet. This causes mucosity. I know this is so hard. A lot of my clients do not like removing dairy, but if you have allergies, if you have asthma, remove dairy and replace it with a non-dairy product. Slow down. We talked about that. Take vitamin D with K for absorption, vitamin C and zinc. Spend time outdoors, breathing outside, get your vitamin D. Eat warm foods and liquids, hot or warm foods, not cold. I have a lot of people that drink cold ice cold drinks, ice cold everything. That actually is worse for your abdomen, for your digestive system. You want your belly warm and hot, warm all the time. So breathing through your diaphragm actually warms the belly. Wear loose, comfortable clothing because that helps with your breathing. And then remove toxic mold and allergens in your home. So I'm going to go through this briefly. These are some of the kits, the tool kits of breathing that I use: digestive enzymes, nasal spray, breathing essential oils, Tri-Ease for allergies. With a company called doTERRA, I actually prefer those because I know it's natural. And then I use a pulse oximeter to assess your breathing. There's different exercise also for breathing assessment. You want a tongue scraper also, because your tongue carries all the bacteria. Anything that you eat, anything that's on your food, anything you're drinking, you want to scrape your tongue every night before you go to bed. Okay, or after you eat, scrape the tongue. Very important for breathing and digestion. Now, here are my tools that I want to offer to you. There's the Aura ring, which I wear right here. This is a ring that is very accurate, that measures your sleep, your respiratory rate, your SpO2, which is your oxygen saturation. It also measures your breaths per minute. And they just added a new tool on menstruation, how to track your menstruation. So it's called the Aura ring. And this is a great ring to wear while you're sleeping. Okay. And this is the mouth tape that I use. It's called Simply Breathe Lip Seal Tape. And this is something, again, that you want to try when you're sleeping or practice during the day. This is what I'm really proud of. It's my breathing app called Your Essential Breath. There is a free breathing quiz. There's a free trial that you can log into. There's a total of 17 videos and the 14 breathing exercises that I teach. You can track your progress. There's a relaxation in there as well. So this is really something anyone can do anywhere in the world. You can download this app. It is on Apple or Google Play, and it's called Your Essential Breath. Now, I also have these breathing affirmation cards that I created right here. And I use this in addition to help me become more mindful of my breathing during the day. So I'll pull a card, like one of these cards I pulled, and it says, breathe and make time for yourself today. And remember, your nose is for breathing, your mouth is for eating. Always breathe slowly, softly, quietly, and calmly through your nose. So you can download these cards digitally, or you can purchase it on youressentialbreath.com. And then, of course, last but not least, I have an e-course book called Your Essential Breath as well. This has a lot more detail than the breathing app because it's a lot of information on all the other exercises, but there's more hyperlinks to the books that you need, all the breathing kits that you need, and it's only $97 for all the information. So either one, whichever one fits for you, any of these will help you breathe optimally. And then last but not least, I want you to focus on these things: mind-body awareness. So your essential breath is about spirituality, connecting with your science and spirituality. So really focus on your body. Listen to your body. Is your mouth open when you're breathing? And remember, where is your tongue? How heavy are you breathing? Are you breathing fast and hard or soft and slow? And remember, where are you breathing? And then also, what are you thinking when you're breathing? Are you thinking about your work or what you need to do next? And then what are your emotions? Are you sad? Are you angry? Are you anxious? And then last but not least, do you have any tension in your body? How's your neck?